Hello, everyone, and welcome to Wine, Reel, and Print. My name is Ryan.
And I'm ready. I'm sorry.
Ready, Freddie.
I'm ready, Kevin.
Ready, Kevin.
Yeah. Kevin ready.
Yeah. Is there something that rhymes with Kevin?
Heaven.
I'm Heaven, Kevin.
Kevin in heaven.
Oh, God.
On the 7th day of the week.
Yeah. Bill in hell? No, I was trying to think about hell.
Bill in hell.
What rhymes with hell? What's a name that rhymes with hell?
Mel.
Ooh, Mel in hell.
Mel
nice.
in hell.
Kevin in heaven, Mel in hell.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. All right. Then, purgatory.
Yeah, I was
gonna say. Durgatory.
Yeah.
In purgatory.
Durgatory. You know my good friend Doug.
My good friend Doug. So, for those of you that are watching on video, which you can follow us on YouTube, you will notice something particularly different about us today. Or maybe not. For our audio listeners, I am denimed out, which I guess is a Canadian tuxedo, but we'll ignore that. But I am denimed out, and I have a wig on. So I am breaking some walls here by admitting that. This is not my actual hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought, wow.
Yeah. I assumed, it looks that good.
Yeah.
But
I just said figured that you grew it out for this and everything.
I mean, I guess you can't really say, you know what? Fuck it. It is my real hair.
Yeah.
And Kevin's got a nice hat.
Yeah. I bought this hat at the Western store.
Hell yeah.
Bullhide
hat. A little tip of the cap to you. A little tip. Let me tip to you. And tip behind us, we have a giant
artifact.
American flag.
Proud representation of this fine country.
We are starting our journey into a 5-part series.
Mm-hmm. First of its kind.
For us.
Yeah.
There have been 5-part series in the past. But we've been talking about doing something a little more overarching.
Yes.
Kind of following some larger plan and combining a lot. We had been kind of internally calling them EPs, like thinking of something like that. And if we want to call it that, this would be our first one.
America EP.
Yes. We I internally call it the 25 for 250.
Yeah. America 250.
America 250 is this year.
Yep.
And hopefully if this all works well,
it keeps going.
Well, I was going to say these episodes should land perfectly with that.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But let's hope America lasts. Or do we?
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out at the end. So what...
how did we get here?
Yeah, exactly. Well, at first was going to be a Disney Renaissance.
Yeah.
Which we do find interesting because I think it does hit a lot of the wrap points.
Right.
Which is business and pleasure.
Yep. All of the things.
All the things. And also like what it, I was really curious, and I think we'll get to some aspect of it at some point down the line, but of what it takes to meet like a magic moment, to have like this perfect confluence of things that create something that we kind of look and we're like, oh my God, that's like, what a run that was. Like, how do you do that? So that was like what went in, but people have done Disney Renaissance stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff.
In our research, we realized there were like countless YouTube videos and probably other podcasts and stuff that covered it.
And honestly, it ends up kind of, even as we even picked all the movies, it ends up just being a timeline.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really seem that interesting.
Yeah. We want something that like challenges our thinking and like pushes a narrative, because it's very clear what the Disney Renaissance is.
Yes.
And maybe that is an episode, but I think to fuel something like this, something like a multi-part series where we need to have continual like engagement and criticism of this thing.
Yes.
Like we needed to find something different.
Yeah. And when you kind of go timeline, it kind of
boring.
Yeah, it kind of does its own thing. You only have a certain way to talk about it.
Yeah.
Like this, we're going at it from a much larger perspective.
Yep.
We're trying to figure out, I think, what the American feeling is. Like what it means to be an American.
Yeah.
where America good, where America bad.
Yeah.
And kind of everything in between.
I think for me, something that has come up a lot in our episodes is this idea of American absurdism.
Yes.
Which is like kind of an idea, like a sort of a philosophy that I've been kind of tinkering with or whatnot. Like to me, when you look at the philosophy of absurdism, it's like balancing irony and sentimentality into one thing. Like that's basically what absurdism is kind of doing. I can look at the real definition, but
it's okay.
Like basically it's asking you to combine these two juxtaposing sorts of ideas into something that like can be its own sort of new thing. And I feel like when, at least for me, when I process being an American or understanding what the American ideology is, I think you have to go through that, right? Like you take this kind of like fantastical image of the American dream with the kind of dark reality of what American imperialism is and like the effects of like all
what
these
it took
things
to get here.
Yeah, exactly.
Like how we genocided people in order to have this and to
over
create what we
decades and centuries and
exactly.
stuff, yeah.
And we've always been, fucking something up.
Yeah.
It feels like when you look all the way back, but then you have, and that's the perfect thing. I think even the founding document is the perfect example. All men are created equal,
Yeah.
Was not even true at that point.
Right.
And that's always been something. So it's like, even since its inception, it's been about trying to make sense of all of these things that don't make sense.
Right.
It's a lot like faith in a lot of ways. It's like, I can't, like I believe in this thing, but I can't really prove it.
Right.
I think that's what kind of like breeds complacency, I think, in a lot of like the American, the American ideal and American ideals is like, we'll get to it.
Right.
Or it'll figure itself out. It's faith.
I mean, now I feel like in the 21st century, you get that feeling.
Yeah.
But I think in like mid 20th century, there was a lot of like, that was kind of the conflict of that era is like, you're telling us that everybody's equal and we have all these rights, X, Y, Z, but then why this, why this, why that? There was so much oppression and like human rights stuff going on during like the 70s and 80s and 60s and stuff. Like, that's when you get the confrontation of all that in real time, I feel like.
Yeah.
Whereas now we assume that everything will fix itself because they just naturally kind of happen. But we don't really understand what it took to get to that point, to like actually have those confrontations and do those things. Now I feel like there's a lot of complacency because of everything you're kind of saying. It's like there's this expectation that everything will fix itself when really it was the responsibility of the people to do those things.
Yeah. We've got a lot to say on America.
Yeah, holy shit.
And so we will be going through 5 different episodes.
Yeah.
5 different topics as we delve into what it means to be an American and what it is to be an American and just America in cinema form.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So 25 for 250, folks.
Yeah.
We're watching a lot of movies to get a very deeper understanding. And I think we're going to come out the other end
smarter.
Definitely smarter. Definitely more movies watched. 25 to be exact.
Yeah, we haven't really gone to this level since the Oscar episode.
It's true. Yeah. And that was very fun.
Yeah.
Like that was very exciting.
Right.
And could it have been even better if it was broken up into multiple episodes? Maybe. Yeah, exactly.
So we're learning. We're growing.
Learning. Exactly. So now we're kind of spreading it out.
Yeah.
There's so many different great large episodes like this that we have in the tank that we're very excited to do one of these days. But this felt like the right time, the right moment. July 4th for the 250th anniversary is coming up as well.
Yep.
So it also felt like, okay, let's
rock with this.
Let's ride this wave. Let's feel it. Let's really feel what it's like to be American.
Yeah. Cause like, where do you stand? I know we have our own personal opinions on this kind of stuff. What
are you talking about? Just like jingoism?
Key us into how you view America.
you want me to finish off this? I'll try to be short and sweet.
Yeah.
But I That's such a great question because I am very pessimistic.
Yeah.
And I do have a certain view of where things are going, where things have been, that I'm very disappointed by. That is not a condemnation of the people.
Yeah.
And I think there is an American spirit that I believe in. Yeah, American spirit, yes. There's an American spirit, and I think that's almost what I want to get out of this.
Okay.
Is like identifying the American spirit more, because I don't like the government. I don't like where things have gone. I don't like our what we do in the world. Many of these things. There's so many things not to like. But I think sometimes we conflate that with people. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I think that these are different things. And so that's kind of where I am. I am American.
Yeah.
You know, we're
Can't
Californians. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're both American Californians.
Yeah.
And it is what it is.
Yeah. I had a history teacher. She had like this quote, paraphrasing here, of like, history isn't just about kings and queens. Like there are normal people in history. Yeah. And those stories are almost better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's kind of ringing to what you're saying. It's like America is kind of represented through its like imperialism and what we do as a government.
Yeah.
But there is something like earnest about the American people that I think that is what I generally romanticize and
exactly.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes. There's so many amazing and beautiful things about America.
Yeah.
The landscapes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's it.
The landscapes.
That's it.
I was going to say the people again. I was going to say the food. It's good food.
Diverse.
You might say it's good because it's diverse. Which is, but maybe that's what is actually amazing about America,
right.
is that we fucking took this land and it's really fucking awful, and it is bad. And now we're kind of building something on top of stolen land that could be and has the promise of, at least intellectually, to be like the perfect society.
Right. That's the idea.
Where we bring all the best of everyone.
Right.
All these cultures come together. We're all human in the end.
Right. The melting pot.
Yeah. That's the ideal of America, whether or not the fascists want to agree with that.
Right.
Because fuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
I got no love.
Yeah.
But that's my America.
Yeah. And let's stick to that.
Yeah. So, right on.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a good point to wrap up on.
All right.
Yeah.
Folks, we will see you very soon for our first episode of the 25 for 250 series, The American Dream. We'll see you next time. That's a wrap.
God bless America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Okay, we did it.
Do we need
Shit.
to do that?
Hello, folks, and welcome to Wind, Reel, and Print. My name's Ryan.
And my name's American Kevin.
American Kevin. I am not American Ryan. Today we did the right thing.
We plant the flag.
Yes, we said the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh yeah.
As you should.
You should start your day.
You start every day.
Yeah.
You hang up your 6 foot by 10 foot American flag on a backdrop stand, and
say the Pledge of Allegiance.
And you say the Pledge of Allegiance. Then you put it away.
Yeah.
Never letting it touch the ground.
Never.
When you do it,
or else you have to burn it.
Damn. Especially this is kind of like a synthetic material, so it'd be so bad.
Cancerous.
No, we don't talk about cancer here because today we're talking about the American fucking dream.
Oh yeah.
All right. We're talking about the American fucking dream.
Yeah.
The greatest of America.
Coursing through my veins.
I feel it. I feel the power. I watched these 5 movies and God damn it, I felt the power of
Cinema.
Uncle Sam himself. Coursing through my veins. I believed anything was possible. That no adversity could stop me.
Are you America pilled now?
Yes. Definitely.
Finally.
So here we are.
Oh yeah.
American Dream. You're an American dreamer. Part one of our multi-part series looking at America through the lens of cinema.
Yeah.
And we start with the American Dream.
Yeah.
Which felt like the right place to kind of give us like, I don't know, like a defining
Entry
course.
point.
Yeah, exactly. Like a taste of the Kool-Aid, if you will.
Sure.
So that we could know how America kind of wants itself to be seen.
Yeah.
Through the lens of these movies.
Right.
Would you agree kind of with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think when you think when you think about America,
God, I'm gonna get this in my drink, this wig in my drink every fucking time.
yeah, I see a big hair.
Okay, here we go.
When we're talking about America, like American Dream is sort of the label for its culture and identity and like how it decides to like spread that across the world. Yeah. And I think when you look at film, it's basically used as a propaganda tool to express those things, right?
It's a good way to think about it.
Yeah. So like I think there's like sort of an academic understanding of what the American dream is. And I think a couple of these movies are kind of speaking to that. And then there's also the kind of like broader imperialist impacts of like what the American dream is and what propaganda can really turn into, I suppose.
You're talking about in this episode?
Yeah, in this episode.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess what the films are.
Yes.
If we should
I think so.
Gracious.
And you know what? And something to also think about is like all of these are post World War II films.
Sure, yeah.
So I think that's also a really good, because that is
Speak on it, Rand.
Let's be fucking real. America thinks it is the America of World War II.
Right.
You know,
ever since
then, like it got major props for being a part of the war against the Nazis and to defeat fascism. And we, not on this episode, we're not going to talk about any of the negatives of what happened after. But we defined ourselves off of that, off of our place in that, and
like
what
the
we
police sort of role that we hold.
Yeah, exactly.
In the world stage.
Definitely that, and that we're spreading freedom.
Yeah,
we are spreading the American
freedom everywhere.
Yeah, we're spreading the American ideals. All right. We're drinking our beer.
Yeah,
we're shooting our guns.
Dogs.
We're eating our hot dogs. And we're doing our thing.
Football.
Yeah, football. You said that kind of funny. And soccer. We don't like soccer here.
No, that's for pansies.
Yeah, fuck soccer. What you doing running around like that?
Kicking things?
Yeah. And you ain't touching each other and pushing. You ain't slapping your friend's ass.
Yeah. Putting your hands into his butt.
Okay. Once again, Kevin's the king of taking it one step further.
That's what you do in football.
You put your what?
The quarterback. They always talk about like when you go under center, they're like, where do you put your hands? And so they're like, oh, right on the gooch.
Oh.
You put it right on the gooch. Let them know you're there.
Oh, God. I did not know that.
The second knuckle.
Oh, nice.
I'm like, yo, what?
Homoerotic much? No. We don't do that here.
Sorry, yeah.
We don't do that here.
Yeah.
But yes, all these movies are post-war. So that's something to think about, is that we're also kind of like defining what the American dream is.
Yeah.
Because I think there is a pre and post World War II America.
Let's talk about that in terms of like American history, like pre-World War II, and like how much we define the American dream by this, but also like where that comes from historically. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, America before World War II was like a pioneering kind of society
Yeah.
in some ways too. And it's like spreading and getting land and like
Yeah.
coming from strife in other countries and coming to America. There was no one in America.
Yeah.
It was just waiting to be taken.
That's what they tell us anyways.
That's what they tell us anyways in this episode. And so
It was a gift from the Native Americans.
exactly. They didn't want it.
They didn't even want
Yeah, they were just kind of over it. They're like Grand Canyon. Pfft,
We don't need that.
that's bullshit.
Rocky Mountains?
Yeah, exactly.
Take them.
Boring. You really want these things? Yeah, you can have them. So it was kind of about, getting your own plot of land.
Yeah.
The individual, the like starting your own life and making it was even something that began around that time. And you could say that was the start of the kind of American dream that we know now.
The manifest destiny.
Yes. And it would come post World War II to mean like almost like a very literal thing. The white picket fence, the suburbia and everything like that. There was this idea of what the American dream was and that anyone can make it no matter what. Yes, you'll face strife and you'll face difficulties, but an American is tough.
Yeah.
An American doesn't cry. They fight and they usually do it for a woman.
Yeah.
Or for the love of the game. Game meaning baseball.
Oh, yeah. Not dildos.
I think the mute button.
Started turning on.
So,
Yeah.
was there more you wanted to say kind of about pre-World War II?
Yeah. Because you're bringing up basically like the post-colonial age of America when we're kind of conquering the rest of the country. Going from the eastern seaboard into like Midwest and then far west and stuff like that. But I would almost go even further back.
No,
Right?
No, I can't. No.
Like when we consider the mythology of America and like what the American dream stands for, I think we have to go to the Revolutionary War.
Okay.
Yeah. And this like kind of standing up to kings and overthrowing the government and creating our own society, so to speak, right?
True. And it would go on to be like there was a lot of revolutions happening at that time. The French Revolution would happen shortly after. The Haitian Revolution, I think, happened before.
Right before,
yeah. And so
they took inspiration from that
yes,
to do this.
Yeah. And we fucked over. You know what? I'm not going to talk about this in this episode. This is the good episode.
Yeah.
The nightmare's
all
gonna
the
be,
good things.
Yeah, the next one's going to be fun. Next one's when we get to really talk.
Because we're glossing over a lot of stuff
yes,
right
exactly. Because we're just, hey.
Yeah.
We're looking at the glossy buildings.
Yeah.
And we're not going on the street level yet.
Yeah.
We're looking at the skyscrapers.
Yeah.
I think yes, I think that's a really good place to look at it too. Is it was obviously there was the literal like no taxation without representation, but it was like, hey, we're gonna make our own way. You're treating us like shit. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Yeah.
And
that collectivism,
the
American spirit you're kind of talking about.
Yes, exactly.
Because I think like according to Wikipedia, like tenets of the American dream originate from the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, like these documents that we have define like what our principles are, the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Yes.
All men are created equal, things like this.
Yeah.
And then so Wikipedia kind of talks about how the definition of the American dream sort of changes over time. And you were kind of mentioning this as well, as like you kind of start out with ideas of democracy and liberty and equality. But nowadays it's more associated with the idea of like social mobility, material wealth, like obtaining things and having things.
True.
Like throughout our history.
Oh my God, it is so much more of that now.
Yeah.
Than
it's
it
like
was
developing.
Yeah.
And so there's this like there's basically the merging of like democracy and liberty and freedom, like as ideas, and like submerging that into the material as like symbolism of that, even though it doesn't represent, but like having a house, having a car is representation of freedom within America.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. The drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Literally.
So I think when we look at that kind of definition, I don't know. I feel like whenever we chose these movies, that was more or less the central sort of idea behind it, right? Is like the material stuff of the American dream, the social mobility. And things like that,
that's definitely a huge. That's definitely a huge part of it. And then like I would say 3 of those feel like really appropriate.
Yeah.
And then 2 feel like
propaganda.
Yes. Propaganda is good here though, folks.
Yeah.
I think that's
a propaganda.
Yeah. One is kind of teaching you that, or 3 of them are teaching you like, hey, to get the American dream is hard work.
Yeah. Probably more honest to what that means and stuff. Yeah.
And then the other 2 are just like, hey, what is American ideals in movie form?
Yeah.
You know, versus like literally looking at like they almost like exist in like a fictional world.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm guessing Top Gun Field of Dreams.
Yes. Those ones, there's no talking about
social mobility.
No. I mean, I guess Field of Dreams has a money problem. Like he is at a certain point dealing with like, oh, how are we going to do this? But that's so
in the background and they don't care.
Yeah, no. He's not stopping his dream. Let's just say that.
You could say Top Gun is like trying to achieve for something
Certainly.
more.
Yeah. It's definitely like, hey, I'm going to win this thing. That's very American.
Right. Yep.
Be like, all right. If you
back-to-back World War champs.
Yeah, if you ain't first, you're last.
Shout out Ricky Bobby.
Okay, so we haven't even said the 5 films.
Yeah, I know.
So
first one,
It's a Wonderful Life,
1946.
Yes,
Frank Capra.
The classic Christmas movie that so many people watch.
Yeah. Oddly, they would play this a lot, like in school for us.
Oh, for like around that time.
Yeah.
Oh,
like Christmas stuff.
I didn't watch it until like I think 2016.
Crazy.
So I was 24.
Yeah.
The first time I watched it.
Probably seen this like 4 or 5 times in my life.
Yeah. So I like it doesn't necessarily have like this like deep connection to my childhood as it does for a lot of people, but I get it.
Yeah. This one fucked me up.
Yeah.
Fucked me.
We'll get there. The next one is Rocky.
Yeah. 1976. 30 years later.
Yes, it is it's 30 years later after that, and it is the 50th anniversary because this is a bicentennial movie.
Oh,
yes.
True. They talk about that in the movie.
They do because that's kind of the point of the fight is to January 1st, 1976. We're having this fight. Yeah. Whatever.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, in an almost infamous in the way it was made.
Yeah.
And the actual creation of it is infamous.
To
the American dream as well. Very similar. Art
it's meta.
Imitating life imitating art.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have Rocky. Then we have I'm just going in order of
Top Gun.
Time. Top
10
Gun.
years later.
Wow, that's funny.
So crazy.
This is kind of weird, actually. But Field of Dreams, no.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
We get 2 in the 80s because the 80s feels very
American.
America.
Yeah.
So you had Top Gun, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, fighter pilots.
In the 80s, from a broad spectrum, like that's when you see America go more conservative.
Yes.
And like fall back into their American values and stuff. So
jingoism and everything like that. And just like rah America.
Yeah.
Small government, all of these things. And
trickle down economy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And because it is like, it really was important to frame what the American dream is.
Yeah.
And what it wasn't. And how you're not getting it because of something else, basically.
And I think a lot of it has to do with like trying to come back from the 60s and 70s and like try to bring everything back in and reframe everything.
Yeah.
You know, because it felt like America was like losing control of itself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah, because the 60s were breaking it. Vietnam broke it in a lot of ways, or was tearing it apart.
Vietnam civil rights, like you get like everything happening all at once.
Yeah. It was a cultural revolution.
Yeah.
So thank God we fucking piled it up. We fixed it. And so we get, these are the
big old Band-Aid.
And so up next, we've got Field of Dreams.
Yep.
Now this movie.
Top tier.
Yeah.
1989. With an Oscar nominated actress.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oscar-winning actress.
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Forgot.
Amy Madigan
Yeah.
as the wife that will do anything.
Yep.
You know,
The good wife.
Yeah, exactly. The wife that is just like, you know what? This dream of yours
Yeah.
to destroy our crops and make a baseball field,
Go for it.
go for it. And when money troubles happen, I'll mention
Who cares?
it. But I'm
Yeah.
always gonna let you get what you want, Kevin
Kev
Costner.
Cost. Kev at no cost.
Yeah. And it made me wish that the wife, Amy Madigan, was the wife in Minari.
Yeah.
He really could have used a support.
Yeah, great
system.
pairing.
Yeah, it is an interesting pairing. Isn't
Yeah.
It? Yeah. Because then we get to Minari,
Minari.
which is much more out of all these movies. Obviously, I guess it feels more like It's a Wonderful Life and Rocky, where
Yeah.
there is some bad feelings.
Yeah.
Like it's not all rah, rah, rah like
Yeah.
the other two. There is some like, ooh, and especially Minari, I feel like is the darkest we go.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rocky has
The most
some-
honest.
But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, there's some fucking awful
Rocky's
people in
not
that.
honest.
Yeah, exactly. But Minari, yeah, no, it feels like honesty. It's
Yeah.
about the first one of these movies that isn't white people.
Right.
It is like about the immigrant experience,
Right.
and I think it's in the 80s.
Yeah.
is when it takes place.
Based
So
in the 80s, yeah.
yeah, so it
Kind of
also in that-
speaks to
yeah,
everything.
totally. Yeah. So we kind of like land on, It's a Wonderful Life, which is like post-war defining this. Also, though, talking about a time before the war.
Yeah. Right.
It's all these other times basically.
Yeah.
And then it ends up getting to.
Because It's a Wonderful Life is like Great Depression, right?
Yeah. It's Great Depression for a point.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of where it's kind of early on there.
Yeah.
And then it ends basically when World War II ends because his brother gets the Medal of Honor and shows up
Right.
at the Christmas party or whatever.
Right.
And then Rocky is kind of like
Bicentennial.
bicentennial, and then the rest are 80s era,
Right.
either made or themed,
Right. Wow.
which is like when you're really
When you really get the America like feeling. I guess.
exactly, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Like we planned.
Yes, exactly. We do kind of sometimes stumble into these things. So, and
Yeah.
let's be real, it was actually kind of hard to figure out what we were
Worked.
only going to do 4 movies for all
Yeah.
of these, but then it was like we kind of just was like, we'll just go all in. We'll do 5.
Well, I think we had It's a Wonderful Life, Rocky, Top Gun, and then Minari and Field of Dreams were like,
Interchangeable. We're going to watch Minari and think about whether
Yeah.
to add. And then the next episode, American Nightmare, had a similar situation where it's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, maybe we swap this in.
right. But it just felt like Field of Dreams speaks to what like the American vibe is.
Yeah.
I don't know about the American dream per se, even after watching it. I mean, like if it's relatable to Minari, maybe there's an argument that it is, but like just baseball and like fatherhood and Midwest like
Yeah.
aesthetics, like it just
It's
felt-
American values.
yeah.
You know? And maybe that's almost like what this episode is too. Like
Yeah.
American Dream, I think it's just another way of saying American values.
Yeah, totally.
For this episode.
Right.
And it's like
The
what
ethos.
it means to be American.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ethos, the fighting, the struggle,
Yeah.
for your dream.
Pick you up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, all of these has everyone struggling to get their dream.
Yeah.
They're struggling to find their dream, which I guess many movies are that.
Yeah.
But these movies so explicitly so.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Like framing it within that kind of structure, like story structure. Yeah.
Yep, totally.
Did you have a favorite?
Ooh.
Or so I guess like thinking about America, like which one do you feel like speaks to this theme most? Maybe is a better question.
Yeah, let me think, because it is.
Or speaks to your America.
Oh, okay. So maybe like a which one I think has the personal touch.
Sure.
The Ryan DNA in it.
Sure, yeah. Something like that.
That's a great question. It probably is It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
I would say out of all of these, I think that to be honest, I think a little too much sentimentality in like the Top Gun Field of Dreams direction
Sure.
can be like
detrimental.
It's not really the Ryan recipe. But It's a Wonderful Life had a lot of really great things. It's a classic. It's
so good.
Spans time. It's wonderfully shot, wonderfully acted. And
pun intended.
Oh my God. I was wondering why the word felt so good to say. And now I kind of know why.
It's in the name.
It's a Wonderful Life. It's a wonderful movie.
Yeah, truly. Yeah.
You feel the same way about It's a Wonderful Life? Does that speak to you the most, or
you know,
to your kind of like America?
It's so funny, like when we're comparing the dream versus the nightmare. I thought I would enjoy the nightmare movies like a lot more. I rated on average these movies higher.
See, I'm the opposite.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Super weird.
Yeah.
Super weird. But I think I do latch on to like the idea of the American dream.
You've got it
in some ways.
You've got it in you.
I mean,
like
okay.
Sometimes you play it up or whatever in some direction, but you've got it in you.
So to kind of
reveal
like my testimony.
Yeah.
I do really like romanticize like the blue collar worker. And to me, that is the definition of America. Like when you look at World War II and like why we were able to do what we did, it was the level of sacrifice and like community and like coming together that really like made that happen. Like we gave up so much. Like we stopped eating food. We stopped like doing all these things.
Wartime, yeah.
You know, the war bond stuff and like all that shit. Like that level of community, you don't see. You lose that after COINTELPRO, basically.
Yeah.
You know, the disintegration.
Don't look that up,
organization.
Folks. Don't look that up.
And whatnot, you know? Yeah. Flag yourself.
Yeah. Don't. Yeah, well, there's that too, but also we're trying to keep it light in here.
Oh, yeah. American dream. Say it 3 times fast.
Yeah.
So I definitely, like, when I watch these movies, you get that spirit in it of like the down on your luck kind of trudging through the daily and trying to make it through your shit, you know?
Yeah.
Especially in It's a Wonderful Life, Rocky, and Minari. And I really like Field of Dreams in the way it's expressing those things as well. Like the Midwest kind of American man. You know, there's something like charming about that in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, it is like what it feels like ingrained in us to want a little farm.
Yeah. I want to have a little farm.
Right? You kind of want this thing, and it is certainly the Midwest did a heavy amount of painting of what the American dream is.
Yeah.
There's so much about it that is so much a part of the American definition.
Yeah.
That you kind of find that that's where so many of these characters come from that are in these movies, the East and to the Midwest, especially.
Yeah, like The Great Gatsby.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, The Great Gatsby is a perfect movie that could exist in both of these.
Yeah.
American Dream and American Nightmare.
True.
But it does feel kind of
that's the American absurdism.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Is the balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I see. Yeah. Of all the ones that are like, so, because it also, Field of Dreams isn't like being so American, like in its like presentation.
Sure.
Because we could say Top Gun extremely, like there's American flags everywhere and everything. Yeah. Minari, definitely.
Yeah.
There's a lot about America and doing that. And then I think, I guess It's a Wonderful Life and Rocky, not really. I mean, Rocky somewhat.
I think, yeah. The bicentennial.
Yeah, that in the way, but other than that, kind of feels like.
I mean, he's like a blue collar guy.
Yeah.
And he's trying to make it.
Yeah, I guess I'm more talking about like America, literally as like a tool, a storytelling tool almost.
Right.
Like the flag, all these things, and certainly Rocky has that.
It's not so overt, though.
Yeah, not as overt.
I think It's a Wonderful Life does, in its kind of chronicling of American mythology, like the Great Depression, World War II, like all these things are so important to our identity and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So It's a Wonderful Life. You've seen it. a number of times.
Yeah.
This time you said you got hit with a ton of bricks.
Yeah. So for context, I watched it after Afterlife and Synecdoche, New York on the same day.
Nice.
And it does feel like all three of those movies are hitting very similar things.
Yeah.
Like reflecting on your life, like your
kind of in a supernatural way too,
yeah.
which is interesting.
Yeah. Confronting your own death and everything.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think It's a Wonderful Life does it the best. Like obviously it's like Christmas Carol, but it just hits more within this context for me.
It's like it's Christmas Carol plus.
Yeah, because
it's so much more. It's Christmas Carol for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah, because it's giving you all this context of who he is.
Oh yeah,
like the sacrifices that he has to make, and that to me is like the Americanness, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you give up your dream to do this very mundane thing but it's the responsibility of your family and taking care of everybody in the community, doing the right thing. Like he's kind of forced his hand into doing this thing and looking out for other people. And the amount of times he's had to like save people's asses and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I think for me, it's like that ending scene when everybody's giving him money back.
Yeah. I cried.
I fucking sobbed. Like it's not even enough to say I cried.
Yeah.
I was like,
you're wailing.
like,
oh, it's that one. Yeah.
Like deep, like having, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It really got to me, like that to me, I think is what I miss in America today. It's like people are so closed-minded and individualistic and we don't have any of those things anymore. Like the level of community and like organization and stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like the anti-communist movement destroyed America.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and especially with the fall of the Soviet Union, America won. And so America got to dictate the terms now of the new world, new world order. And it basically was like, hey, our way or the highway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Democracy rules.
Yeah. Democracy. Well, shit. We're talking about the America dream.
I know. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard.
Trying. I'm going to unleash on the next one for sure.
Oh yeah. We're going in. So yeah, I guess like, I don't know where this conversation going.
Yeah. I can keep us going on a certain thing. I was just going to one at a time kind of go through these.
Sure.
On them. Rocky.
Yeah. I also really like this one. Yeah. Too, for similar reasons.
Jeez, it's dark.
It's dark.
There's it's also like just so real.
Yeah.
Like it's
gritty.
Yeah. It's very gritty. It's about, a guy trying to get out of you could say the slums. Like, they're kind of like living out on the outskirts of town.
Like this is New Hollywood.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And you can clearly see the Altman influence and all of these things.
And the way it's shot.
That's what I was going to say. And to think the cinematographer would go on to do The Karate Kid and The Karate Kid 2. Same director. Same director as well. Yeah. They worked together. But honestly, they didn't do much. Yeah. Like that is like that
elevated.
But that was the thing is like you when you watch a boxing movie now, it would not like I bet you Creed looks very different than this.
Yeah.
Like it's
digital.
Probably exactly. It's so much more in your face. Yeah. It's all of these things. This is like wide, letting the scene play out.
It's like
the coverage.
It's like theater.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the coverage is not there that much. Yeah.
Which is great.
Exactly. It definitely feels like it's taking a lot of influence from Mike Nichols.
Yep.
I'm getting that a lot. And just kind of like letting these wild personalities play out.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that's a Cassavetes thing too.
I think I wrote in my review, like, it feels like a Cassavetes movies that doesn't know how to act like Cassavetes.
Yeah.
Because even in the portrayal of the male character, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so gruff and like grumpy and masculine. The way like a John Cassavetes character is, like, it's so kind of like, what's the word? Like abrasive.
Yes.
You're like, oh, this feels really weird, but it's just like, that's how people were.
That's what it felt. Yeah. Because it definitely is. There's some cringe to it of like, oh my God, he's so pushy. She said no. Like there's a lot of like that sort of thing in it where it's like, Jesus, but it's like, I know the movie's trying to say this guy,
he's trying.
He's trying. He's a good guy. Haven't you seen how he he treated that little girl and told her not to be a whore.
Yeah.
Wasn't that beautiful scene?
Yeah.
So it's got a lot of things like that. It definitely feels like it's from another time.
Yeah.
But it's, it's trying to make it in that time, the bicentennial.
Yeah.
Trying to create this new thing. And I guess the American dream plays a really big part in it because that's what Apollo Creed is trying to do.
Yeah.
He basically is like, he can't find a
formidable opponent.
So he's like, all right, we're going to bring someone from the bottom and let them have a chance at the thing. And the movie ends up not really caring about that at all. And it ends up being like the struggle to make it.
Yeah.
And he realizes kind of at the end, that's not what he cares about. Adrian! I feel bad. But making fun of Sylvester Stallone.
It's okay. You can take it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and like for those of you that don't know, very interesting story of how it's made. Also a very American dream story. Sold his dog just to get some of the funds to make it, and then bought the dog back at the end.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know. So there's a lot of things like that. Like to get this movie made required a lot of
sacrifice.
Yeah, a lot of that, and a lot of just like I don't want to say gruff, but working hard.
Yeah.
And getting your hands dirty and doing the tough shit.
Yeah.
To make your dream a reality.
Rags to riches.
Yeah. Rags to riches.
Yeah.
And that's so it plays out in a very meta way and in the film. Great boxing scenes too. It's very well done. Yeah, and especially thinking about like kind of the other big boxing movies that would come out kind of around this time, Raging Bull being one that would come out a little after. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like, it's a really cool, boxing is just a really cool film.
Yeah.
Theme idea.
Sweaty.
Yeah, it's very sweaty. You can really play that up. And you also just get a lot of really
body.
Yeah. And you get some buff guys on screen.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, that's America. Big sweaty buff dudes.
And I think it does speak to, sports being such a huge part of American culture.
Yeah.
And the trend,
Found it.
how sports is a representation of the American dream and the rags to riches story.
That's a good point because we got that in Field of Dreams too.
Yeah.
We've got like what sports means to America and Americans.
Like the mythology of it and everything.
Yeah. And that it's like in your blood. Like she's asking Rocky, like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you beating yourself up? And I actually don't remember what he said, but it was very like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Like, this is how I make my money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, what other choice do I have?
Yeah.
And Field of Dreams is like, hey, I love this. Like, I can't do anything but this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to change everything and I'm going to wait and I'm going to do all these things and I'm going to face flack from people.
I mean, and going back to your faith thing.
Yeah.
Like the American dream as faith.
Yeah.
Field of Dreams is.
Oh, yeah. That's
faith.
doing it.
It's a faith-based movie.
Yeah. Because for a while, plenty of characters don't even see some of the characters.
Yeah.
Like, that requires faith. And then they somehow just change it at the end. Like, it's very weird. Just kind of for the.
It like doesn't work.
Doesn't matter. It works as a story beat.
Yeah.
But
well, because like, have you seen Hoop Dreams, that documentary?
Of course, yes, yeah. It's been a while. But
yeah, I feel like that speaks to this idea of like how, especially ESPN and like sports media, uses that narrative within itself. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can kind of point to Rocky as being one of the originators for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm really curious about. I'm not. I didn't come into this with the knowledge of where Rocky sits on the sports movie thing.
Yeah,
but as people that grew up in a time with a lot of sports movies as kind of like really important, I think, to adolescence and childhood.
Remember the Titans?
I was just about to say, remember the Titans being one. You've got like Mighty Ducks. You've got like all
Sandlot.
of these. Yeah, Sandlot. How many more can we spit out? There's
Heavy Hitters.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Deep cut.
Yeah. Angels in the Outfield.
Angels in the Outfield.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of other especially football. Like football now kind of like takes the place of like all these kind of sports things, I feel like, more than any other sport.
You mean the football itself?
Yeah, I think
or like as a genre.
As a genre, I think that that feels like that is such the largest genre of like these kind of like sports movies.
I feel like baseball is a bigger,
you think,
like mythology within sports movies.
Really?
Yeah, like Moneyball, and then like
I don't want to. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. You're going there. But I
42.
I definitely see what you mean. Like obviously baseball, and so maybe it's close. That there's like this thing. I do think baseball goes through. I'm just like I'm thinking about like all those inspirational sports movies we grew up watching. So many of them were football. Like Remember the Titans, Invincible. There's so many. I feel like that I'm not. Oh, Friday Night Lights obviously was a show and a movie, I think. So there's a lot of things that was like, oh yeah, football, because that feels like that's like trying in a lot of ways to be the American sport. You know, and I think if we're like looking at the numbers, it probably is the most.
NFL is the highest earning sports league.
Yeah. Any idea if it's the highest watched? Probably,
highest
if
watched.
that would mean. Yeah.
Highest watched. Well, FIFA, technically.
Oh my God, that's
but it's
fucking
less,
crazy. Yeah.
It's like less frequent.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say. But they get more per thing. Because it's global.
Count.
It's global.
Yeah, exactly.
But in America, football has long, I mean, like if we're really going to talk about this stuff, like football overtakes baseball during the proliferation of television, and their TV deals really help them like solidify themselves as the American sport. But like in terms of like American culture, baseball is called the American pastime. Like they kind of hold that as the oldest sports league too. Some of the oldest stadiums in America are baseball stadiums.
Yeah.
So you get that kind of history, but I guess when we're talking about today and like what defines culture and what is bringing that, it's football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we got no football movies here.
Yeah, I know. Well, I guess like some blind spots in terms of the American dream for me was like the American Revolution. You know, like that to me, I think we missed. And then like football, we didn't get football. But I feel like baseball is more.
It feels more appropriate to this.
Yeah.
To like what this episode, what we were hoping to collect in our brains. Baseball felt like the right thing to grab.
Yeah.
Because like you said, it is the American pastime.
Yeah.
It is like so many things. And Field of Dreams does like a job to kind of say like how important it is from the very beginning, right? And
also boxing, to bring that in. Boxing was a very popular sport during that time as well.
Yeah.
Like,
even before baseball, boxing's been around, like pugilism or pugilists or whatever they're called. That's a very good point. Is boxing, because it is, oh my God, it's so perfect American.
Yeah.
Is just like this one-on-one, fight it out.
Everyone's watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like to go back to this sort of blue collarness, you know, that's where a lot of sports derives from. At least NFL, it was like people after work going and playing football games.
Interesting.
And organizing into a league, basically. So that like blue collar American spirit, that is how a lot of these sports kind of started, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
So my love for America is still going strong.
Still going strong. To keep us moving just a little bit.
Yeah.
So, as we're moving along, Top Gun.
Yeah. So it's funny, like Top Gun and Rocky are definitive movies in my family. Like my uncle really loves Rocky, and my dad really loves Top Gun.
Yeah. And so for the audience, and I feel like this has come up a number of times, but just like your family has a much more American spirit thing going on. And I think that's like there's a military angle to it.
Yep.
But definitely you come from that. So audience, when you're hearing Kevin talk about these things,
it's not weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's called Stockholm Syndrome.
Truly. Yeah.
It's been bred into them from an early age. But that's something to keep in mind. So that is very interesting because in my family, that was not... really wasn't a thing. Was I think we loved baseball. My dad played in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
So baseball was always a big thing in our family.
Right.
But the other stuff, not really.
Yeah, I was a Boy Scout.
Oh, see, I never did that,
Yeah.
but I think I would have loved it.
It was awesome.
Yeah, because I would have loved the fucking badges and shit.
Collecting.
Yeah,
all the
exactly.
things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's totally.
I would have
you.
loved that.
See, I didn't really do any of that. I didn't go to any of the scout meetings or anything. We just our troop was like so big. We had sects, like little cliques and stuff, and so we were the high adventure backpacking sort of group, and we would just do that.
Oh, that's cool.
So I was just more of like outdoorsy, kind of going on backpacking trips and hikes and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, sidetrack.
Top Gun. So you said your uncle?
My uncle liked Rocky.
Oh,
Or
liked
likes
Rocky. Okay, but your dad liked Top
My
Gun.
dad likes Top Gun because he was in the Air Force. This is the Navy, but he was
That's a very common misconception.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that this is Air Force. It's Navy, which is
Yeah.
very interesting. I was kind of like, oh, because this is the first time I've watched this movie.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's because they're on the craft, so
Yeah. They're on the aircraft carriers.
yeah.
The craft. Kevin's acting like they know what they're fucking talking about.
I don't.
Let's land on the craft. Sorry.
Kraft mac and cheese.
Kraft mac and cheese. So I want to know, like, what is it your dad
Yeah.
loves about this?
So he was in college during the 80s.
Oh yeah. If I remember reading correctly, like the military service influx happened basically after this, especially in the Navy, I imagine, and probably Air Force.
Yeah. So more people joined the military after this movie.
Yeah.
But he was in the military already.
Oh, he was already? Okay.
Yeah. So I think that was part of it, was like a movie showing his life as he was living it, basically, right?
So he lived a life just like that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, when I think of my father, I think of him in this way.
Oh, I bet he's very happy you did.
Just like being in the military, like going around drinking, going to bars, like doing your thing, struggling within the system,
God, isn't that funny? That's what the military, that's your idea of the military?
Yeah. I mean,
It's kind of just interesting.
he was in ROTC, he was going to college, doing all these things. And he would go to training and have all these weird little social events with the Air Force and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so much of his social life is built around this thing, and how he carries himself and whatnot. And he quotes this movie so much, so many things that he says to us is from this movie, I feel like.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I see the love.
Yeah. But I like it for different reasons.
Yeah. Well, Tony Scott feels like such a perfect, director for this.
Yeah.
Kind of captures that 80s energy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Because we've seen Tony Scott on this.
We have in a baseball movie.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. America.
It's so funny because he's not
I know.
American.
Yeah. There's a lot of directors like that. They seem to grasp what it is. And sometimes you got to kind of be outside the box to kind of know what.
Paris, Texas.
Interstellar. Keep going.
12 Years a Slave.
Good.
Oh, fuck.
I actually don't have another off the top of
Brazil.
You said Brazil? I feel like that takes place in probably England.
Yeah. It feels American.
Power of the Dog.
Power of the Dog.
I got you.
In a totally different country too. They shot that.
Yes and no in New Zealand. Yeah. Whoa. Anyways, so Tony Scott, he's got a certain energy to him, and it works well in this movie. I mean, what a crazy to shoot this fucking thing. Oh my God, it's crazy.
So many oranges and blues.
Oh. I mean, color, yes. I was just talking about just shooting fighter jets and stuff.
Oh,
It must have been so
hectic. They're in the cockpit and everything.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's actually so impressive.
So visceral.
Yeah, and I was never lost in the action either.
Right.
And I mean, planes move in a 3-dimensional space. It did a really good job of conveying
where they
this
are.
is the mission.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing. you know?
Yeah.
Which I appreciated a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out Top Gun, Tony Scott.
Yeah, like I wonder how you approach that. Like, do you storyboard or you're just like in there with 7 cameras, like shooting shit and like figure it out later?
You know, you have to really figure it out early.
Yeah.
Because it
like
costs
having some
so
intention,
much
right?
money to fly
True.
jets. And just keep it closer to your because you know they're coordinating with the military on this. Of course, and they almost certainly got funding from the military because that's how it works as well. So it requires
you can't use any of their fighter jets or anything without permission.
Oh, okay.
Like they have to be involved.
Okay, well that makes sense. So there's so much coordination going on with this. So yeah, I imagine it is storyboarding, but it's also like let the camera run.
Yeah.
Like there's a few shots where I was like, oh, I think this is from an earlier sequence. I was kind of seeing stuff like that because it would just show one plane kind of doing something. They're all kind of like over the desert for the most part. So they can kind of reuse some stuff. Yeah, they're not, it's not like these other movies where you'd see like they're flying through canyon. Like it's just like, you know, and I guess there's some kind of like mountains and things in this too.
Yeah.
But
I mean, a lot of it was just like sky as the backdrop.
Exactly. Yeah. And it really worked. Really worked for that. But yeah, no, and interesting. I didn't really realize it was all like taking place at like a school.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't really realize that. I thought it was like, all right, we're fighter jetting.
Oh, just
which
like
it kind of happens
men.
at the beginning and at the end.
Right. Yeah, it's a great way of framing this sort of narrative, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And like getting the kind of competitive nature of it, you know?
Yes.
Because you wouldn't necessarily get that aspect if you were just in the military, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like competing against the same people.
Yeah. Right on.
There's this great, I don't know what movie it's from, but there's this clip of Quentin Tarantino talking about this movie and the subtext of what the movie means.
Oh yeah. Because there's like a
homoerotic vibe
See,
to
I
it.
didn't really get that, but
yeah,
I could imagine it.
Yeah, from a semiotic kind of standpoint,
Yeah.
like academic reading, like there's stuff about like her wearing the leather vest at a certain point and eschewing femininity, and that he's more attracted to like masculinity, and that like who is it? The Iceman, he's like representative of the
Val
gay
Kilmer.
man,
Yeah.
and like as Quentin Tarantino, going the gay way.
Yeah, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Nice.
So there's a reading of this of like a gay man coming out of the closet, kind of a
Damn.
deal. Yeah.
You can make a movie about anything, and then it could be meant. It could mean something else entirely.
Yeah. I mean, just like the symbology and stuff.
Yeah.
So whenever I watch it, I read it in that way.
Yeah.
Of like the homosexuality aspects and stuff.
So it's hot.
It's
hot and heavy.
It's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of sweating, a lot of staring.
Yeah. A lot of, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of staring.
Yeah. The like kind of, yeah.
Yeah. And it's a lot of close-ups and things like that. Like you're really seeing Tom Cruise's unibrow. Because this was his like era before he was like trimming that.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's really raw Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Raw Cruise.
Raw Cruise. Nice.
Tom Cruising.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tom Cruising. I like that. That's a good one. Tom Cruising.
Yeah, because there's and I'm Totally Fucked Up. Don't they have the little subtitles and they call out Tom Cruise?
I don't remember that.
Or is that Nowhere?
It might be Nowhere because I don't remember that.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. We'll get to that movie one day.
He's kind of like mythologized as a homosexual man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's kind of short. Like there's this idea of like this like homosexual. Yeah. Because it's the opposite of what the kind of big man, burly man stereotype is. And then you have this other one, and that was always just like, that's gay. That's just this other thing that's queer or whatever.
Right.
And
pansy.
Yeah. And Tom Cruise is like, it feels like he's like really trying to buck that in a lot of ways. Very masculine like things that he does in movies and movies that he's chosen.
Yeah.
Especially like Mission Impossible and things like that.
Especially after where he comes from, where he's kind of like infantilized, I would say.
Yeah.
Like early in his career.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was just like the very attractive, like 80s
Heartthrob.
Heartthrob, exactly. And then you kind of get to the 90s when he's kind of like leveling off into something different.
I would say Leo has similar trajectory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And,
that's interesting.
and Timothy Chalamet.
We'll see.
I think he's trying to be more like, take me seriously as an actor.
He's got to get
man.
buff.
Yeah.
That's the next phase for Timmy.
But Leo?
Yeah. I guess Leo never really had. Yeah, that's a good point.
I think he got buff from a gravitas standpoint.
Yeah. He just
his
stands
intellect.
tall.
Yeah. His intellect is very buff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very buff. Very American.
Yeah. Very American.
Yeah.
Leo got some American movies. He got American lineage. He is a FBI. He plays a J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, you're right. Yes. He has some literally like American history things. Aviator obviously is another
Aviator.
like very about just biopics. Oh yeah, Revenant. That's a
Another
very
biopic.
Kind of, Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf
also
of Wall Street. Very American.
very.
Yeah.
Martin Scorsese. Once
American
again,
director.
could have been the American director.
Totally, yeah.
Totally. So many of his movies.
The Departed.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Speaking to
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah. Wow.
Come on.
I mean, yeah, that's another big. Oh, that's for the next episode.
Yeah. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Good things. American Dream.
American Dream.
So yeah, I guess
Nice.
I think Top Gun is pretty representative of the war genre and like how Hollywood has used movies as a propaganda tool.
Yeah.
The military entertainment industrial complex.
Yes, which we love.
Yeah. It's great. No, it's great. Transformers.
Great.
One of the greatest. And, you know, Jerry Bruckheimer
Yeah.
is a huge influence
Yeah.
in terms of like pushing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because he trained Michael Bay. You know, he got like all these big movies into place.
He
so.
was the king of the blockbuster.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
You
think still? Bruckheimer?
I mean, he hasn't been dethroned in my opinion. Maybe Marvel.
Well, I'd love to know what the
guess.
throne looks like now.
Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's the Hollywood throne for you?
Who sits on like the Hollywood blockbuster throne?
Yeah. Nolan.
Yeah, it ain't an American. It's definitely Nolan or Denis, but probably Nolan because Nolan like is so IMAX. Like he's so like
makes $500 million movies every single time.
Yeah. Like especially like the Odyssey, they've been pushing this movie for a long time.
For 2
now.
years.
Yeah. And I bet it's going to do fucking bonkers. Even though I'm like,
excited.
yeah, I'm going to anyone that loves that movies that much, I'll be there.
Yeah. Totally.
I'm watching it big.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going into the city for that
Metreon?
IMAX theater. Oh yeah.
Oh, have you been there?
I have not, but I need the stadium seating or the vertical seats. Because what you're going to do Bay Street?
I mean, I prefer going to Bay Street.
The IMAX at Bay Street? You like the IMAX at Bay Street?
It's more digestible to me.
Yeah,
like,
it just doesn't feel like IMAX. Like it doesn't feel big to me.
Like go to the Metreon.
Yeah.
It's another type of big.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been to one that, so I haven't been in the Metreon, but people that I know that have been in the Metreon and have been to, there's a theater in Phoenix, Arizona that is also a similar design. That's where I saw Interstellar. And it was fucking insane. Because it was like vertical seats, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's just too much for me. Yeah. I can't deal.
So you're saying there's such thing as too much movie for you? You heard it here first, folks.
I mean, you know me, I like sitting in the front row. Like,
yeah, you're not.
I like it being that big.
Yeah.
But I don't know, there's just I guess there is a limit.
We found it.
Yeah. Because I saw Parasite at the Metreon IMAX, and I was just like,
okay, that doesn't feel right.
This is just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parasite in IMAX?
Yeah, they did a re-release. For the IMAX.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, I'm not sold on like IMAX for everything.
Yeah.
As it feels like, but
I guess he filmed it for it. And I saw Sinners in that theater too.
Okay. Okay, so you don't stray away. You'll go there.
Yeah. I mean, if it's like, to me, if it's shot for it, then I'll figure. Yeah, I'll go there. Yeah.
Okay. Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams.
We'd be dreaming of fields. We got some faith. We got some ghosts.
That's what I really liked about this movie.
Yeah.
I didn't care about the ending and like where it chose to land, but I think this expression of faith and spirituality through sports is so interesting to me. Yeah.
Yeah. It is a very interesting, unique, cool little thing to kind of bring this up and to start to weave it into his story with his father, which is what it kind of eventually becomes.
Yeah.
And it does it fast. The movie kind of gets to the ghosts and things like really quick.
Yeah.
Because I kind of thought the whole movie was going to be kind of like trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
But it ends up being
like a Noah's Ark sort of situation.
Yes, exactly. Like eventually it was like, oh my God, yes, it was this. And they'll show up pretty quick and it'll be a game or whatever. But it ends up kind of being a big part from an early on. And I do always appreciate when movies are like that, when it's just like, let's get to the part that's on the poster.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll see kind of the aftermath of it or like what it means to keep this dream up or where's its natural end state versus just achieving the dream.
I mean, I feel like because it's structured in that way, it almost like loses steam because the second half feels so contrived, like with him going for
the James Earl Jones thing. I completely agree. I'm just like, I don't think it needed all of this. Like it's trying to be so many different movies because all of a sudden he achieves the dream and then it's like, oh, there's another dream. Like it's like trying to figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When it's like, it could have been something different.
Right.
Like it could have been, it's not until the very, very end that he's like, my father.
Yeah.
That could have happened earlier. Right. Like if we wanted him, and it could have been him rekindling stuff with his father.
I mean, that to me should have been the central point of the whole film. Right?
Yes.
Is that relationship and his
that would have been
family
nice
and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Field of Dreams for you growing up, was it?
I remember watching it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely in the back of my head.
Yeah, I think it was a back of my head movie as well. Probably in school at one point watched it.
But see, I literally only remember the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, right? All the rest I was like, the fuck
I didn't remember any
James
of that
Earl Jones, that whole thing. Like
to the point where I was like, maybe I've never seen this.
Yeah.
Because I literally don't remember any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the little girl, like, it was weird. The little girl falling.
Yeah.
Like the ending just kind of got so jumbled. And it was trying to do so many things. What did you think about the scene of her with all of the other, I guess, parents or whatever in the gymnasium?
The
book burning
communism
thing. Yeah.
Or I just spread fascism.
Yeah.
Stop the spread of fascism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very interesting. They're like trying to stop like a book burning, basically, to ban books. And there's this like, I wonder how that scene hit in the 80s, right? Which was a very anti-communist time, a very American hoorah kind of thing.
Right.
But it's like being very liberal, you might say, about it.
That was what I was going to say. It's like it's taking such a liberal standpoint.
Yeah.
Because it's not conservative and it's not necessarily socialist, but it's like very neutral in my opinion.
Which is the old, like, it was either you were conservative or that.
Yeah.
Like that's
liberal.
Yeah. And that's when we're finally like in this day and age, we're like breaking that dichotomy.
Trying to.
Yeah.
Because again, America's very anti-communist.
Yes.
So,
it is. But more and more, it's true. That is, the slide is happening. The Overton window is shifting.
Sure.
And there is more leeway than there's probably ever been since the
70s.
The 70s.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. Which
that's good to know.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like it to move a little faster. We kind of need to rush this shit.
I was kind of hoping for it like 10 years ago, but
yeah, almost like exactly 10 years ago.
Yeah. No, I remember like graduating high school and I felt almost outcasted from my friends because I had this like very strong belief in like the disintegration of America.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I very early, I just talk about this. This is going to be funny because this feels like it's not for the American dream episode. But I remember when I did the on Facebook when I got Facebook in high school.
Uh-huh.
You could pick your influential people
Oh yeah.
that you were like inspired
Karl
by.
Marx.
Yeah. Mine was Karl Marx, Einstein, and Steve Jobs.
The craziest bunch.
Isn't that crazy? But you can kind of see like
pocket libertarianism.
yeah, exactly. Like I definitely like at first I was like libertarianism was like Ron Paul was like an interesting thing to me.
Yeah.
Like I was like, oh, but then, you know, you start to dig in and you're like, oh my God, no.
Yeah.
And then you start to realize like, okay, what I want is actual freedom.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean no rules. That doesn't mean like,
Yeah.
and that's not even what anarchism is. Like that's what libertarianism is. Like anarchism is still like there's still workers' councils. There's all these things.
Yeah.
What I wanted was what real freedom is. I don't think freedom is freedom to drive your car with diesel gas and all this.
Yeah.
Freedom to me is freedom from want and freedom from worry.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is possible.
Buddhism.
Yeah. But it's only possible. I mean, I love America. Okay, I got to do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Say 3 pledge allegiances.
Yeah, exactly. Get back. That's for another time.
I know. It's so hard to like not talk about it.
Yeah, because it is just, it's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's jump over to Minari.
Yeah.
You had seen this before?
I did, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I would not have thought to put this on the list.
Oh,
just
really?
because I genuinely didn't know what this movie was about or anything about it.
Right.
So
it was like a moment
yeah,
during the pandemic and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and definitely Asian representation.
Yeah.
Which was like finally taking some like it was finally like happening on kind of a bigger scale.
Yeah,
at a certain point because they were greenlighting a lot more movies around this time.
Well, I think you have to look at the Korean film industry as having an influence.
Ooh,
on
very
good
good point.
Things.
Actually, yeah, because that was happening
was right before this.
Yeah, and true.
I think from what I know, like having Parasite allowed this to be greenlit. I think.
Yeah,
in a lot of
and
ways.
Obviously Stephen Yeun. He was already big because of The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
And so that was probably like, if we could, having this guy attached was also probably really good for it too.
And there were some of the actors in this are big in Korea. Like they're huge actors. So like having all that star power, like allowed it to kind of be successful, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like Han Hee-ri, the wife, looks like very big in over there. Yeah, so this one deals with the immigrant story coming in and achieving the American dream.
Yeah.
Or attempting to and going to Arkansas, is that where it is?
Arkansas,
Arkansas. And you know, figuring it out and starting a farm and specifically starting a Korean vegetable farm or fruit farm or whatever.
Right.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because I think if we're talking about the American dream, you know, you have to talk about immigration, you know, and
none of these other movies do.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, I can't think of another immigration movie. Maybe Coming to America.
Oh my God, Coming to America. Yes, true.
But like speaking to like the American dream values and like,
you want to know what crazy one?
Hit me.
Bowfinger.
Bowfinger. Sure.
The Mexican.
Yeah. Over and
and becoming really amazing filmmakers. Yeah. Talking about all these directions things. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yes, but the immigration story is not told, especially not told of the Asian experience,
right?
Or the Korean experience specifically,
right.
Which was, like you were kind of saying, having its moment in that time,
right?
I think Crazy Rich Asians would also come out relatively soon. Oh, before?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was also another big moment, I imagine, to getting some of these things moving.
Yeah,
because that was very successful. I've never seen it, so I can't say.
It's like Asian representation is like a whole. I think representation to me is like such a sticky conversation because it's like it was a huge political movement, and then it becomes kind of taken over by like corporations
Yes.
and stuff. And I think
Like, what does it actually mean to have representation? Is
Yeah.
a better question.
Right. And like when you look at what representation was supposed to be, it was like having doctors that were black, having like, you know, the president be, you know, it was about like seeing the possibilities of what you could be through the representation of it in your real life, you know? And then I feel like because film is like literally like the act of representation, you know, like intrinsically,
Yeah.
it gets kind of pushed into film talk. Right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we need more quote unquote representation on film.
Yeah.
But the way Hollywood is performing that to me is like it's like has a negative effect on the, to me, the community, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because then you get like kind of what you're saying is like, but then it's also like, hey, representation is going to come with good shit and bad shit.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
kind of part of it too. And
It's like AI.
yes, it's like you need to have the good and the bad.
Yeah, yeah.
So at least we can be happy that there's some of that, you know, because
Yeah.
I like I've heard before, like I'm for women's rights and women's wrongs.
Sure.
So it's sometimes it's like that in the way
Yeah.
I think about it too, is like, thank God for representation, but it is a double-edged sword because then what are you representing? Like who are you letting represent it?
Right. Because it feels like blaxploitation after a while.
Yeah.
Like, or what is problematic about blaxploitation or whatever.
Yeah.
From an industry standpoint, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it starts as like black independence film,
Mm-hmm.
but then it's like, okay, we can make money off of this, you know?
Yep.
And I think that's what, like, you know, Mulan and Lion King and like whatever other Shang-Chi, like they're all just using identity as a way to sell the movie.
Yeah.
Which I think is wrong.
Yeah.
You know, Minari though, good.
Like at least it centers like the kind of experience as like as a deeper story. Like
Yeah.
it is the story.
Right.
Is the Asian experience. It's not just shoehorned in there to get some points.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And like having it be a personal thing from the director, you know, it speaks more to the honesty and authenticity of this experience and stuff.
Yeah. It makes me not want to start a farm. I'll tell you that much.
I want to start a farm.
That looks hard.
But it's like that's the
dream.
American spirit.
The
Yeah.
American dream.
It's
Yeah.
like it is hard and you have to, you know, fight through adversity and overcome obstacles. You know, it's not, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. You know?
Wow, someone's American pilled. I'll just say that. I'm getting some serious America pillage.
Yeah. I mean, I like this America where you come in from another country and start your own business and, you know, have to figure it out and overcome a lot of these things, you know, language barrier, culture shock, XYZ versus like the tech fascist representation of the American dream where like I started out of my parents' garage and created a multi-billion-dollar
Yeah, exactly. All by myself.
company. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that is the American dream that I feel like is false and like, you know, because this isn't about, I mean, I don't know. I guess, yeah, I was just thinking about like materialism and consumerism and like how that ties into this movie, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think they got there.
Yeah.
You know, I think that there's too much struggle to like really get to that question. But you know, materialism is a big part of this because they live in a place that is kind of shit and they like it's breaking down. It's all these things, the water, all this stuff. It's like really simple stuff.
I mean, that's the crux of their conflict.
Yeah.
Is that she wants a better life.
Yeah.
You know, and that is materialism.
It is.
Basically,
Yeah. In the end, it is trying to achieve this goal.
Yeah.
And like, it's also like doing it. It's so American. in, you could, for this episode, I'm going to say in a good way, in this individualistic American.
Right.
Because he's not asking for help. If anything,
Right.
he doesn't want help. And it's
it's his
begrudgingly,
responsibility.
he brings kind of the religious guy kind of into the mix.
Right.
And it really does not want anyone, wants to do it the hard way, basically.
Right.
Even when it comes to the water, he's like, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not going to get any help or whatever. And then in the end, kind of realize I should have, just help is good. Why not? Yeah. But, if we take any lesson from this, it's that, or this is do it yourself. Fucking.
Well, I was going to say, it's speaking to this idea of individualism versus collectivism.
That is the real American battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Truly.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. And from these movies, I think individualism is great.
Is strong in all of these.
Well, yeah. And It's a Wonderful Life, definitely gets there to the end where it's okay,
sure.
Community. Well, do they all actually kind of get to, in the end, Community?
I think Rocky, yeah.
Rocky also is
Top Gun, yeah.
Just getting rid of the individual. Top Gun?
Yeah, because
what do you think?
They all come together. You can ride my tail.
Oh, yeah. It is hey, we've been against each other for a while. Let's team up finally. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, all of these are about because even in Field of Dreams, eventually all the cars are coming. Yeah. Whoa.
We got it.
We got it.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
This is individual versus the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And collectivism. And in the end, all these movies are kind of saying you got to partner up.
Yeah.
Life is a lot better when you're sharing it with someone.
So America, pro-communism.
Fuck, delete,
Announcing
delete.
It still comes through.
It does.
Yeah.
Right on.
Hell yeah.
This is part one
Fruitful?
of, very, I think.
Yeah.
Part one of 5 parts.
Yeah.
We are just getting started.
Yeah.
On, this was a great start
wet.
to this, though.
Yeah.
To set the standard for where these next episodes are going to
For
go.
sure.
Now I think we're really in the American mindset.
Yeah. Because now we can apply this lens. I'm excited to apply this lens to genre, director, and movement.
Yes. Because American Dream and American Nightmare are kind of what, they're the appetizer to everything.
It's the red and the blue lenses on the 3D glasses.
Whoa.
And then you get more
really
definition.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes, that's actually really, really good. Yeah.
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 American.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Great job. Damn, I actually really love that idea. So those are the lenses of our 3D glasses as we go and we see, just basically through that perspective, look at Western, Robert Altman, and New Hollywood. I think that's going to be wonderful.
I'm so excited, yeah.
Folks, all right. One more Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's a wrap. Bye-bye.
Good morning, America. Welcome to another episode of the America 250. Brought to you by Wine Reel and Print.
Nice. I was just Bud Light.
Sponsored by. We are the official podcast of America.
I love that.
This is Kevin.
And this is Ryan.
And we're here today to talk about the American Nightmare.
Yes. It's going to be a great episode.
So good.
It's a perfect opportunity to, I think, let folks know that we actually recorded another American Nightmare episode. And so this slew of movies is actually different than what we had originally intended.
Yeah.
We recorded it. It wasn't really what we wanted to do. The conversations weren't really about, I felt, about the American nightmare
Right.
or what have you.
I agree. I agree.
And so I let Kevin go wild because that was a lot of what the last episode was, is like, there was just, the vibes weren't right. So I was like, you know what, Kevin?
Because it went back to this thing of like, we were talking about the movies and what we liked and what we didn't like.
And that's like, not the conversation.
That's not what this is.
Yes.
Because we have a theme and we have an idea.
Yes. And that's what I liked about the American Dream episode.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's what it was, the comparison, right? It's like, we weren't talking about the movies, we were talking about this other thing.
Exactly.
And so that's what I want to do with this, is like kind of format a different episode with different movies that is more complementary to the American Dream episode.
I'm pumped.
All right. So I'm hungry. I'm sore, I'm tired, but I'm so excited to get down and dirty with y'all about this.
Kevin had a plan, and they weren't willing to share it with me.
No, yeah, so I kind of love the
the surprise will be real in whatever you see or hear.
Yeah, because this is like the rap bread and butter, I feel like, is the lesson plan. You know what I mean?
True. It is true.
German expressionism and all that.
My favorite.
Yeah, so to take us back to this first episode, all the way back to a couple weeks ago, when we talked about the American Dream.
Yes.
Right? And so what does that mean, as an overview, in quick bullet points? We're looking at like life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness.
Yes.
Talking about manifest destiny.
Yes.
Right? Obtaining material wealth through social mobility, right? And then this is a democratic equality. This is a life for everybody.
You can be anything you want to be if you work hard enough.
Yep.
And the only thing standing in the way is your own grit.
Right.
And how much you're willing to put in. And
yeah. Right. And so I think at the baseline, the American Nightmare is basically saying all of that is a lie. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, it's not true. And so what does that mean? Does it mean that it doesn't exist? Maybe in some ways. But I feel like there's almost an exact kind of definition to what the American Nightmare actually kind of is. And so before I get to that point,
I love this.
I want to talk about absurdism again. The philosophy of absurdism and like how this relates to what I'm going to talk about.
Well, I will say, to jump in, you have to be absurd to be an American.
Yeah.
You have to try to make pieces fit that don't fit.
Exactly.
And that is American absurdism.
Exactly.
And that's something I think more and more things need to really latch onto and be like that and be willing to square the circle.
Because to me, that is the new era of America, like identity, like coming to terms with these things. Anyways, so what you're saying is spot on.
Thank you.
Right? Like we talk
about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this pretty often. But we've had another America episode before, so
true.
It's definitely come up. But to kind of break it down, for the listeners, audience, people, what is absurdism? Like, what is the actual philosophy and stuff, right? So there's basically 3 points that get to this absurdity thing, right? So you have this idea that the universe is meaningless. And so that's like existentialism and like nihilism, right? The basic principles of like these other sort of philosophies that question the meaning of life and like, does this actually matter? You know what I mean?
I think that's great because once again, it still goes in the line of like, how do you, when you look at life, it's like the same people are like, how do you believe in God when terrible things happen?
Exactly.
You have to, it is absurd. All of this is absurd.
Exactly.
Yes.
That is hitting that point, right?
Yeah.
Because that's like basically postmodernism.
Sure.
And so the second idea is I'm a person who is looking for meaning. Right? Like
Makes
ultimately
sense.
You will look at life and try to pull meaning from it. And like, that's just how you function as a person, right? That is being human. Love and like community and family. These are all just things that like provide meaning for us, And so where does absurdity come from? Absurdity, the idea of absurdism is like life, it's like the resulting juxtapositions and contradictions that stem from an individual searching for meaning in a meaningless universe. Like you will, like you said, you're trying to square peg in a circle hole. It just doesn't fit. And that is absurdity.
Yes.
You trying to fit that thing into a piece that won't fit, you know?
And so you end up getting this point of like, well, I'll just trust it does fit.
Yeah. And that is the absurdism.
Exactly.
It's faith. It is at least for the modern person, the philosophy of absurdism is like faith that life will be okay.
And that if I work hard enough, I'll find success and that everything will work out in this beautiful country of ours.
So to apply that to this idea of the American dream, I propose like the definition of American absurdism, which is like the belief in the American dream, despite the dream being unavailable or inaccessible for certain groups of people. Like ultimately the promises of prosperity and success. Oh, this is different. Okay. Okay. That's different. But okay. So that point of like like the absurdity of believing that this thing can be true and can be good, knowing that it is not true or good in reality. Right. And you have to look at America today to say that like, all the American dream is not true.
Yes. So you might have listened to the last episode and gotten America pilled like many of us.
Yeah, myself included.
Yes. And then you turn ooff the podcast equipment, you head home. Yeah. And then you
watch I Am Cuba.
Es Cuba. But there's so I hate to break it to you, I guess is the short way to put it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that, and especially these movies for sure are trying to do that.
Yeah.
And asking ourselves, and there's at least two that feel like they really are asking really powerful questions on what it means to be an American and how to become an American and everything like that. That, Minari paints such a beautiful picture compared to so many of these other things.
These are like the anti-Minari.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck Minari.
Yeah. So I think that brings up a good point of like my next bullet of like when you look at the American Dream movies, you're seeing like this idea leading to prosperity and success. Mm-hmm. But I think you don't get that. You get that same promise of like, if you do this, you can succeed or gain a better life or whatever. But the end of the movie is a tragedy, right? Like, so this is the sentence of the promises of prosperity and success lead to a life of violence and death. Yeah. That's basically all these movies, right? Yeah. And so I think violence is a huge part of our discussion here. I think you brought that up in that other episode too. But I think 3 of these movies are examples of the American nightmare and showing that sentence. Yeah. And then I think 2 of these movies kind of show the culture of violence in America and like how, like what does that mean at a allegorical sense or a very like literal sense? Yeah.
I think they're nihilistic. Yeah. Too. I mean, I think at least those 2, I'm guessing which ones you're talking about, I think are just are nihilistic. Sure. In what they're saying, and they kind of just use it for entertainment purposes. Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I think we're on the same page.
I think so. We'll find out, but I think so.
All right. So I'm going to start with the 3 examples of American Nightmare. Perfect. And kind of intro us to like how they're kind of doing these things. Or we can talk about like how these ideas mesh into that. Cool. So I want to start with Boyz n the Hood by John Singleton.
Blew my mind just to get that out of the way. Yeah, 19 something. Yeah. But I had never
like seen all of film history.
Yeah, exactly. 19 something. Yeah. It's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. If you were to
guess. It's a pretty good guess. Yeah.
It blew my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. It was crazy. And I was just, by the end, I was just crying. Yeah, no, I was just, it felt, because here's the thing. And I know this isn't necessarily talking about American Nightmare, but I love directors' first movies. Yeah. Like there's a magic to them. He was
like in his 20s.
It's crazy. And so this just is mind blowing in what it's capable of doing and how big it gets in its story and how beautiful it is and how it just takes its time before it gets absolutely actually horrific.
Yeah.
And horrible.
Right.
And I'm like crying because the scene in the house with the
Oh my
guy
gosh.
it's insane
Yeah.
how raw it was. And the movie did such a good job of like of really showing no violence until like it got a little bit later when all of a sudden you're starting to hear gunshots, all of a sudden all these things.
It's like
and then it blows
closing
up.
in.
Exactly. It's all closing. The helicopters going around.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Yes.
And
it's like translating this life experience into a movie.
Yes.
You know, into a drama.
It's crazy. It's something that you would see honestly on stage or something. It's
Right.
like so beautifully poetic.
True. So true.
Yeah. So that's my hot take on Boyz in the Hood, a universally beloved film.
Well, that was what kind of struck me as well, was like I had this idea of what this movie was in my head as like being like Friday or like one of those movies, you know?
The
Just like,
font kind of says that.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
or
that's such a good
Spike
thing.
Lee or something, you know?
I mean, there is like I guess like LA quote unquote like ghetto culture was like a certain
The Hood movie.
The Hood movie.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so like there's a certain level of it. And some of them have tended to go in the goofy, almost like stoner direction as well.
I mean, to play into the absurdity of this life, right?
That's like to tell the real story would kind of suck.
Yeah.
Like the life kind of sucks,
yeah,
you know?
It's bleak.
Yeah, it's very bleak. So we got to like spice it up a little bit.
Right.
And then you kind of get this movie when you actually do the real thing.
I mean, it's like, I'm surprised this isn't like top 250 movie.
I am kind of blown away. Like,
you know what I mean?
It isn't like as tippity top as I really think it is.
Yeah.
Because it is absolutely on the level of Do the Right Thing. Do
yes.
the Right Thing is just,
if not higher.
Yeah, exactly. Like Do the Right Thing is kind of just sillier and more stylistic and everything like I mean, every performance is good.
Yeah.
Everything is great.
I mean, out of the 250 movies that we've seen, I feel like this is in that same
100%
tone, you know? Like, it's so crazy. It's so well made. The structure of the story, the shots are beautiful.
It's perfect. Yeah.
The actors, like the casting is like amazing.
Crazy.
So many powerful performances. Like, yeah, it's just wild.
Yeah,
amazing film. Outside of this whole episode.
It really, it's like it's undeniable. It's like how Sound of Music in the musical episode, you can't deny there's something else going on. And this was the one out of all of these. And I think
for sure.
And there's one other that I think was surprisingly like, whoa, this is something.
Sure.
But yeah, this one, it stands on its own in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's like its own movie.
Yeah.
I kind of like, I mean, that's what's so crazy about this episode in general. Like I have this whole lesson plan or whatever, but I kind of just threw these movies together, like did a quick Google search, like, all right, I guess we can throw this in.
Yeah. I trusted you. I was like, you know what? Let's see what happens. I think there's something interesting here.
Yeah. So, you know, there's something to this American Nightmare idea, right? Yeah. And I think what this movie shows is like, I think it was James Baldwin who said like, there's two Americas. There's like this white America, upper class, upper middle class, even non-white people can go into this space, corporate America, you know what I mean? And then there's
space for them.
Yeah.
A small amount.
if you talk right.
Yeah, exactly. If you talk right, if you're
dress good.
Yeah, if there's things you're willing to sell.
Yeah.
Of yourself.
Right.
You know, that comes with your culture, your hair.
Yeah.
You know, all of those things. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then there's like Black America who lives underneath and like has to, you know, the like sundown towns, Jim Crow law shit, and like all these things like that's still affecting America today.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And like the idea that there is like a hood, like is a segregation at large. You know what I mean? And so I feel like what this movie is showing is like the promise of being able to get out of this situation.
Yeah.
And it still being a fateful end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think specifically with that one character who's like, he's the best character out of them. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't like go.
You're talking about the football player?
The football player.
Yeah,
he's like, everyone knows he's talented, that he has potential and he can go somewhere. And he's like living a straight life so that he can get to that level. And he's the one who gets killed. And I think that kind of speaks to just the the drama and the effect of like this sort of situation. Yeah.
It's so crazy because the movie could feel cheesy.
Yeah.
You know, but there's something like it goes so beyond that with the performances. It's crazy. And also to say like Lawrence Fishburne's character is one, like he's not willing to leave.
Yeah.
He's staying to change, like to make it better because he sees, he's saying gentrification. There's a great scene where he's in front of a billboard talking to everyone. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And the movie like doesn't make it silly. It actually has these people actually have real conversations.
Right.
It's kind of like in Medicine for Melancholy, where all of a sudden you're sitting in the room of like a housing
committee
meeting with people, like a tenant rights meeting or whatever. And it's all of a sudden it's like, whoa, we're actually learning real things. Which is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, that to me, that whole gentrification scene was like in line with this history of Black cinema and even just like Black culture, right?
Oh, it's always being gentrified and absorbed.
Well, it's like this passing down of knowledge and stuff like to the next generation.
Oh,
like,
sure.
Like enlightenment, you know what I mean? Like Black Panther Party wasn't just like a violent group. They were like educating people and like free lunch for school kids. Like they
saw the actual problems.
Yeah, they were like providing things for, and a lot of like civil rights movements and like it's a culture being passed down, you know? You have to be woke. You have to be awake to the system at hand and like how it's treating you, you know what I mean? And like we have sex talks, you know what I mean, with parents. A lot of Black parents have to have gun talks and like police talks, you know what I mean? Like this whole culture of is, I don't know where I was going with this, but like it's just like a whole other thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it was just great, you know.
It's so good. And the world it builds is amazing.
Yeah.
You really feel like you're there. The characters play it so well. And you absolutely tragic ending. Very fitting of the American Nightmare.
Yeah. Because you see the elements of American Dream, like having sports be a central part of it, right?
And even there's a moment where the guy, like there's a great scene where the guy who is the recruiter or whatever he'd be called, comes to the house. He has to walk up the steps where everyone's kind of hanging around.
Yeah.
Ice Cube's character being like the one that like he does actually really care about his brother.
Yeah.
And he
takes care of him.
Exactly.
And stuff,
But then they have a big fight at a certain point. It's all very good. But he like lets him in and everything. And it's going well. But then the guy, the recruiter, he's like, oh, is that your little brother?
Yeah.
And it's like a little kid. He's like, oh no, that's my son.
Yeah.
And you could see this tinge of like it's dying there too. Like even though he's spotless in every way, he still isn't good enough.
Right.
He still isn't the white
grades.
boy, you know, like he isn't like the
perfect
stereotypical child that you'd want to have or whatever to tell their story or whatever. Because it's so much more than just being good enough.
Yeah.
The image is everything.
Yeah. There's this great short story about this, basically like white boys can make mistakes and like fuck up.
Oh, that's a classic.
You know, but Black boys, they have to like be squeaky clean, and even one thing will tear them down.
I think that's like Obama too. Like it's one of those things where it's like he had to be and I think that's in a lot of reasons why he didn't amount to as much as he could have.
Right.
Because he had
that
to play
pressure.
this game.
Yeah.
You know?
And you look at Trump and George Bush and compare them to Obama.
Oh my God, they can do anything they want and destroy everything and kill all
and
these
be
people.
dumb.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obama was just, he tended the empire.
Yeah.
You know, and
he was just good enough.
Yeah, exactly. But it led to a lot of what he
was just as bad as any other president.
Oh yeah, I mean, he still committed war crimes.
Yeah,
he did all of these things. He set up all of these terrible things for the future presidents to take advantage of.
Exactly.
So
the neoliberal mindset stuff.
Because it always, I hate to break it to you folks, it always leads to the fascist state.
Yep.
There is, because you just need more and more and more control.
Yep.
And you have to, and then the absurdity gets so insane.
Yeah, that we get Donald Trump.
Exactly. You get Donald Trump, and then like, how do you get yourself out of it? Like you have to explode it. You have to tear it apart. That's the only way. And like for the Civil War, we had to fight and kill each other.
Yeah.
That was the only way to like pause everything.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, we like, it's crazy to call it a pause, but that's the only time like things break enough where someone says, all right, I give up.
Yeah.
And then that wasn't even enough. You find out with
still going.
Yep. We're still like the reconstruction did not last.
Did not work.
And here we are. Same exact problems.
Yeah. So
okay, what's the next
great
one?
Start. So yeah, I think that's a lot of great stuff.
Great stuff. Great selection.
Yeah. And then I kind of wanted to, with Boyz in the Hood, talk about Killers of the Sheep. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
I did. Yes. I watched it in film school, like at some, like it was like a film series we would do, which I think I take a lot. I think I told you that was the guy who ran the film series was the one that listened to our podcast and was basically like, you weren't paying attention in class to me.
Calling you out.
Yeah, calling me out because I was like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
But then said that they're like, oh yeah, is that person always on the podcast? I'm like, yeah, they're the ghost. They're like, oh, they're so smart. So congrats to you.
Well researched.
But, it was The Outsiders was what it was the theme of that semester.
Sure,
and basically every Tuesday you'd go there and you'd watch a film that was an outsider film.
Okay.
And
Killer of the Sheep,
and Killers of the Sheep was one of them.
Yeah, because it was like outside Hollywood. It's like a thesis film. But that's kind of what I talk about with like the legacy of Black cinema and like talking about these themes, showing these sorts of stories, like the inner city LA kind of narrative.
Yeah.
Specifically with both of those movies. But I just think there is this sort of legacy throughout American history that kind of does get overlooked when we talk about like American cinema. You know? Like blaxploitation gets cornered into its own thing.
Did you watch Shaft?
I did watch Shaft.
In kind of preparation.
Yeah, I think so. Kind of like accidentally, I think.
How does that hold up?
I love that movie.
Nice.
I thought it was great.
It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Because that director is like smart.
Yeah.
He like knows what he's doing, and there's like the editing in that movie is so like smooth and cool.
Yeah.
That like, cause I've seen like the like badass sweet badass.
Yeah.
I've seen like other blaxploitation films. Nothing really compares to this one, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Even though it was made by a studio and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, because these things make money and people want in on that.
Yeah. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
Like they are trying to, but that was coming out in an era where they were like, we got to do things. Yeah. So we have to go more towards the demographics.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
That era.
So yeah, there's just like this history of like all these things, like from the beginning to now,
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought Boyz in the Hood was an interesting portrayal of all this in a very rap way.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I cried. I love crying in a movie.
Yeah, it was so powerful.
It was very, very
good.
And
to really speak on, I know we don't usually do this, but like Ice Cube's performance.
Yeah.
Wow. I was shocked.
Yeah.
It's
just one of those things where it's like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. It's why he still gets acting roles and in his movies. He's actually good.
Yeah.
So,
because I know him from Are We There Yet?
Yeah.
And like
he went a certain direction, like a lot of people do. Eddie Murphy kind of did the same thing too. Like instead of like really diving into roles and stuff, he went the family route and a star and just a big celebrity. And I think Ice Cube kind of went in a similar path.
Yeah.
He's The Rock was brand. Like that too.
Yeah, true. For sure.
Went from like the Rundown to Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
Vin Diesel, all of these people.
Yeah,
there's
Diesel,
a certain
the pacifier.
Yep. The pacifier, nice. Yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. You got it.
All right. So the next film that I want to talk about, kind of coming to now, Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yep.
So if we're looking at Boyz in the Hood as like a portrayal of the Black experience in America, Killers of the Flower Moon touches on American Indian erasure.
Yes.
And
thank God we have a movie like that got so big.
Right?
It is kind of crazy.
It just felt appropriate to include this into our American narrative. I think.
Agree. The poison of the white man is like such like a pervasive thing that you, even with all the money in the world and all the success in the world and the classic American story of like striking it rich, right? Like the gold rush, the oil rush, all of these things. it's what these people get,
Right.
and they still can't win.
Right.
Because it just seeps into everything.
So again, the promises of success lead to violence and everything.
Yeah. There's no escaping it, because what the American dream is. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
What
go
the American
off.
dream is, it collects and is magnetic to some of the worst forces possible.
It attracts like very bad things.
Yes.
Yeah, I was talking about like power, control, and influence being like huge themes within this movie. You know? And like your complicity with systems of abuse and exploitation and stuff. That's being an American, right? Like if we don't say anything, if we don't speak up, we are actively part of this broken system. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To being poisoned, to being killed, all of these things in
murdered.
Yeah. I thought you had an interesting perspective on your Letterboxd, which is that maybe this could have been more if it kind of changed perspectives.
Right. Yeah.
And I was wondering, can you speak on that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think whenever this movie came out, they had that whole press run about like how this movie got made and everything. And I think
which is like Scorsese actually did lean in.
Yeah.
And I hate using that phrase. It's a very Sheryl Sandberg. I just hate it. But it is like going to them.
Yeah.
Going to the tribe and actually like having them be seriously involved in it. Yeah. If that's kind of what you're saying. But
well, I think he's like has this Altman sort of idea of like working with actors and like getting people involved. Because like, I think this is how.
Sure. I just want to hear your perspective on your thing.
So Leonardo DiCaprio, after reading the initial script, was like, I feel like this character is more interesting. And then so they rewrote the script to focus on this character that he ends up playing. Scorsese wanted him to be the Jesse Plemons character originally. That was like what the book I think is about, and I think that's what the original movie was supposed to be.
Yeah,
was like the investigations on this thing. I think what that allows is like more backstory on like what happens and like how it transpires with Robert De Niro and Leonardo DiCaprio and like who these people are.
Yeah. They're not just kind of in the shadows and like this movie is from the perspective of the evil, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
of
I
this
think
pervasive poison.
I think that is an interesting thing to look at.
Yeah.
But I feel like whenever I just plainly experience this movie, the exciting part for me is that last little chunk.
Yeah. When
the FBI shows up and shit just starts unraveling.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that kind of tension and that drama is what makes this movie kind of work.
Yeah.
And I feel like having all the narrative bits kind of interspersed with the investigation, I feel like functionally as a movie works better.
Yeah.
Or is maybe more interesting.
Yeah.
So that was just kind of my idea with like why I felt that way.
Okay, so it was more like from a literal narrative standpoint and storytelling standpoint.
And I guess what you're leaning to, which I didn't really consider, but like the representation of like the tribes versus white people.
Yeah.
And I think you are now centering more white people by doing it this way.
I think in service of the idea more than just like versus like, because if it was like the white savior, I think it'd be a lot worse. Like this is the white devil.
Right. So it is a subversion in a sense, but you're still
doing it.
Taking away screen time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because a lot of my qualms with her performance,
Lily
Gladstone's performance, I felt like they didn't have enough screen time.
Yeah.
Or didn't have enough, power or enough like on-screen time to just like
there weren't a lot of scenes of just her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of her like contemplating or thinking or talking to other people.
Right.
You know, like it really was always
like internalized emotion.
Yeah, I think like Leonardo DiCaprio is like in every scene she's in for the most part.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just feel like in a way it takes
away from that in that angle.
Yeah.
And still an interesting movie could be made from like from a more native perspective.
Right. Exactly.
Certainly would absolutely be down to see that.
Yeah.
But at least with what it is kind of like the best of what you can get.
Absolutely.
With this.
Which is why we include it, because
Yeah.
it's talking about this thing that is important, that oftentimes gets glossed over
Yes.
from an American standpoint. Like,
Oh, they would love to
we
forget this.
committed genocide. We killed millions, hundreds and thousands and millions of
Yep.
people over like centuries, decades,
Yeah.
still doing it.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Yeah, it's wild. It is absolutely
Yeah.
a part of America that, especially like even more of the like right-wing people that are like calling themselves like legacy Americans now.
Or Native Americans.
Yeah, exactly. Now they even use that term for
Yeah.
themselves, these white people, because
Right.
they've been here since the Mayflower or whatever
Right.
they want to say. But it's like you're calling you're like, but then you because they are just straight Nazis a lot of times.
Yeah.
You can ask them, or white supremacists, and they will just straight up say like, oh, we are better than Native
Yeah.
Americans, and it's just like crazy how it was so foundational
Yeah.
to the creation of this country.
Yeah.
Is like
Literally.
you needed an enemy. And I
Yeah.
think there's all this thing about like, how do you unite the world, right?
Right.
It's like, we'd almost need someone from outer space to come
Right.
and attack us to unite us.
That's what they say. Yeah.
right. And that's like the movie Arrival kind of
Plays with that
a little bit.
2012.
Oh, is that what 2012 is about
I
as
feel
well?
like,
Shit, it's been a while.
it unites the country.
Yeah.
Or it
Yeah.
unites the world.
Yeah. So it is interesting, like that united this project.
Yeah.
Was the killing and
Right.
enematizing, and it was making the enemy of
Right.
Native people.
Yeah. And to really talk about the genre too, because we'll have an episode on that. Like
Yeah.
how this is subverting the Western capital W Western genre.
Yeah.
Of like the portrayal of Native Americans and feeding that history that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Western genre movies play into this negative history and creating that mythology.
Yes.
That is technically not true or lying or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So you actually get, these are actual characters with
Yeah.
actual purposes and
Yeah.
actual things to do. It just, the story's an awful story because they all die. Like
Yeah.
they're all being killed slowly
Yeah.
in some instances.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
great.
it's crazy because it's like, it's almost like it is like a Native American movie at first, and it slowly
Right.
like it's being bled out
Yeah.
to become a white movie.
Right. Very meta.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the movie in that way is like commentary on.
It's so, there's so much you can talk about with this movie,
Yeah.
from the production of it all the way to the actual film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much.
But yes, it is a nightmare.
Yeah. Another nightmare.
Yes.
Truly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absurd
Yeah.
to like strike it rich.
Yeah.
And that also, and it's also like,
And that, yeah.
money can't buy everything
Right.
in a lot of ways.
And I mean, I get where Leo is like interested in this character because it is the most conflicted person.
Yes.
You know, they have to deal with the Robert De Niro sort of side of things and then loving his wife. Like he truly loves her.
Yeah.
And he's killing her at the same time. It's like, that is
And he still, by the end,
American
can't
absurdism.
even admit that he's doing it.
because more than like these bad white people are killing Native Americans, that's not even the true story of America.
Preach.
It's people being complicit with it and letting it happen and not stopping it.
Yeah.
That is the true
Well, there's way more of those people.
terror. Exactly.
Yeah.
If they didn't not do anything, you wouldn't be in this situation, basically, right?
And that's why, like, I forget what the theory's called, but it's like this revolutionary theory where it's like, it really doesn't take that many people to start something.
Yeah,
Right.
for real.
Like it really doesn't. Like there's a lot of people that are sheep.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, we are in some ways too. We are
Yes.
complicit in so
Exactly.
many things.
Yeah.
And
I
so-
struggle with that.
I know exactly.
Yeah.
We're trying to, and it makes you want to kill yourself.
Yeah.
Like literally trying to be like, whoa.
How do I fit
Exactly.
here?
I'm just a cog in this awful machine. I pay
Yeah.
my taxes every year to go kill children overseas.
Yeah.
Like,
Legit.
yeah, as our children are dying here.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. It is absurd.
Yeah.
So this episode is going to make us feel bad.
Fuck. Yeah. We're not even halfway.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, that's what triggered shit.
Yeah. Triggered.
Fuck. Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
All right. Let's go to the next one. So
into the next one.
Bad.
Yeah. So this is the last of the 3 examples that I had after watching them.
Okay. I think I know what it is.
Yeah. For this one, in the same vein as the last 2, another demographic kind of shafted by America is women.
Yes. So Team America.
Yeah. No. Literally. And so I have the Stepford Wives, which I haven't seen before this.
Yeah.
I just knew it was like a horror movie based around this thing. And to show like patriarchal America and like how this system works, right? And ultimately it's like a horror movie based on being controlled by men, you know? And
how life gets so much easier when you just sell your soul.
Yeah,
you know?
Right.
That's also the American way.
Right. The complicity of like suburban life.
Exactly.
You know?
It's like, man, I'm pushing so hard because let's be honest with the audience. We watch different Stepford Wives.
Yeah.
So we're also coming out.
We don't even know what we're talking about.
Yes, exactly. So might be totally different what these. I watched the 2004 Frank Oz one.
Describe that. Yeah.
It's not good in my opinion.
Sure.
Like at least in the form and everything like that. But and even the way it's telling it, but the message is there.
Yeah.
And that's what is the most interesting thing. And I can understand why Oz would make this film.
Sure.
It just kind of gets a little goofy. It kind of gets a little weird at a certain point.
Yeah.
I don't know if the other one, does it have robots in the other one? Or
they
what?
turn into robots.
Okay, interesting to be back then and to have like a robot element to it. Like this is very...
There's like an AI sort of reading to this movie, to the one that I saw, the 1970s version.
There's definitely, if I stretched a little, I could do the same on this one too.
Well, in this one, they're like, a guy will sketch her face, and then that's how they build the model of this person. And then they record your voice.
Oh, that's nothing like this.
And then that's how they get the robot to speak like you. And then they literally replace you with this other thing.
What did they do with the bodies of the people? Is that explained at all?
Disappeared.
Okay, that's not really explained. But then this one, they like can become themselves like at the end. By the end, they like get like broken or whatever, and like the hive mind is destroyed or whatever it is, and they all turn normal again.
Well, in these, the robots will like break. Yeah. Like if you expose them to the truth. Yeah. Then they start short circuiting and then like repeating the same words or like malfunctioning and stuff.
I would feel like yours has more to say in a more interesting way.
If I'm interested to hear what Oz is, or what Frank Oz's take.
I mean, Oz in classic Oz style is leaning into the goofy a lot more, and it's not. You know, you've got like Nicole Kidman, Bette Midler, and Bueller. And Bueller is in it, but there's like a trio of these 3 that are kind of like hanging out the whole movie. It's the guy. You could just describe him as the gay guy. He's played up to be because there's one gay couple in this town. Oh, cool. And so it kind of plays that different. Up. And there's certainly there's one that's a little more, I wouldn't say masc and femme. I would just say one is more like acting like the provider and that, while the other one, I guess, is acting more feminine. Sure. But they certainly don't really present too much in that way. But Roger Bart is the actor. So it's Bart, Midler, and Kidman are kind of like this trio, kind of sneaking around, doing all these things. And then eventually, one by one, they kind of start to transform. So it's like, I don't know why in your movie, how the characters end up in Stepford, but at least in this one, it's like really like, because Nicole Kidman has an interesting character where she is what is it? She is a reality TV producer. And she is, she's attempted to be assassinated by Mike White, which was hilarious. But is attempted to be assassinated while she's on stage announcing all of these shows that basically like fuck over men. Like all
this is the end of the movie?
This is the beginning. The very beginning
That's
is
like
a
completely
presentation.
different movie.
The vibes are crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then
I don't know if I would like that.
yeah, and then the assassination fails, and she still wants to get back to work, but they're
Yeah.
basically like, we can't. And so she's out of work.
Interesting.
She gets fired, and then they just move to this place. And Matthew Broderick, who I guess kind of you find out also worked with her, quits, and they both kind of move out here. But I wish there was more Matthew Broderick kind of intentionally wanting to bring his wife because he wanted to control her more.
Yeah.
That kind of wasn't really played up.
Yeah, okay. Because like I really liked the one I watched because
Yeah.
it was such a concise allegory for like the patriarchy and living in suburbia specifically, and how suburban life created the modern housewife, right?
Yeah.
With like post-war like white sprawl or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this is like acting as commentary on that. Like when they do become robots, they dress differently. They have that like pastels and bows and shit.
Yes.
And even when, you know, like you mentioned the beginning of the movie, like for this, you're just in like you start the movie when they move and they're just there. And it's kind of presented as this thing of like, he wanted to move for a better life or like, you know, to raise the kids or whatever. Ooh, squirrel. And so like, at least for me, it's like presenting this thing as like, if you can have a better life if you do this thing, but then that basically fucking you over. And I think they do end up dying, or there's a level of violence. Because to me, control is an act of violence.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing in Boys in the Hood and Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so Stepford Wives is just like another example of this.
Yeah,
thing,
of taking it kind of to the nth degree of like, what's the ultimate control? Well, they're not even
human
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's a cool idea.
programmed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that
The
kind of
ultimate slave, basically.
Yeah. And that's like speaks to the idea of like assimilation into like a society, basically, you know?
Yeah. And like I said earlier, it makes life so much easier when you assimilate.
Yeah.
Like they are pushing back so much.
Yeah.
Like, because you want to be, and that's what the 2004 one is kind of doing for a bit, is like, she really doesn't want to do this. Like, really has no interest, like, wants to be, she wears all black. She's like the classic, like, from the city, you know, kind of woman, like power woman.
The like Annie Hall sort of, well, in this movie,
is that more what that one is?
It was like the liberated woman.
Okay, yeah, this is like
what I mean?
Liberated in a corporate sense.
Oh yeah, no, this was like very free spirit, like counterculture vibe.
Yeah. I kind of think that one works
hits
pretty
more.
well. Yeah, just a little bit.
It just, it worked. I mean, I watched it. I was like, I didn't. But then I was thinking about it like days after, and I was like, you know what? That was like a really great movie.
Yeah,
there's something about the 70s, like in the editing. There's so much space.
Yeah, they were going nuts. They were allowed to just kind of let things happen.
Like time is a thing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
it's not just like
wide shots.
We need to fill space everywhere.
Yeah. So
which is definitely what this movie feels like. It definitely there's like a bloat to
happening.
it. Yeah, it's just so much stuff.
Yeah.
And it feels like it has to keep the energy going.
Right.
And so there's no contemplation or anything like that.
Yeah. And so like the last idea I kind of wanted to talk about, at least within the 70s version, is how they use technology as a form of submission. And that's where I kind of linked this movie to like AI and like Silicon Valley today. It's like social media, like we're giving up our control by like using these things, you know, like by us even arguing for its existence is playing into their game.
Yes.
Like we're fighting the battle for them.
Yes.
Like what? It just doesn't make any sense. So I think what this movie does is show how like technology can be used to like force your submission.
Do the women, or at least the main woman in the film, like, does she choose, are there any women that choose willingly to become robots? Or is it all kind of like, because I think that's an interesting direction that this could have taken.
Yeah.
Is kind of what I'm saying about like how much easier life
It's like
gets.
Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, doesn't it suck to be a woman?
Yeah.
Doesn't it suck to have to think all the time and to have to do all these things? Wouldn't you like just to rest?
Yeah.
Take this.
Well,
and then that would play even more into your kind of like
Right.
tech thing. Because there's definitely like the avenue of like, well, tech is always good.
Yeah.
Because it makes life easier. It does all of these things.
Right.
Well, now we're coming more and more to terms of like, it's melting our brains.
Yeah. I mean, I think from a narrative sense, it doesn't have the room to do that because it's like the way it's presented, she has this one friend and together they're like, this is fucking weird. Like,
Yeah.
have you noticed that all these other women are like talking weird and saying weird things? And then so they try to start a woman's society because what I don't know if this is in the Frank Oz movie, but they have a men's society where the men meet every week and then they
have that in Stepford Wives, the men's society. Yes.
So and then that's how they're like controlling their wives. And then so it's like a whole network. They like take them to this, all the women say they're going on a vacation and then when they come back, they're the new person. So it's like a whole system of like how they do it.
Yeah.
And there are women who are like maybe less resistant, who like willingly go along with that.
Yeah.
So in a way, that might be what you're talking
playing
about.
Up that theme.
But for the most part, it's like either you are or you aren't.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it is just figuring out why these people are like that. Because eventually her friend gets replaced unwillingly.
Oh, okay.
In a way or something. And so like, yeah, it just plays more and more into like the loneliness of this experience of like feeling crazy and like the being gaslit.
Yes.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. The gaslit. Yeah, this is that movie.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. It is just like, no, what are you talking about? That's not what's
are
going on.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Like you're sick. You just need to drink some water.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, this movie definitely has that as well.
Yeah.
But I think there's just a lot of ways to plus these things. But the idea is really great.
Yeah. The core idea.
The core idea is so good.
Yeah.
And really you could say it's like so one-to-one. Like you're definitely not going to leave and not get the idea behind it, right?
It's very face value.
It's very face value.
Yeah.
But it's got a lot of really cool elements. And so I got to walk over to the 70s version one of these days.
Check it out.
Yeah. We'll do a movie swap. You watch 04.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's like gift exchange.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
It's a cool movie idea.
Yeah.
A movie thing idea.
Yeah. Like, hey, I gift wrapped this thing for
Yeah.
you. Okay, cool. So that's like the 3 examples.
All right. I was right. I was spot on with my guess.
Yeah.
That those were the 3.
Because you can kind of see how
Definitely.
narratively they're all doing the same thing.
Yeah. Because the next 2 very much.
They're so different.
They're so different and they play up things in America basically and turn it up in directions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to start with Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Wow, we're gonna finish off on Team America. Oh yeah,
for a reason.
Perfect.
Because I think from an idea standpoint,
I love it. I trust you.
It gets there.
Don't worry,
right?
I trust you.
So to intro America's culture of violence,
yes.
I think we have to look at Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I think from a story standpoint, we're not going to get that much out of it, right? Because it's very straightforward, slasher horror.
Yep.
But I think there's a lot of interesting like semantic things, like the imagery that they're choosing to use, the place that they're in, these characters and stuff. I think it is speaking to certain things within America.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, what I believe it's doing is like it's playing on trust, right?
Okay.
It's like basically saying, because there's this like the road trip in America is like such a large image.
Sure.
There's this idea of like the picking up of the hitchhikers. There's all of these things of like, hey, we're all Americans. Maybe they don't think about it literally like this, but just big picture.
Sure.
We're all friendly. There's even like a Texas culture of like, hey, I'm going to help you out,
Southern hospitality.
Yeah, Southern hospitality.
Yeah.
And so there's that. And it's like you give a little, they take a lot.
Yeah.
Like that's what this ends up being is it's playing on on that trust that we all had of like, oh yeah, it's not dangerous or anything like that. In the 70s would be, you know, serial killers and things like that. There'd be a lot of like playing into like, oh my God, don't let your kids out. Don't let them do anything. Like where it would have just been like, oh, you can walk to school. You can do all of these things. And that slowly, that part of America's society of like the high trust society that it was starts to dwindle. Yeah. And this is kind of playing into that, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I have written down like the 60s, 70s murder culture. Like we have so many serial killers and then even like assassinations and stuff. Like we are exposed to so much violence and death in a non-war kind of context during this era. And I think this movie is like expressing that fear. Yes. You know, like you said.
It's taking it all the way and it is terrifying. It is like the image.
One of the best horror movies I have ever seen in
and
my
it's
life.
Why everyone copies it.
Yeah, it is so fucking good.
It is crazy. It is so scary.
Yeah,
and
like
the imagery
horrifying.
Is terrifying.
Like the fucking
the hook in the back.
Yeah.
Jesus. Give me a fucking break.
Oh my God.
And I mean, just like her sitting at the table tied up with all of those people. Like, oh my God, it was so scary. You're just like, oh God, I really hate it.
To really talk about the movie, I love the sound design and how it doesn't broadcast itself.
Yeah.
It's just like all of a sudden dude's like out of the door, like running through the door and you're like already getting sliced up and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I was like screaming.
It was
like yelling. Like while I was watching the movie, I was freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, and I watched it must have been a new, it was the new restoration, the 50th anniversary restoration. So it's like, it was beautiful too. Oh my God, it was so beautiful.
It's so well shot.
Oh my, it's
the night scene.
It's isn't that amazing?
It looked fucking real. Yeah.
It was done so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I give them props. Yeah, mad props.
And a lot and for having like first time actors or people that would basically kind of not really do much after this. They all play it so well. Yeah. Yeah.
It's such a great,
Yeah.
Yeah, so good. Okay, so now to talk about the other stuff.
Bring it on.
You know, something that I've really picked up on, even with some of the like American Dream movies, is like, I feel like there's a connection between the idea and the act of violence, between capitalism and between like agriculture and specifically rural America, you know, within this movie, like I think choosing to be in like middle of nowhere America, I think speaks to a specific sort of mindset or whatever. And I think the idea of like agriculture, is like a metaphor for like the violence of capitalism, you know, the brutality of these things, using the body, destroying the body, you know, blood and sacrifice, you know.
Yeah.
Like when you look at Rocky, he works in a pig place, you know. Sorry to Bother You is like the horse sort of symbolism of like being controlled and like used for your energy or your capital.
Yes.
You know. There were some other ones that I had, but I feel like Texas Chainsaw Massacre is like playing with that imagery at the most violent sense, you know, being butchered and stuff. And that this culture is generational. It is passed down from older past generations and is almost feeding that immortality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the great grandparent
true.
character,
oh,
you know?
Yeah.
Like barely living.
Blood.
Yeah.
They want,
he's killing.
Yeah.
It's like so absurd, but it's like, that is what America is. It's like, because of this sort of history of like Native American erasure, of slavery, we have violence ingrained in our culture, in our history, in like why we are even a country. We started out as a war. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it is a part of everything.
It is. And it's, I think another thing it's saying is just how violent things already are.
Yeah.
And just it, like they butcher animals. They do all of these things, which is violent. And then this movie kind of says like, all right, let's apply these same things
to people.
Yeah. Like they're talking about like, oh, the movie starts with like, oh, they kill cows in this really simple way now or whatever. And he's like, no, you got to hit it. Like it's much better if you hit it.
More humane.
Yeah. And so then that's how they
foreshadow.
kill. Yeah, exactly. Right. So there's also that too of just like violence.
Yeah.
Feel like it's like it's addictive.
No Country for Old Men.
Ooh, oh yeah. I mean, they use the thing in
use
No
the
Country
thing.
for Old Men. Yes.
Yeah.
I think
And
that's how everyone knows about that thing is from that.
And it's like the theme of violence.
Yeah.
Pervades that whole movie,
Yeah. And
Um,
that's trying to like square, like that machine is trying to square the circle.
Right.
Of
make it less brutal.
exactly. Like this thing that is absolutely horrific, like a factory farm and everything. Like how do we make it less brutal is to do this.
Which is even more insane.
I know. And exactly. And it totally like it makes you not even think about all the other brutal things that have to lead up to that act.
Exactly.
Which that act is almost like nothing in comparison to like living a whole life
Doing
in a cage or whatever.
Yeah. For real.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So these are the characters in the movie.
Yeah, right.
Which is fun.
Yeah. Well, to take it just like this is what's happening in those other three movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Two specific people. So yeah, that was Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for adding this. It makes a lot
Yeah.
of sense in the American Nightmare. I think we needed something like this.
Right.
Yeah.
As like a metaphorical expression of what this means.
Something seriously violent needed to occur.
Right.
you know?
Right. And was a nightmare.
Yeah,
For sure.
for sure.
And so this last movie.
Insane.
I generally don't feel like it fits.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of like creating a theme and an idea, I could shoehorn it in.
I think so. If you're talking about absurd, parody is important.
Yeah. At least from an artistic history standpoint. Yeah. Like this is part of it and I'll kind of subtitle this The American Imperialism Entertainment Industrial Complex.
Nice.
Because what I see within this movie, because you still have the culture of violence.
Yeah.
You still have like American dream, like narrative, like you can become a better person if you do this thing.
Yes.
And you have like more access and more prosperity or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think what this is saying that the other movies aren't is like how movies themselves is a purveyor of American imperialism and American culture.
Yeah.
And like how much of our understanding of what America is through Hollywood movies.
Yeah.
Because
talk about the American Dream movies we saw. Top Gun.
Yeah.
It talk about the military industrial complex.
Yeah.
American Dream style.
And so for me, this movie is like not just commentary on America, it's commentary on Hollywood and like movies themselves. You know what I mean? Like it's using Hollywood narrative structure and then paradising.
Paradoxical.
Yeah, it's like
something.
feeding it through the parody machine.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like taking this idea and then like whipping it up to its most absurd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I found it really interesting in that way because it's like blowing things out of proportion. The sex scenes, the like romance stuff, the like action is super crazy.
Yeah.
And then they're puppets, there's something like formally absurd with watching puppets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think it's fitting to like, especially with a podcast like ours, to make a movie that like to also watch a movie in American Nightmare that's kind of making fun of movies.
Yeah. Right. True. Yeah.
I mean, what a nightmare to make fun of our favorite thing.
That is the ultimate act of violence.
That is the ultimate act of violence. Yes. Everything else we talked about,
screw that
shit compared to what Team America says.
This is the worst sin.
Yes. That I think is another important part of bringing in the American Nightmare aspect is that. And then it's interesting. It almost is like nightmarish in still its presentation.
Sure.
Because obviously the South Park crew who made this, Trey Parker being the director.
Yeah.
They are intentionally being insulting and everything like that. There's so much of that. There's racism. There's all of these things built right into this.
Right.
And you can ask yourself, because it's also 2004. And so some of these things are still
timely.
Well, yeah. I mean, think of the Iraq War just happened, and especially how they're like
9/11
treating like Middle Eastern people in this.
Yeah,
is like
that's I actually have written down.
Nice.
And that's what I wanted to talk about next.
Yeah,
because I feel like you could be offended by this movie because it's just playing
easily
up stereotypes.
Could be offended. Yeah,
but I feel like what the commentary, because it's not meant to be insulting just to be insulting when you're talking about South Park.
Yeah.
You know they're being intentional behind why they're doing these things. And I think when you look at like American culture and the way we built culture and stuff like that, and even Western society at large, right? It's built on the idea of othering and Orientalism. To throw it back to the homie Edward Said from the class, critical studies class.
Nice.
This idea of like they're an other, they're exotic, they're different, they're savages.
Yes.
Like these are words that we use to describe like other cultures. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And that's like how we, as America, that's how we get into Boys in the Hood, Killers of the Flower Moon, and the Stepford Wives. You're creating this idea of othering.
Yes.
You're putting this person into a dehumanized state.
Yeah.
And which allows you to kill them.
Yeah.
And that's what this movie is showing you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because it is insane. Like how these, like the fact that all the Middle Eastern characters are like saying Allah, something or other,
It's like they're not even speaking a real language.
And it also is like, that's how so many people think about Muslims
that's our
or Middle
perception
Easterns.
of
Exactly,
them. Yeah.
yes.
And even the French people are portrayed in that way.
Yes.
They're doing it like to everybody.
Yeah.
Because America is like has its own thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I've seen did you ever watch Book of Mormon? Have you ever seen that? It was a musical.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, me and my friend went to see it.
I loved it.
It's so fucking good.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where it's just like these guys, they no holds barred, everything's on the table.
Well, they're
sort of
smart.
thing.
They know what they're talking about.
Exactly. Where like the other direction I don't think goes the same way. Like is it are the Wayans brothers? Like, well, I don't know. I think White Chicks is probably still good, but I'm more talking about like the new Scary Movie that's coming out is like it's like
certain Gen Z jokes.
It's certain Gen Z jokes. It's like making fun of woke. It's doing all of these things, and part of me feels like they mean it because you don't really, a lot of the jokes I'm saying don't really go on the other side. And that's kind of when it starts to feel like it makes it clear.
Right.
Eddington, another example of like, okay, there's a lot of, there's a lot of Gen Z or like woke lambasting in that film.
For sure.
But then there's also all of the other stuff too.
Yeah.
There's plenty on the right.
Well, I know the Wayans are like homies with David Chappelle.
Who is?
The Wayans brothers.
Oh, the Wayans brothers are.
Wayans brothers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. Dave Chappelle came out and was apologizing.
Yeah.
It's like, brother,
like too little, too late.
Everyone was saying, like, are you serious? And he's like, I didn't know it was going to be used in a certain way or whatever. It's like, brother,
like they distorted my jokes
because Dave Chappelle's actually funny, and like maybe one of the jokes was funny. Like at first, like that's okay. Like,
well, one of them was like actually critical of American culture, and like I thought was adding some commentary. But then he started just
then he actually was
offensive.
Like hitting the button. And then what do you know? Like trans jokes. I mean, they became such a big thing for a bit, and now it's just like hacked, just totally hacked.
It's
to
like
say a
crazy
trans
now.
joke. So. I do think the South Park boys
are smart.
Are smart.
Yeah.
And they know what they're doing.
For sure.
Yeah. And the movie is like to even talk about it is insane. I love a movie that goes this crazy.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it for that.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was fun. I just feel like if you made this today, it would be better.
Yeah.
Because you have more fuel in the fire. Because there are some things with like the corporations and then like the one world thing. Like they're saying a lot of stuff that I feel like we have more like ammo for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's become so much more clear.
Yeah.
What these things are and how they are and how the culture understands them.
Right.
That like, you can make a very different movie now.
Like the intelligence AI thing.
Yes.
Like that's happening now.
Oh yeah.
Like that's an actual thing.
Yeah. There's a lot of they got to make a sequel.
Yeah.
Maybe a sequel.
It's very fertile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. America in general
is
very fertile for
It's fertilized with blood.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
flesh.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is contradictory
Yeah.
in every way you can imagine. And I think these films, nicely done, Kevin, do a great job of showing the contradictions that we came from, especially from the American Dream episode, where it was like, hey, we were singing, I forget what.
Singing the praises.
Yeah, singing the praises. Were we singing Star Spangled Banner or something?
Oh, we did the
we did the Pledge of Allegiance. Hell yeah.
No, this was great. This was good, like eye-opening. Not that I didn't know any of these things, but yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
Like, watching these. I hadn't seen most of these. And again, I did not have this plan ahead of.
So you were also just on, like you're in the Matrix right now, I guess.
For real.
For this.
Yeah,
like you're feeling it. You're in the zone.
Yeah. That's why I was so excited by it, because it felt like a discovery.
Yeah.
Of like, oh, whoa, there is something here and there is something to say. Especially in contrast to the American Dream, you know? So yeah. Here we are. I can't wait to get to the next couple ones. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Because how do we do that?
I know, exactly, right?
We'll see.
Well, is that it?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Right on.
I'm stoked.
Well, thank you, Kevin. I think you did a damn good job. There we go. Folks, thank you for listening. America
is
awesome. We're going back to that because we got more episodes. We gotta make it feel a lot better now.
Bring it back.
All right, and that's a wrap. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Wind, Reel, and Print. Woo! My name is Ryan.
And my name is Colonial Kevin. Oh, that's too much. Trying to find a little alliteration.
Yeah. Colonial Kevin. That's what
Constitution Kev.
Well, Constitution Kev. Okay,
Yeah.
I can get it down. Colonial could have worked a little bit with this episode.
Yeah, true.
In a way.
True.
You know, it is in a line.
Yeah. Manifest.
Yeah. Manifest. Today is episode 3 in our America 25 for 250 series, where we delve deep into
America.
What the hell America is. We do it by looking at films, looking at genre, looking at director, looking at movements. And today we are doing genre, the American genre. Out of all the genres, we chose the most American genre. We can argue there are other genres that feel American because we did have some other options.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we did Westerns.
We chose Westerns.
But so then, yeah, what were the other ones? And I guess the bigger question is like what is the American genre?
Right. Yeah. Well, here, let's go about that by talking about the ones we didn't choose.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember,
now.
I
know 2 big ones.
Okay, one is gangster movies.
Yeah, like noir.
Yes.
Like crime stuff.
Exactly, yeah. Because that does feel like a very American thing. Although, as we've talked about before, German Expressionism would lead directly into the noir through and into America through the fleeing of folks from Germany. Yeah. In the early 1900s.
Wait, why? Oh, what were they running from? A fire?
Oh, do you not know? You know what? If you don't know, let's just keep it that way. Yeah. It's kind of a bummer.
It's like a unique perspective on life.
Yeah, exactly. You meet someone, it's like, what do you mean? What happened in 1930s?
Like, why don't the Jews have a home?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not even going to get into this.
That's the real American podcast.
Yeah, Jesus.
Okay.
The most American vassal state.
Yeah.
Or the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay. So what were the other genres?
I remember musical was discussed.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that depicts an America, kind of like Americana almost in a way. Because it's like that era and then like the depiction of like gender and all these things.
Yes.
You know, feels quite right.
Yeah. And I think that
was the top.
Yeah, those
3.
were the top ones. Yeah. And I think Western feels like an easy answer.
Yeah.
But even if it's easy, it's still, it still feels like there's so much to chew on.
Right.
With why this is an American genre.
Yeah.
And when we're thinking about an American genre, from even beyond like the specifics, like what it is, should really blend into the values, quote unquote, of America.
The culture.
Yeah. And not only that, I think what's fitting about the Western is that it's been there since the beginning of movies.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask like what ties all three of these together. And that would be kind of part of it is like they all originate from like Golden Age Hollywood.
Yeah.
And like the beginning of cinema.
Yeah.
And that's like what our idea is of like Hollywood genre in general. But then like the world at large is like viewing America through this lens as well.
Yes.
Of like Western musicals and noir.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when you look at other films, other countries adopting genre, they're using these sorts of aesthetics for their own kind of cultural, national ideology and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's true. I'm thinking like, I don't know enough about Bollywood, for example, but talk about like, you could say musical is a very Indian genre in a way, because it feels like who is still using it and to the nth degree. Yeah. And it doesn't even make sense when you watch like a Bollywood film. It's like, they're just doing it. They're just adding this awesome musical stuff to everything.
That's like such a great way of pointing at like how the other world, like other parts of the world are playing with that.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously we've done an international Westerns episode already.
Right, exactly.
So there's also a very clear, what are these other countries doing with the Western genre? And that's not even, I don't even think in the international Westerns, we did a samurai film. Right. Talk about like that.
We did.
Which one did we do?
Sukiyaki Western Django.
But that has guns and stuff.
Oh, but sure.
Yeah.
Okay, you mean like
I guess I was thinking more classically samurai, but you're right.
Yeah. They're like using both aesthetics, and someone had sword.
True. Why not?
Yeah.
Because that's also like, it's because
low hanging fruit, you know what I mean?
and that movie is definitely playing up like Japanese, and like trying to do something with it, and in a very Tarantino-esque way, turning up all the genre.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great person to bring up in this too, of like the relevance of this genre still. Yeah. You know, like you'll hear people say, oh, Westerns went away, Westerns are dead. But like we still see them come up every year, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because we talked about Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah. National anthem.
Obviously, you mentioned Quentin Tarantino. You've got some of his biggest movies are that, Django and Hateful Eight. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because Tarantino, and maybe he's also the bellwether of the American genre, could have been the American director in a way, you know?
100%. I mean, he was on the list.
Definitely the short list. Or long list. I don't even remember.
It was a pretty long list.
Yeah, I would think so.
We had like...
Yeah, Spielberg.
That was a conversation.
Yeah, there's so many.
Scorsese, Spike Lee.
Yeah.
Jarmusch was in there.
Yeah.
Coen Brothers. Like, I almost regret not having Coen Brothers as the American director.
Yeah.
Because watching their movies is just like... They're literally centering their stories in a particular city and showing like a slice of life from an American city. And it's so specific to that region. Yeah. Like it's a Midwestern city. Yeah. It's a Southern city. Yeah. Southwest city, you know, and then like on top of that, they play with Western, you know?
Exactly.
Like a ton.
And not only do they, cause I was going to say like, when I was saying Tarantino's like the bear, we got all this, but when I was saying Tarantino,
I forgot they're in this thing.
Yeah, when I was saying that Tarantino was the bellwether, I was thinking about like of those three genres that we talked about, which ones has he used?
All of them.
Musical? Just no, and I don't even know film like noir.
I mean, Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah, I guess they're playing with it. Coen Brothers. Much more, and especially we have one here, a noir Western.
Yeah.
Like No Country for Old Men.
Right.
Obviously, the Coen Brothers basically put noir in everything that they do. That is what they do.
It's like their meta text.
But no one's doing musicals.
Yeah.
I guess
True.
Damien Chazelle as the American director. That would be fucking, that's a crazy.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at statistics, Damien Chazelle is the last. I'm trying to think if this is still correct. I think he's the last American Best Picture winner.
Oh, interesting.
Best Picture, Best Director.
Oh, interesting.
At the Oscars.
Huh. Not for long. We'll get another in there.
Who won this last year?
Best Director. Oh, what was the Best Picture?
PTA.
Oh, okay. All right. See, we're back.
So
yeah,
America's back on top, baby.
Yeah. We ain't fucking around.
Yeah, and second place was Ryan Coogler. So
yeah, the Americans we're back. Here. We're here.
We're so back.
We're here to stay. But then fucking Odyssey, I imagine that's going to clean up.
Yeah, for sure.
Those fucking fucking Brits. They're fucking putting their hands in our cookie jar.
They're ruining the Odyssey. Woke Odyssey.
The woke Odyssey.
So crazy.
It's supposed to be full of white people
in
the Mediterranean area during the long time ago when there definitely weren't these
nations.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I mean,
I'm talking Scottish white.
I mean, we're joking around, but that's such a great point to bring up with the Western of like how film has been used to create history.
Yes.
And to like almost change narrative.
Yes.
In a lot of ways too, right? Because
that's so great. That's a great perspective.
You know?
Yeah. Because I mean, I don't want to stop. I felt like you were on a roll, but thinking about like how these movies are creating what our idea of that even this time period in American history is.
Right.
This is myth building, nation building in a way. This genre. Yeah. And I think that's another reason why it's important, because America is so young. Yeah. And it's telling its story, and the Wild West is such a big part of that story. Yeah. It's hard to imagine that there was a time in America where there was no West. Right. You know, there was no Wild West. You have the
West was like Chicago.
Exactly. And that's why it's called the Midwest, which is just hilarious. Yeah. When you think about it, it's like Midwest, it's way over there.
And the school Northwestern.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. And so, but now Western is absolutely inextricably linked to America and American history as such a big part of it. And we still in our politics and in our lives hold a lot of the values of the Western as very important to the American ideal. This individual that is standing against the wild and wild
the danger
and danger. Yeah. And just like America, it's also racist. Yeah. There's plenty of that in there too. Right. And we didn't even
mention the movies.
Yeah, and most of these movies don't have like a racist component to them. Yeah. But the genre definitely does, and especially in the Stagecoach era. Yeah. There's so much of that. But yeah, we should say
John Wayne for sure. I mean John Ford for sure.
Yeah. And John Wayne, we can also be realistic.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's not innocent.
Yeah. Completely not. But yes.
Yeah, we could talk about.
Yeah, we should talk.
Titles.
So these are the 5 movies that, as we're having this conversation, that we will be referencing. Yeah. And I think we're really important to.
And as a caveat, it's like, these are like the film textbook, like movies, I feel like.
Exactly. We picked up a textbook. Yeah. And we were like, all right, what is the ones? Yeah, I think there's even like, I mean, we've also seen a number of Westerns. Like I'm thinking of Howard Hawks' episode. Right. And Red River and Rio Bravo, I think are also good fits. I think Red River is a really good fit, even into this, if we're talking about like the swath of what a Western is, it's a very unique take on it. Yeah. It's like Stagecoach, but without the Native Americans and racism, right? That one's a weird one. That one's got such a weird ending. Okay.
I can mix those up in my head, but I remember.
I know I have to because I have to be like, okay, Red River is the landscapes. Rio Bravo is the place.
It does not clear.
It doesn't help you.
I know there's one where they're trying to like chase someone and like capture someone or run away from someone.
Okay. Well, I mean,
probably all of them.
Yeah. John Wayne's a sheriff of a town, and he's got like a ragtag group of people that he's trying to.
And then they turn on him, right?
His friends don't turn on him. That is Rio Bravo.
Okay.
where they are taking the cattle from one place to another.
Yeah.
And then
That's what I was
somehow
thinking
there's a rift between Montgomery Clift, I think is who it is, and John Wayne.
Yep. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. And so, yes, that's Red River.
Yeah.
And Rio Bravo is the place kind of, it's got more comedy in it, I feel like.
Okay. I need to rewatch those because I can't remember.
Yes. But yeah, we've been in the Western genre for a bit. Okay, here are the films, the textbook.
International.
The Great Train Robbery, which I think a lot of people, when they think of first ever movie, they usually go here. This isn't technically the first ever film.
Yeah.
But
it speaks to the origins of Western and it being kind of synonymous with cinema.
True.
As a whole.
Yeah. And a train robbery, which we'll have in another film in this series, is a really big part because we also have outlaws, you know, these people that are making it on their own and doing whatever it takes.
Right.
That ends up being a huge part of it. Also, let's be real, mustaches.
Yeah, true.
This film, iconic mustache.
And meta.
Yeah, true. Pointed at the camera, which is a crazy ending to have for your film.
Crazy.
Shooting the audience.
Freaking them out.
Breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah.
That is kind of wild.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how 3D would do things like that. It would be like, oh, we're going to do something crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just shot at the audience, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Like if in real life back then, having a gun pointed at you would be fucking
terrifying.
scary.
I mean, it still is.
Yeah. But we have this ability to separate ourselves from it. I bet as a kid, as like really young kids, we had a hard time. But it is just crazy to think of a time without movies.
Dang. Well, we had vaudeville in like theater.
Yeah.
But it is interesting to think of like what cinema has done to the brain.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And we've watched it and I think it's like what screens do. I think it's, you're putting up these layers between you and whatever it is and reality. Yeah. And you start to realize like, oh, there are multiple realities in a way.
That's part of my book.
Yeah, the party book.
My meta-realism book.
I'm not surprised.
Because there's like what I would call meta-reality and then reality. And for me, reality is like anything that reminds you of like being a person. You know, like eating, having conversation, doing work.
Yeah.
And then meta reality is like all these things like screens, dreams, the internet, you know, interview or like commentary.
Yeah.
It's like things outside the periphery of reality.
And some people live their reality completely in that.
Within the meta.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is really crazy.
Like their entire jobs and their existence is like filtered through this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine that?
I mean, that's what living in corporate America is.
Yeah.
Is like you're just in the shit.
Yeah, exactly.
In a lot of ways.
And you're treated as a product.
Yeah.
You know, so you have to kind of like, you have this almost like shell on you.
Yeah. Mask.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're in a cocoon. One of those matrix cocoons.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
a battery.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. We are in a way.
Yeah.
You know, in a way,
truly.
we're just spending
batteries of capitalism.
Yep. We keep this machine going, and it's a great machine, don't you think?
Truly.
Great machine.
America.
Okay, so Great Train Robbery.
Talk about great machines.
The steam engine.
Yeah.
Hello.
Shout out.
Shout out trains.
Elon
man.
who?
Yeah. Elon, fuck you. Yeah.
Elon Muskie.
Next up, we have Stagecoach, 1939, directed by John Ford.
Yeah.
This is definitely like the infamous, I think the most famous Western. I think when, you know, film folk think about it, I think this is the one that comes to mind.
It is the Western.
Yes. It has all the tropes that you can think of that a Western would have.
Well, yeah, I know there's like film articles about this, like academic stuff of like how much this film in particular created the narrative of like the Native Americans versus the cowboys and stuff.
This film, really?
And this is like what we think of like when we're kind of like referencing that kind of stuff in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, it was, this movie was so popular that it became the beacon of that narrative.
Yeah.
You know, especially during that time, during the 50s. Because it's like, kind of taking a step back, so much of American like identity is this idea of like looking back to a better time. And that's like what the Western is, because this wasn't made when there were cowboys. This was made during like the 30s and 40s and 50s. Like we were very much modernized and like outside of that.
And we still were looking back, trying to, because now people look back. I think usually it's the 50s that people look back at as like, damn, we had it good.
Right. The good old days.
Yeah. Yeah. And I wonder if they like thought of the West as the good old days, or if it was mostly like it's just because once again, America is like lacking of myth, lacking of legend in a way, as it's like being created and formed, that we're having to kind of fill that space, which is, I think, is a very important space for culture, for civilization, is to have the stories that you pass down.
Yeah.
And so the Western and films would be the ones to do that.
Well, and that's part of this whole myth making element.
Yeah.
Is a huge part of Westerns.
Yes.
In general too.
Yes.
Like, because Westerns go beyond film.
Yeah.
They come from like dime novels and pulp fiction.
True.
And like oratorily passed down stories of like legends and like characters from this time.
Yeah.
That kind of get created into these sorts of comic book heroes sorts of things.
Exactly. Yes.
And that's where we get this tradition of like storytelling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you see that in a lot of the movies. I don't know exactly the references, but a lot of these films will like speak on, you know, the legacy or the legends or like the myth characters from the past and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're the next film.
I know. Sorry.
No. It's
so
good.
many tangents.
There are so many, but that's the podcast.
Yeah. True.
The next film is about hearkening back to the good old days of these good old days.
Right.
Which is an interesting thing.
In a meta way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Right.
1970
69.
Hey, nice.
Hey. Bring it back, baby.
Yep. So Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, directed by George Roy Hill, Paul Newman, Robert Redford, and
Catherine Ross. I love Catherine Ross. Underrated, man.
I know. I remember I saw your review.
Yeah. She was done dirty.
Yeah.
She should have had like a career. I mean, she did, but like she should have been in like some bigger stuff.
Yeah. Or something where it's like really
testing
pushes.
her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just feels like there weren't a lot of vehicles for women
back then.
Clearly.
For sure. I mean, Stepford Wives, she was great.
Yeah.
And that's where I was like, oh, dude, she can do so much more than like playing this housebound like girlfriend wife character.
Yes. You know? Yes. So
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid coming kind of like the revival Western.
Yes. It's New Hollywood's Western in a way. Just kind of like New Hollywood is just starting to sprout.
Yeah. A sapling.
A sapling of itself. And so it, like New Hollywood is, like kind of like, I guess maybe not really. I mean, it's ushering in a new age. I guess that's a better way to put it.
It's breaking.
But it's interesting how it is looking back. It is this realizing that you're not living in the same world you are anymore.
And the movie itself.
The movie itself. And that the West is ending, which ends up being like a trope now in Westerns that's used a lot. Is kind of like it's at the end of the West. So many of these films.
Well, that's another part of the Western though. Yeah. Is like, the frontier. It's like so much of the Western is talking about like civilization clashing with the untapped or unconquered land. Yes. The wilderness, right? Yeah. And like that the only way these two things can clash is through the end of, this wilderness era. Yeah. So to speak, the oncoming of civilization and stuff like that.
Train dreams.
Being
exactly. Another, like just a couple decades later.
Further down the
going
line.
Into the 50s, really. Yeah. Which I think is a great connective tissue to these films.
Yeah.
It's like a Train Dreams film where it takes like the end of the West into
mean,
modernity.
Even Killers of the Flower Moon.
Modernity.
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
modernity.
Yeah, that's actually way cooler. Modernity. What did you just say?
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh, yep.
Is like 1920s, like early 20th
Yeah.
century.
Yeah, very Train Dreams time period.
And then going into Train Dreams does it more directly of like this man who comes from this old era having to confront like cities and new jobs and like all these things.
Yep.
Dang.
And losing
his wife and his kid.
Yeah, I was about to say losing yourself.
Like innocence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's another thing that Westerns have now created.
Oh, sure.
Is like this image of what was once pure.
Yeah.
The wild. Like we yearn for the wild.
As much as like you can critically aim at Stagecoach, like there is so much of that movie that is communicating that too.
Yes.
With like the all the characters are like less than pure, but then they're still treating each other as if they're of high regard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then like men needing to protect women and like all these things.
Yeah. There's a lot of like already placed in values.
Yeah.
Like, and basically the cowboy's been a cowboy for a while. The outlaw's been an outlaw for a while. Like we know how to think about hookers and whores and things like that. Like there's all this, like the world is already created.
Yeah.
And in a way they're also kind of like bucking who they are and what they are. And it's kind of like playing with some of those things too. Bucking.
Yeah.
Get that buck.
It's a good verb for this.
Thank you.
It's very on brand.
And so, it's pretty awesome.
Bucking.
Yeah, bucking. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid being kind of this next foray into the genre that I think is very...
train robbery.
Yeah, it's got the train robbery.
Yeah.
And it very still play... And I think the new Hollywood created a lot of what we know about movies today. And I think the way we think about Westerns today is owed a lot to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, or at least the ideas that they were playing with.
Sure. Sure.
On the run, getting away, trying to start a new life, getting pulled back in, Godfather Part 3.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Best Godfather.
Best Godfather. I don't know, folks. Hey, can I talk to you?
It's an argument.
Yeah, I sometimes I don't know what to do. Sometimes I'm really scared that, I'm up here talking and
I have to deal with this shit.
And I'm getting scared sometimes because Kevin doesn't
threats
take
on my
it
life.
Yeah, exactly. Kevin said it. I didn't say that.
Yikes.
Another play with the genre.
Yes.
In the romantic direction.
I know. These would be a good queer double feature.
Yeah. Brokeback Mountain, 2005. Ang Lee. Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal. Nice. Spinal Tap.
Whoa. Before and after?
Yeah. This was my first time seeing Brokeback Mountain. At least I'm pretty, but then again, I did, as I was watching, I feel like I have kind of seen this before, but it was like, I feel like the first top to bottom viewing.
Hey, oh.
Okay. These gotta stop.
Pun intended?
Yeah. Yeah. Heath is at the top of his game.
Hey.
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
And Jake's on his hands and knees praying to Jesus.
Oh God. There's none of that.
On screen, at least.
So this plays with a lot of the serious. Yeah, I'm trying the serious Western like tropes of the I guess of the serious cowboy, of this kind of like macho man image that I think is like implied by some of these films, but none of them, like, I guess you could say John Wayne in Stagecoach has that kind of macho man thing going
100%.
on. Right?
Yeah.
And having like integrity and doing what's right. I'm putting it in quotes because I don't think it's right. But this is when you take those ideas and you apply it to men, and I think this is such a larger conversation too.
Men.
How does that destroy men? in a way. Like you having to lie to yourself, having to hide everything deep inside of you, and then forcing the world to like deal with your outbursts and rages because you have no other way to express yourself. And I think this movie is dealing with two characters that have gone about their lives in a certain way, but then all of a sudden they hit, and it's just like the right time, the right place, something happens and it connects, and there's no going back.
Yeah.
It's something that their lives fall apart in a lot of ways because they're always trying to get back to this thing.
Yeah. It is really interesting on the back half of this movie when like they can't go back to this job and they can't do this job anymore, which is like what allows them to have this relationship, and like how each of them like move on with their lives and how they each do it so differently. Like Jake Gyllenhaal still pursuing this thing, and like even if it's secretive and like under the table, like I feel like I scratched that. He's maybe more forthright with like what he wants and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Future. Like he knows, and he made it work in his life. Yeah, in a way, he's like oh yeah, I can. You know, I take time out of the year, multiple times a year, to come up here and to see you. Yeah. My wife knows I'm doing it. I'm not hiding anything, you know, to an extent.
Right.
But then Heath Ledger's character is brooding and just like an awful husband. Yeah. In so many ways, because he also can't deal. Yeah. And it's like when desire fully takes over and you have this deep well of emotion that you can't do anything with. Right. And then all of a sudden it basically gets tapped, this really serious exterior that this character has in the classic cowboy aesthetic gets broken by this. And it's almost like the bleeding can't stop. Yeah. There's no stopping it. Yeah. And that's how his character feels to me, is like always pouring out and doing everything he can to hide it. Yeah. But is the most like emotionally on a trigger kind of character in my opinion.
It's like the end of Moonlight.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I got to watch that again.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Gay.
Fucking Pride.
Happy Pride. We love it. We like the gay.
I mean, it's so cool. I mean, I guess that's like an interesting topic of like how queerness is so related to the Western genre.
National Anthem is a one we did an episode on.
We did an episode.
Yeah, we did actually. Yeah.
And like out of all I mean, I guess as a tangent, not to say anything about queerness and Westerns, but to speak on like how Westerns can be used to funnel ideology. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. That's 100% kind of what it is. It's like military movies now.
Right.
Is that sort of thing.
But like, whereas like war movies is so specifically this one ideology. I mean, I guess you could twist it in your own ways.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like with Westerns, it's so kind of modular. Like it could be like right-wing conservative, but then it could be queer. It could be like a black Western or like a Mexico-centered Western.
That's awesome.
It could have like so many different aspects to it to where it doesn't necessarily like, I guess this is just America.
We made it. We didn't even get through all the movies, and you did it.
Is that like America is so diverse and like you can have so many perspectives on the same story. You know what I mean?
And that's what I think is the best of America too.
Right.
Is when we aren't so associated with the imagery and the just like what we see and like just so I guess short-sighted in a way.
Sure.
And instead it's the values.
Right.
It's the bigger thing. Because even when the themes of America. Because when I think about even like freedom, like I believe in freedom, and I'm a leftist. But I think, what? And they think like the right has this whole thing on what freedom is.
Monopoly on freedom.
But for me, freedom isn't freedom from taxes.
Yeah.
You know, for me, freedom isn't to have like the biggest, baddest gun of all time.
Right.
And to have like no smog check on my car and different light bulbs. Freedom for me is freedom to have the life I want to live.
Yeah.
Freedom of time, freedom of movement.
Yeah.
And freedom of from want.
Yeah.
Like these are the things. Freedom from fear.
Freedom from want.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like that's the world I want to live in. And so I think that like the Western, that's why it's a great genre to deconstruct.
Right.
Is because you could take those things that are so ingrained deeply into America and imagery that is so baked in, but then you take that imagery and you add something else to it, Kuleshov style.
That just brings me home. Like we didn't even mention Robert Altman.
No.
In all this.
Yeah.
And like how much his Westerns are doing all
the king of the deconstruction.
Saying.
Yes.
You know?
Something interesting about McCabe and Mrs. Miller too is that it's about people making their own way.
Yeah.
And starting and building their own town and everything like that. And that can be taken in so many different ways. Like we don't have to have this like rugged individualist mentality. I think there's something so beautiful about McCabe and Mrs. Miller, which is like this whole town is being built with people, all these people while the movie's happening.
Yeah.
It is creating this whole Western town. And I think I've said this before, but like I still can in my mind close my eyes and be in that town.
Yeah.
That's how great that world building was in that movie. Was like I can walk around. It's just an amazing, amazing thing.
Vivid.
Yeah, so vivid. Yes.
And the whole idea of like creating community, that's like national anthem as well.
Yes.
Of like this sort of isolated oasis.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. No Country for Old Men.
Yeah. Back to the Coen brothers.
Yes. Who, and once again, number 2 for sure on our American directors list.
Yeah.
Just because we chose Altman. But they play with the genre in the way the Coen brothers always do, which is with the noir twist to it, which I think is another great, and definitely this is in the 50s or 60s, I think.
Something like
I'm trying to think of when the movie takes place. Yeah. Maybe it's even like more modern than that, but it's just kind of like,
more modern.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah. And it's just in a weird, it's just in the middle of nowhere, Texas for a bit,
I mean, there's a certain places where like the buildings aren't updated.
Yeah.
And like things look like they're from the 50s or whatever.
Yeah. But it has that, I think and we're kind of getting kind of like the Texas aesthetic sort of thing too. All this cowboy imagery.
Well, I was going to say that like you had mentioned Butch Cassidy is like creating the modern Western.
Yeah.
And I feel like No Country is like that peak of that kind of evolution.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Of like taking all those themes and these ideas and like putting them into the grandest, like most epic kind of film.
Yeah.
And saying so much with it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It also has in the Butch Cassidy style, the running.
Yeah.
Like the getting away, the fleeing from something.
Right.
Which I think is a really great device that is I think done really well in Butch Cassidy, where it's just like this like
always moving.
They're like, my God, we did everything we usually do, but oh my God, they're right there. They're always right there. And honestly, the movie, like it's like Mad Max Fury Road style. You could make the whole movie like that. And that's kind of what No Country for Old Men is. It's like the whole movie is running.
Yeah.
Which I think is why I like that more than like obviously Butch Cassidy and things like that, was because it knows what it's doing. It's got all of these great moments and characters.
It's a silent film.
Yeah. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah. It's like so visually motivated.
Yeah. Would go on to win Best Picture.
Yeah.
Over my choice. Do you know what else was up for Best Picture that year?
Oil.
Yeah. By Upton Sinclair.
I forget the name. There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood. Filmed very nearby. The infamous thing of they had to stop shooting No Country for Old Men because of the oil derrick on fire scene.
That's cool.
So they were not too far from each other.
That harkens back to the origins of the Western.
Yeah. Oh my God. There Will Be Blood would have been also another really good playing with these tropes we're talking about.
Yeah. We did an episode on that though.
Oh yeah, we've done an episode. We'll have to do more.
Yeah. I mean, when I was scouting for my short film in Manzanar, that whole region, like the Eastern Sierras, that used to be very popular for Westerns back in the day, like the 20s and stuff.
Yeah.
And this woman who worked at the hotel, she was telling us stories of like, kind of like in Babylon, they're like shooting through other camera crews.
Yes, Babylon does that really well.
It was like so hectic and crazy, and they're just like everywhere.
That's how it used to be.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of like going.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you went to some like Times Square or even the Walk of Fame or something like that, and like influencers all over each other, or some event or something like that.
Right.
It's kind of like that now, where it's just like all of these people coming all at once to something.
Oh, well, I mean, there's the whole idea of like, oh, it's the Wild West, like that saying.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's such a huge part of our lexicon now.
Yeah,
you know. Like this whole idea of like people bum rushing one area or one thing.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a race.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of got that race mentality of like, we're trying to get there before time runs out.
Yeah.
There's something that kind of like plays to all of this is like this
time
running out.
Yeah.
Is something that is a very Western thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that goes back to the civilization, like ending the era of wilderness sort of thing. Of like you don't exist. You don't have a place in this society anymore.
Yeah.
Like your time is done.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with it?
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like that theme is so human.
Yeah.
You know?
Brokeback Mountain, like as you're saying all these things, I was like, does Brokeback Mountain hit all of those things? And it does.
It does.
It absolutely does.
Like you don't fit here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You do not belong.
Yeah.
Like you belonged and you did it, but
now
you made a choice, or a choice was made for you. In a way, it's almost like what I think is kind of what something I really like about Brokeback Mountain is like Jake Gyllenhaal. It's not that he forces himself and this sexuality onto Heath Ledger's character, but there is this like prying open.
Yeah.
It's forceful. It's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But it is like this thing is thrust on him that he never wanted to acknowledge and never wanted to feel.
But now it's in his face.
And now he can't escape it.
Yeah.
And that all of these movies had that element to them.
Right.
The discovery of the money, the like getting caught finally, the running on the stagecoach and everything like that.
And I would say Tommy Lee Jones's character is like the narrator of the movie and the communicator of these themes and ideas. Like,
he's so good.
His acceptance of the violent nature of humanity, you know, beyond his control is like the end of the movie, you know what I mean?
It's a great way to end all of these movies.
Yeah.
Is it's kind of just like acceptance of the way it is.
Yeah. And the future and stuff.
Yeah. Because also it's about progress.
Right.
That's also another Western thing.
Well, I feel like his whole take, at least what I took away from his thing, was that there is no progress. Progress was a lie that we were told.
Yes.
That like, oh, we were going to be more civilized, that like there would be less death. But for him, it was accepting like, oh, we've always been like this.
Yeah.
It's always been like this since the beginning of Western itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What I love about that was because when I said progress, I didn't even mean that. I meant progress in literal the technological term.
Like modernity and stuff.
That goes, and you're right, that didn't.
Yeah.
Like the actual
like you have both of these things.
Yeah. And as the world is building up around,
you're expecting
this never changes.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like we have technology and quote unquote progress.
Yep.
And that with that, we were told these values would go away.
Yes.
But they're still here.
Yes.
Whoa, dude, No Country is crazy.
No Country is great. It is such a
crazy
great funnel of all of these things into something. Because it also, once again, with very minimal dialogue and everything, it has to it has to do all of these things so amazingly well.
Yeah.
And to take all of these genre bits and build this just very fluid machine.
Yeah.
That
So
I
efficient.
really appreciate. Exactly. So efficient. That's like, I bring up the Mad Max Fury Road element because that's another movie where it's like, it's just a chase.
Yeah.
Like
it's
keep
so
it
simple.
It's so simple. And it's
Yeah.
like the best part of the movie is the chase. We're
Right.
gonna make the whole fucking movie the chase.
That's
like I fucking love it.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's something that I really appreciate about No Country. It's not trying to
Right.
be something it isn't.
Right.
It's not trying to do all of these things. And there's a number of like Coen Brothers movies that I do say get kind of lost in trying to play up the comedy or something like that. Like Hail Caesar, for example.
Sure.
Like there's so many interesting bits about that, but it feels like it's a bunch of different things all
Put together.
jalopy together.
Yeah.
And this is like,
Jalopy.
yeah, I know. Oh, I thought about that word yesterday because we saw a fancy car in the parade. And so then I was like, jalopy, I kind of like that word. I'm going to try to use them. I didn't think I used it correctly.
Yeah, no.
But
I don't
I
even
like
know
it.
what it means.
A jalopy is like one of those like funny cars from like the 30s.
Oh, okay.
At least I'm pretty sure that's what they were kind of called
Sure.
colloquially.
Colloquially.
Yeah, colloquially. I'm using a lot of fun words
Yeah.
today.
Good for Scrabble.
Yeah, exactly. So
That's
yes.
like 30 points right there.
There we go. I'm so bad at Scrabble. Oh my God, I'm so bad at Scrabble.
I used to play Words with
Friends. Yeah. Yeah, I've never been good at those kind of games,
Yeah.
which is really funny.
My mom kicks my ass.
Yeah.
Like every time.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm more of a trivia guy. I can do some trivia.
Oh, yeah. I'm good at
I can
trivia.
get down with that in Monopoly.
But I ruin trivia games
How do you ruin them?
because I just know everything.
Okay, honking your own horn.
I mean, I say that humbly. Like, no one can
Didn't
compete.
feel very humbling.
No one can compete.
Does that sound humble to you folks?
America.
I think we chose well.
Yeah.
For the American genre being Western.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it fits all of the elements that make America
Great.
so great. And I was going to say beautiful, but great's probably a better word.
America the Beautiful.
Yeah, America the Beautiful.
Great skies.
Yeah, a genre that has been here since the beginning of film.
Since Jesus.
And, will continue on. And I think in a lot of ways, still a lot of untapped potential.
So much.
So much. And I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
I'm seated.
If you were to choose other movies for this, what would you want to
Yeah, I just had it in
reshuffle?
I just had it in my brain. Oh no. Obviously, like if I throw in some movies that we have talked about before that I think are just really good extra credit.
Yeah, you
for
said
anyone.
Howard Hawks stuff.
Yeah, there's the Howard Hawks stuff. I think National Anthem.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Eddington.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
You know, There Will Be Blood. Yeah, I'd have to think a little bit more about some other options. What about you? Anything that comes to mind that you're like, oh yeah, could have thrown that in there.
I mean, I feel like we hit the peaks,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like the scratching off the surface.
Which I think is good for an episode 1.
Yeah, yeah. I guess
Episode 3 of this, but first time we're talking about Westerns.
yeah. Yeah, I guess it's hard to usurp like one of these as like monumental Western title.
Exactly. You have to start saying like, what are like neo-Western films?
Yeah.
Like Dead Man, I guess would be another one I would throw in there too, of like twisting up the genre. And
Yeah.
we are doing that with our choices here. There is like a twisting of the
Absolutely.
genre
Yeah.
naturally. I think over time,
You have to change
You
it.
have to change. You're not going to have the same John Ford movies over and over again.
Right.
You know, though there are people that would fucking see them because it can be like that kind of basic American rah film.
I guess
change.
I guess if we were like, if I were to play around, like having High Noon and then that one John Ford movie that was like made in response to it. I forget. I think we had seen it.
Oh yeah, yes, we had seen it. It was Rio Bravo.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
yes.
it was the
Yeah,
Howard
yeah,
Hawks
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
Like watching that in succession would have been cool. And then Rango.
Oh, sure. I think
as like a neo-Western.
I think Lone Star as well is another interesting one.
Star.
The Wild Bunch. I think now a number of things are kind of like plowing into my head. And then we also mentioned Quentin Tarantino.
Another great verb for this.
Yeah. We also mentioned Quentin Tarantino. So you got Hateful Eight and Django, I think are another great examples of like really genre-ifying it.
Yeah. And I didn't really mention this before, but like there is so much of like other genres today are just Westerns.
Yeah.
Like they're playing with the same characters, the same tropes, the same stories, but it's like in space.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Star Wars was considered a space Western.
Yeah.
Like there are things like that. Yeah.
Space Western opera.
Yeah. Space Western opera. Folks, we really appreciate you sitting in here with us.
Rattling along,
ambling on. We're ambling.
I didn't realize that was the name
know.
of his short.
Yes, he made a short or whatever, and that became his company. Once I figured that, I'm like, whoa. Because
So
it's a
cool.
good word. We now know it as like Amblin Entertainment.
Yeah.
I didn't know
like
it was the apostrophe.
Right.
And now I like it a lot more.
I do
Amblin.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ambling.
We be
just
ambling.
ambling along.
We just ambling.
Yeah.
It's a great word.
Apparently that's what got him
Yeah.
his first job.
Yeah.
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 Crazy.
Hear that, folks? Sadly, we don't live in the same era as
possible.
New Hollywood.
Yeah,
so
I know.
It ain't going to happen for you, but
Unless you're a YouTuber.
unless you're a YouTuber. And you better have been a YouTuber for a while.
Yeah. For at least 15 years.
Yes, exactly. And proving yourself and gotten an audience and already gotten big.
Yeah. Like what we're doing, don't do that.
Don't do that. We're bottom of the barrel in this.
Yeah.
But someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it.
We got to lick the scum.
Yeah. Okay.
Scum bucket.
On that,
Chum bucket.
I really don't want to talk anymore.
Cum bucket.
Oh, wow. Folks, we'll see you next time. That's a wrap. Bye-bye.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Kevin,
My name is Ryan.
and we are the co-hosts of the world-famous show, Wind, Reel, and Print. Here to talk to you about movies.
Yeah, we do this every week.
Oh yeah,
We're serious about it.
it's life. It's canon.
Yes, it's canon. Cinema's canon.
And we're here today on another episode, the fourth one of America
25 for
250. Too many numbers.
Yeah, I know, there's a lot.
The America 250 birthday episode EP thing. And today we're
series.
talking about the American director. What does that mean?
Well, hopefully they're American. Let's
Yeah.
start there.
Born and raised.
Born and raised in America.
With the citizenship.
Yeah. You ain't getting over here, Denis.
Yeah.
You ain't getting over here, Nolan.
Alfonso Cuarón.
Yeah, fuck you. I've had it up to here with Corona. But yes, the American director, I think, needs to make films that are playing with, be it in a genre amplifying or genre deconstructive way, what we think of as America, what the maybe even all the genres, as our director
Right.
tends to do,
Sure.
plays with a little bit of everything. And so that's what I think the American director needs to do, is take these things and amplify it or warp it or
Sure.
change it, deconstruct.
I want to unpack I don't know how serious you are but with this,
Sure.
but like this idea of like genre, like needing to use genre, like what's so important about genre specifically within America, and like why is it so useful or whatever.
That's a very good question, because I part of that, I don't know how to answer why genre is important.
Sure.
In some ways, like it feels just like it just is.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just a very simpleton. There's probably some academic that
Yeah.
could really destroy me
I can
here.
pull some out of my ass.
But before you totally beat my ass,
Sure.
I will say genre, it makes it really, it makes it really easy to do something,
Yeah.
right? It's the stepping stone to do some other thing, be it because people also start to come up with preconceived notions
Yeah.
and things.
Yeah.
And then you have an opportunity to really do something with
Yeah.
it. Steven Spielberg, for example, takes genre and amplifies it.
Uh-huh.
He uses genre. Genre is very important to him. I would also say Altman genre is also important.
Absolutely.
In a different way.
Yeah.
Probably, I would say those directors are almost complete opposites.
Yeah.
In terms of what they're
100%.
doing
Yeah.
and and what they did.
Yeah.
So that's it. If you would like to beat my ass,
An educated guess.
yeah. If you want to educate me as well, feel free.
No, I mean, that's a great point, right? I mean, that's kind of speaking to what we were talking about in our last America episode
Yes.
with the Westerns and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, you bring up good examples with Spielberg and obviously Altman here, who we'll talk about.
Spoiler.
But, you saying that, it makes me think of Nouvelle Vague, and maybe we can save the bulk of this conversation for that. But as an aside to this conversation that we're talking about, like the new wave would use genre as a way to communicate French national ideology.
Yes.
Specifically like Godard and like with film noir and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He was very deliberate with like how these stories can communicate like very specific French things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, Godard and Altman, that's not that far apart in like what they're kind of doing. There's definitely a lot of genre deconstruction.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just Nouvelle Vague thing, right?
Deconstruction.
But definitely Jean-Luc Godard, he's all about that.
Yeah.
But we are not allowing a Frenchman to be the American director.
Yeah. Well, that is one thing that I feel like we can talk about this more later. But like one thing that New Hollywood, which Robert Altman is sort of a part of, that's like one thing they take from New Wave, I feel like, is like using genre to communicate American ideology.
Yes.
And that is basically what Robert Altman is from like a career standpoint. Like he played in so much and did so much. But at the same time is harping on like very American things.
Yes.
In different ways.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know how we go about this conversation.
Well, I mean, we could like we did with the Western.
Yeah.
I think that we can say who we didn't pick.
Yeah.
I think that's an important roundabout way.
Who else fits this sort of mold? Genres.
Yeah, we mentioned in the last episode, Coen Brothers.
Yeah.
Very close second. Maybe you seem to live with a lot of regret.
Yeah, I really like that pick. You know, because I think Altman's doing similar things, and I think these movies are great. But there's just something like the Coen Brothers are so like intentionally American.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, they are, and it's very interesting parts of America too.
Like Minnesota.
Exactly. A lot of the, we'll say, forgotten parts, but just the parts you don't see on screen all that much.
Right.
Characters that are different and unique and interesting, which I think is also very Altman too, is to have a lot of really wild, strange characters. Yeah. Because that feels...
Women.
Yeah. Women?
Who would have
What? Yeah. Altman being someone who is pioneering a number of actresses in this thing and having female-led movies, which was not a common thing for the time and definitely was going 100%. In different directions.
Yeah. Like to make 3 women at this time is historically seen as like revolutionary or whatever the word you want to use, but like was so different from what everyone else was making in America specifically.
Yes.
Obviously Europe is like,
it is a European American film in a way. Yeah. Right. European sensibilities in the American form.
Yeah.
So Steven Spielberg also was another director. Martin Scorsese was another director.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I could start pulling things out of my ass and saying John Cassavetes would have been an interesting choice.
That would have been cool. I know we said Spike Lee.
Spike Lee. I think even Noah Baumbach. I think there's a lot of... See, I'm just buttering you up. But I think there's a lot. I mean, when you kind of ask like who tells American stories, I think it's another way to look at it too.
Right. Yeah, I mean, for me, when I think of it, I think the genre is an interesting thing. I feel like it's like the landscape too. Like I want a director who's like, this is in America. Like it can't be anywhere else.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and I think of Spike Lee and like Martin Scorsese as like directors who do that. And like, that's why I really wanted the Coen brothers. Cause it's like, I said this before, every movie is in a city and it, you know, it's in that region,
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Jim Jarmusch's, Mystery Train is like such a great, like American movie,
Oh,
but
yeah,
it's
Jim
like,
Jarmusch would have also been an interesting curveball director too.
What I really enjoy from his movies is like how he captures the environment.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're in New Jersey or Memphis or whatever, like by the way he captures the city and stuff.
Yeah.
And that to me is like the Americanness, right? Is like capturing the diversity of this country, but like through a singular lens, which is the director, basically, you know?
Auteur theory.
Yeah, the auteur.
So
Altman.
Then.
So how does Altman trump everyone else to use a fucking
Well, yeah,
word.
Exactly. I know, right? It does suck that that's been co-opted.
Yeah.
But what I would say is one thing that is in, just like it's in Martin Scorsese's favor,
Sure.
I think a lot of numbers on the board. Let's be real. Like Altman,
numbers on the board.
Altman has so many films that there's an opportunity to have played in a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Right. And of varying quality and design. So Altman is a numbers guy.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of numbers on the board. And that's one thing I think would have been in Marty's favor as well.
Right.
Is so many different
Sheer
things. And he does
quantity.
even music too. Like there's a lot of things.
Documentaries.
Yep. Which I think also kind of plays into it.
Yeah, maybe he could have been a good choice too here.
Yeah. So that's in one Altman quality I have. Do you want to drop an Altman quality that you think fits?
No, keep going.
Okay, keep going. Uh-oh. You're
off guard.
vamping. You're vamping. Or maybe I am.
You caught me off guard.
I think he comes about in a time period as well that we will talk about in the next episode.
True, yeah.
In the pre-New Hollywood, New Hollywood, post-New Hollywood era, which I think is the most American and maybe even important time period, because it's the last gasp. It's the pouring of the concrete jungle that we live in today of cinema.
What a
certain style.
phrase.
I know. Thank you. Out of my ass.
Yeah.
But Altman had his feet in all of those worlds.
Yeah.
And I think that that's also something that Martin Scorsese doesn't have.
Right.
That a number of that Steven Spielberg doesn't have.
Like they were too young.
Exactly.
To know the before times.
Yeah. So he's 10, 20 years older
than all of them. Yeah.
And even Francis Ford Coppola was older too. Like he's also kind of like dips into the other thing as well.
Well, he came up from theater and everything.
And so that's another Altman quality. And I think the final like big Altman quality I have is the kind of stories he tells, which I think is maybe the most important thing. And we're talking about Nashville. We're talking about Shortcuts. These aren't even the movies that we have here.
Right.
But even Prairie Home Companion, I love these, what is now called, like in different circles, hyperlink cinema in a lot of ways. Is like all of these different characters coming together. I think you kind of get it from the imagery of a hyperlink. And I think that to me feels like the American movie. Right. I think obviously Nashville.
The diversity.
Yeah, Nashville is the American movie. Yeah. Clearly.
I love Nashville.
Like in every way. And so it does this really cool thing where you bring all these stories. Paul Thomas Anderson would also be
he's a student of
yes, exactly,
Robert
a student
Altman.
of Altman. And with Magnolia being his most obvious foray. But even Boogie Nights is that, and all of these things. Taking all of these
one
characters.
battle after another.
Yeah. And
like
I guess
Altman-esque.
there's a tragicness and to the Altman pictures that you don't get from the Spielbergs and things like that I think is this last gasp of true art that we get in the 70s that then gets like squashed by the immense amounts of money being poured in and all of these things. Stay tuned to the next episode where I'm going to talk more about a lot of this.
Break it down.
But so it's the stories that Altman tells that are also, because he's a numbers guy, all over the board. He's been able to tell a lot of different stories. And they're all interesting. And I guess, cynical. And I think you need a cynical eye to be the director.
That's what I was going to say is that, like, when you look at a lot of these other directors, they're very, like, sort of, like, what's the word? Kind of sentimental or romanticizing towards the American dream or whatever.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you look at Altman, he's bringing a whole new sauce to the thing. Like, he's not taking his movies as seriously as everybody else.
Yes.
They're saying something. They're, like, super intentional with the messages, and the themes and everything. And then, there is, like, an American tragedy to it that feels authentic to what America actually is. Like, the ending of Nashville feels like what our life is right now politically.
It was so surprising watching that ending of Nashville. It still hits.
Like, right around the assassination attempt.
Yeah, it's just like it doesn't feel like it's going to, I mean, obviously it's building up for something like that, clearly.
Yeah.
But it still was surprising. And then what they do after is
don't bother me.
Yeah. It's just, it is the thing that cements Altman as
the American director.
The American director.
Yeah. Totally.
Is this perfect summation of this thing that, I mean, obviously that was 1975, 1974 when it was, or I guess it came out in 76, 1975 when it was shot or whatever. Still so true.
Yeah.
To today. So also prescient.
Yeah.
To everything that's happened
it's
since.
Like so ahead of his time.
Exactly.
Yeah. And like, I don't know. It's weird how like, Sam kind of had talked about this in our first Robert Altman episode.
Yeah, we should say, for those of you that are here, we have done another one of these.
Yeah. And in a way, that episode should have been here.
Yeah.
As this kind of accoutrement. Because like, that is saying so much about America, all those movies, right?
Yeah, those say more about America than these.
For sure.
In my opinion.
100%.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, you have a movie about the fucking president.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then you have a Western.
You've got a Western. You've got the bicentennial movie. Shortcuts as well is like
it's
the
so
LA
American.
Story. It's so American.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one?
Those
yeah, we just did 4.
Yeah.
Yes. Kept it clean.
Yeah, back when we were normal.
Yeah, exactly. Who knew?
But like, some of these other directors that we're kind of talking about, you've heard that story before. You've seen that like YouTube video or that video essay about Scorsese or Spike Lee or whatever. No one talks about Robert Altman like in this way anymore, even though all those directors that we mentioned are like taking influence from him and his movies and stuff.
Yeah.
So like we have to pay dividends, or I don't know what
even homage.
We have to pay homage, or we just have to pay respects to him, because our entire film industry right now is from him.
Yes.
The mindset, the like processes, like how you talk to actors, like how you deal with studios. Like a lot of these things come from like Robert Altman, like I remember watching Shortcuts and I was like, damn, everybody is pulling from this guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like damn near every single person is.
Yeah. Shortcuts just feels so ahead of its time as well.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's kind of, it is beyond great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just feels like right to highlight him again as this guy.
Yeah.
Because there really is no other director who can like do all the things that he's doing, I feel like. Except for maybe the Coen brothers.
Yeah. See. Well, let's talk about the 5 movies that we chose.
Sure, yeah.
And maybe we can have some jumping off points on some of these. But we'll start with the first one, MASH.
Yeah.
Obviously would be like his real, I wouldn't say test, but I guess this is him.
A little bit, yeah.
This is him doing the Altman thing.
Yeah.
Coming up with a lot of the things, maybe not coming up, but at least cementing and formulating a lot of the things that we know Altman as.
Yeah.
Lots of characters, overlapping dialogue, lots of moving cameras.
Yeah. The zoom.
The cynicalness.
Yeah.
The
critique.
Yeah. Comedy mixed with horror, mixed with all of this.
Yeah.
But all like with a levity to it. Like, and I think I think so much with this floating camera style that he has, it just kind of always has that thing to it.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to explain how that also, the movement kind of brings a levity to it. Maybe it's the feeling like you're never sitting still.
Yeah.
This kind of always moving around that has this momentum building in your mind.
Well, I was watching a bunch of videos about him and his style and stuff.
Yeah.
And some people describe it as like documentary or observational. Like
Observational is perfect.
You're so far removed, but the camera's always moving.
Yeah.
And like that giving you a level of like voyeurism to like what's happening on screen and stuff like that. It is interesting watching him come up with a lot of these things because you could feel it not be like working in a lot of ways. I feel like
there's plenty of
like speed bumps.
Oh, you're talking about in MASH?
In MASH,
yes.
Because it like you said, it's his first kind of foray into this thing.
And we spoke a little briefly last night about it, but I also understand watching this movie why it is some people's ultimate, where I think Nashville is the ultimate.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate for a number of people.
Right.
Which I definitely can understand because it is also so smart in what it's doing in the deconstruction of genre, to have like comedy mixed with the bloodiest surgery scenes and not even play.
And you killed the man.
And the surgery isn't even like played for laughs.
Yeah.
Like it's not like he does something and everyone gets squirted or something like that.
It's not
or
like cheap.
Or they pull out an organ and they're like, where does this go?
Yeah.
Or whatever. You know, it's nothing like that. Like that's always so serious.
Yeah.
But then the characters are something else and what they're kind of saying.
It's like commentary on life.
Yeah.
I feel like more than like trying to play a joke or something.
Yeah. And that's the credit I really give it, is like, it does feel like so interesting and unique.
Yeah.
I've never really seen a movie like MASH.
Yeah.
It is kind of weird.
For sure.
Yeah.
Definitely a war movie like it.
I mean, I guess it is.
It's what I think Catch-22 is, you know, or like what it's supposed to feel like, like as a movie, you know, it's like light and like funny, but also fucked, you know, it's
like, how do you meld those two? And honestly, Altman's the guy to do it.
Yeah.
Because it also feels like, and we didn't talk about this, but this will, I think it's coming up right now. The way he works with actors. Yeah. It's something we have talked about probably in the last episode, but he's
so free.
It's so free to let it happen. I think that's what we have, these scenes that are serious, but the actors, maybe it's the energy Altman brings, maybe it's the energy the actors bring, that you end up getting this totally different frequency coming out of these scenes.
Right.
That is because of this style.
Yeah. I forgot. I had something I was going to say.
Nice.
I forgot.
I love undercutting.
Yeah.
I interject.
Oh, the series. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because you said, like, balancing the drama with the horror, with the comedy. Like, that's America.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Is like bringing it back.
Bringing
it back to the American dream, American nightmare.
Contradictions.
Yeah. It's like bringing both of these things together, you know, and needing to somehow like figure it out or accept it or something. That's America, you know?
Yeah. I think we have talked about,
ding.
we talked about American absurdism.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Right. He is the America absurdist.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Yeah. 100%.
These are absurd. Every single one of these is absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the heck?
Boom. There you go. Yeah. I mean, that could have been the American genre in a way.
Right.
Was absurdism.
True. I mean, that's what captures this thing best, you know?
Yeah. I think so. And that is Altman's genre.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the best way to describe it.
Or that's his lens, right? He's taking all the genres and applying this
genre
thing into
be damned in a way. Obviously, still using all the pieces. He blows it up and then puts it back together in this Frankenstein-y thing.
I mean, that is the Altman sort of style, right? Is like how he's playing with all these things in different ways. Like his treatment of the process of the film. That's how you generate his style.
Yes.
You know? That freedom with the actors, the freedom with the camera, you know, the world building and everything.
Yeah.
They had some interview with the production designer or art director or something. And he was just like, yeah, you know, when I first started working with Robert Altman.
This was MASH or
this was on
just-
Shortcuts.
Oh, Shortcuts. Okay, cool.
He was like, we would set up one wall or like two walls, and then Altman would pick the third wall. So we just got to a point where we just needed to have like the whole thing set up. Like if there were 3 rooms, we're setting up all 3 rooms.
Wow.
And just like having that amount of freedom to create anytime, anywhere.
Insane. But
Yeah.
I mean, think about
He's
what you
literally
could do
creating
with that.
worlds,
Yeah,
like entire worlds. Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's what he's doing. I mean, Shortcuts. It's not on the list.
No.
Shortcuts.
We have talked about it before.
Oh my God.
It is also, once again, the perfect assimilation of all of these things.
I mean, it's taking, so like, I guess so like I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll get there because I want to build up to it.
Okay.
Because what was the first one?
Well, we talked about MASH.
Talking about MASH. Yeah. So like, this is another big point I wanted to kind of bring up was like, and we had talked about this yesterday, I think, or something, that he has phases in his career.
Yes.
And so I think it's important to talk about his 70s movies,
which we have 3
in conjunction, and then his later movies, because there's so much of what he's doing in the 70s that like leads into the 90s, but is like so different.
Yeah.
From a content standpoint and everything. But it's interesting where things line up and like, it's not a linear progression.
Yes.
He's like returning to things over time.
Yeah. I think this is a perfect time to go to The Long Goodbye.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's like his seminal 1970s movie.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's one MASH, Long Goodbye, and Nashville are probably his trio of movies that you would know him for.
For sure. For sure.
And so this one is taking the detective story, much like Chinatown would do, and kind of play with that and do something new with it. This is in the Altman style, which we now know by this point, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
With MASH, and taking it, and man, does he refine it?
Yeah.
So well.
It's so good.
Yeah. It's not as loose as MASH. Like MASH is like really all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's like a little more hyperlinky, right?
For sure.
This one is not. It's a character study.
Yeah.
Which I think he's really good at that. Like that's like where
I mean, when you have an actor like Elliot Gould who can just
who's
like
so good.
He's so suave and charming and funny and like depressing.
Yes.
You can connect with him in so many different ways. He can fill the screen, for that long.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. And it's such like a sad sack kind of guy too. It plays so well
like
to this
the
like
nice
detective.
guys.
Yeah, because you are expecting a Humphrey Bogart sort of character. And there's a presentation almost of that, but this is like such an alternate universe version.
An Altman
Altman where you get he's suave in a way, right?
In his own
he can get out of a situation.
Right.
Like with like his smart assery.
Right.
But besides that, it's kind of a joke.
Right.
Like in a way.
No idea what he's
exactly.
doing.
Like I need to rewatch Inherent Vice. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Plays in this same world too. I think it's also interesting like that this is in color too. Obviously people are, going in black and white is not a common thing at this time. But Chinatown, The Long Goodbye would make these color noir films, which I think is a very interesting new, because it just like, it makes it, it's like when you throw on the UV light and you see all these things, like it's just, it reveals so much more.
Right.
It loses that kind of like really attractive aesthetic almost.
Yeah.
And you're kind of left with the raw bits of noir, which I think is really neat.
Yeah. There's that whole subgenre of neon noir, which is like,
I guess that's like Only God Forgives.
Like Nicholas Refn.
Yeah, exactly. Nicholas Winding Refn, Drive.
But I could see like Long Goodbye being proto neon noir because of its like color and the way it's shot and everything. It's so kind of like bright colors and the color schemes are very specific.
Yeah.
Like LA specific, I feel like.
I love, and it's another reason I love LA.
Yeah.
Like I love movies like this that play in the LA thing. I am an LA head.
I know, it's sad.
I grew up on the outskirts in Orange County, which I know doesn't count. But there is
an OC.
An OC, so it doesn't even count. But
you racist.
Okay. You're calling me out. Call out the county.
I know.
I grew up in it. I grew up in it. But there is, I find that LA is a very visually interesting place to me.
Absolutely.
And I think The Long Goodbye does it really well. I think Bowfinger is another movie that I love that is also kind of in the same vein and world and vibe.
Yeah.
Which I love. I kind of love these kind of like bumbling people in LA.
Yeah.
When there's just like so many more powerful people than you.
Right.
Kind of like all around you.
Right.
And all of a sudden you kind of like walk and you're in this new
wrong
place.
room.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how this feels. Is like he suddenly finds that he keeps owing more and more money basically. Yeah. And it, like someone else's debts are his debts now. And it's all of these things happening all at once. There's like, a mystery going on.
I was just helping a friend.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is just, it's great. I love this stumbling into the story that this movie does.
Yeah, especially at the end, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
This was not foreshadowed at all.
No. Yeah.
And we're here, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Because there is so much like ambiguity within this world. Yeah. Yeah, it's so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great film.
Yeah.
I really, really liked it.
To bring back that thing you said about him working with actors, like something that I kept hearing in all these videos is like how they're still writing the movie like while it's getting made.
Yes, I know.
And I think it's important to compare Robert Altman to like Wong Kar-wai in this way, because I feel like Robert Altman's collaboration is so much different than a Wong Kar-wai's or Jean-Luc Godard's collaboration, right? Like with Godard and Wong Kar-wai, they're writing the script the night before and then handing it to you when you show up on set. Like, I don't know if that's like a good way to work. And like Godard would like call off a week from shooting just to think of a new idea.
Yeah. What is because then the alternative, which I'm guessing you're getting to.
So like with Altman, which I feel like is more respectful to the actor, right? Is like,
it doesn't work for Beatty, but it works for in a lot of different ways, right?
That's what they had talked about too, was like old Hollywood actors hated working with him because they're so used to structure and like everything being decided before the shoot.
Yes. And Beatty wanted control. He was also kind of a producer guy too. So McCabe and Mrs. Miller is
he wanted to do everything his way.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's a great old Hollywood, into the new, which Warren Beatty is such an important part of that story.
For sure. I mean, with like...
So it's cool that he stumbled into the Altman verse.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, he's kind of like Wes Anderson in that... Like Altman, like so many actors wanted to work with him because of his style and stuff. And so, back to that thing of like, when he's working with actors, he's like bringing them into the writing process. Like, hey, what do you think would happen with this thing? And so whenever they're writing the story together, it's like they're just following the vibes. Like figuring it out together, using the world around them and stuff. I don't know, I just feel like that's a more like involved and engaging like collaborative process.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it is definitely that.
Instead of like waiting around for the script and like, what are we doing? Like you're doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's a better place to work from,
Yes.
In terms of like using improvisation or using like the freedom of the moment.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
So.
Yeah. Wow.
The next film. 3 women.
Yeah.
You got to wonder how much that method is in this movie.
Yeah.
This movie is definitely the most, like I think I mentioned this, the most European American film in this bunch. It's a Bergman.
Yeah. Who he's inspired by Bergman.
Definitely. Yeah. Persona being a very obvious example.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's one movie and then it becomes something totally different. And then it never really, it certainly doesn't resolve in a way.
Resolution.
It's so strange. And like out of all of his movies, it's the most
narrative.
Yeah, narrative. I don't even know. Like I was going to say obscure, but that's not what I mean either. It's just like the not even obfuscate. Anyways, it's just so strange because there's no structure at all in some ways.
Right.
And we don't know where we're going for so long.
Sure.
But then I started doing, because I watched it and I was like, the hell did I watch? Now I left, because I think Mulholland Drive is a movie that feels very similar to this.
Totally.
And you know, you could say Lynch stuff definitely comes from this kind of world, this kind of very
weirdness.
dreamy, dreams. And
stealing identity.
Yeah. It's very Mulholland Drive. But the more I was like reading up on this movie, I'm like, oh, there's so much more that I didn't catch.
Yeah.
Like clearly I was too focused on this movie's going to make sense.
Oh,
and it's going to be, and that I was really expecting it to be, and I'm like, oh my God. Like it's a totally different movie than I even went in expecting.
It's like a tightly wound knot.
Yeah.
And slowly things get loosened, but it never gets untangled.
Yeah, exactly. And even like, I'm like following the rope around and I'm like trying to figure out where it goes.
And you think you're like, oh, I'm here.
Yeah.
And then it just
it's like, what
pulls
the
out
fuck? And then even like the final images, I'm just like, so that's what the movie's about?
Yeah. I mean, even with
and why
the finale,
is it called Three Women? Like it's
not
all those
Three
things.
Women. Yeah.
Yes. It's so strange.
It was not the movie like that I was expecting it
not
to
at
be.
all.
Yeah.
And so it feels out of all of these such a weird left turn in the Altman thing, but it almost is Altman on steroids, which is like
it's like Altman within the
on
Altman.
drugs. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Altman in Altman.
Yeah.
It's just like taking it even further down this auteur style of his.
Right. It's really funky.
Yeah, super weird. And Shelley Duvall, I think Shelley Duvall, this is the only film in this whole group that has Shelley Duvall in it. And Shelley Duvall would be one of his biggest collaborators. And he was always very insistent on her being in his pictures.
Yeah. I don't really care for her acting, I think.
I mean, I don't care in some ways. And I know, like for me, like more and more, someone's acting ability, like I care less and less. I don't know why. Like because
doesn't like dictate that much.
Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Like I think an actor's role is obviously important. Yeah. Like they are expressing some things, but even more and more, I'm like, this was what he wanted. Yeah. And so I'm taking it as it is. Like it almost feels some ways like me looking at a painting and being like, man, they should have done the strokes differently.
Right.
Sometimes that when I'm thinking about actors' performances, sometimes I kind of get into that world of like trying to go even deeper. But I get it. Like I could definitely point out acting roles where I'm like, God, that fucking sucked.
Yeah.
Like that is so bad. It didn't do anything. I think it definitely works for this.
I mean, she's playing a character.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Which is so, and I mean, without that, it's obviously a very different, it's like this weird spacey, does she exist kind of woman? I don't know. I think one reason I really like her in it is because she doesn't, well, for one, she's such a unique looking sounding person.
Yeah.
And we know a lot of stories happened with The Shining, and her life is a very interesting one.
Yeah.
That there's something also very meta about this movie, and about just her as an actor, like how she's portraying this too. I don't know. There's a lot of layers to it.
For sure.
That I think she's bringing in this like, this type of character that I don't know. I find very
100%.
interesting. Yeah.
I mean, you could see where it's pulling from The Shining.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if it was this movie or it was probably this movie. I don't know which one it happened at, but that Altman like healed a lot of stuff for her.
Oh yeah.
Post Kubrick.
Oh, interesting. This was pre The Shining.
Was it? Okay.
It was. But
it
probably still was.
I think there was a movie where like it just helped clear up a lot of things.
Yeah, because talk about like once again, opposites.
Yeah.
Like a
so
Kubrick,
different.
Altman, that's a very opposite track as well.
I think that's an interesting conversation, just briefly, of like, we mentioned all these other directors that we could have picked. Kubrick was definitely on that list.
You're right.
And
we kind of didn't mention that.
Yeah.
Because he's the obvious choice.
He's the obvious choice.
Everyone's going to pick that.
But I think, when you look at Altman versus Kubrick, it is, I think when we had mentioned the playing and the critique, right? I forget what was the word. The absurdism.
Yes.
Like, I feel like Altman's take on that is more fluid and like definitive than, or maybe those are opposite words.
I think I know what you mean, though.
It just feels like his critique on America is more pointed than Kubrick's in some ways. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kubrick, and I think why Kubrick doesn't work as an American director is he's too big.
Yeah. It's like everything.
What he's saying is too big as well. Like Altman feels like he's on the ground.
Yeah.
Kubrick feels like he's in the sky. Like
Dang.
they do feel like totally different modes of filmmaking in general.
Yeah.
Like movies in totally different realms.
Right.
Barry Lyndon and Nashville would be up for the Oscars in the same year, I'm pretty sure.
Crazy.
And it's just like, holy shit. I mean, talk about two totally different things.
Right.
Amazing films, but they just exist in like different paradigms.
Spaces,
yeah.
That's a great comparison.
But they do that.
Right.
Also Kubrick is so cynical.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of connective tissue between these two guys.
For sure.
That I think makes sense. They are like deconstructing different things.
Yeah.
And Kubrick would deconstruct so hard that he would construct genres.
Sure.
He was so powerful. He created these things.
Right.
Like The Shining would be, that is like the standard bearer of horror, basically.
Sure.
And I think it was more unique at the time.
Right.
When I think now everything is trying to be The Shining, everything is trying to be Halloween, everything is trying to be all of these early 80s horror movies where I don't think...
The Shining horror?
That's an insane
It's a thriller.
statement. What is... Horror and thriller are very close together.
Horror is jump scare.
So horror is only jump scares?
Right. It's like the way it's structured and stuff.
I would disagree. I think horror is much bigger than that. I think The Cure is horror.
Cure is thriller. I
don't think they have to be different things.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they are academically, and I think horror. I feel like horror gets misdefined frequently as like thriller. It's different.
The Player.
That's
a little thriller for you. Definitely not horror.
Yeah, that's definitely thriller.
So
definitely noir.
Yes. 1992, Tim Robbins.
Yeah.
And now a take on Hollywood.
Yeah.
Which I think was inevitable.
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with like him in the 90s that they had mentioned in one of these videos.
Yeah, we're now actually moving into
his new
age stuff.
Basically, a lot of his newer stuff was centered around performance and like the stage or theatrics or, Buffalo Bill, Prairie Home Companion. Like it's all about like the entertainment and how like life is a performance. You know what I mean? Like trying to add commentary onto that. And so obviously like this, what I find interesting is that he's doing that in Nashville and in like MASH in certain ways with like the football game. But like, it's never the center point.
Yeah.
When you look at The Player, Hollywood is the movie now, whereas in Nashville, it's like music industry was like kind of on the periphery to the politics of the movie and stuff like that.
I don't know how much like Nashville was saying about the music industry, where this is clearly saying something about the film industry.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's stuff about the film industry in Nashville, but it wasn't
the music industry.
The music industry.
Definitely.
But it wasn't like, like you said, the center point or whatever.
Yeah. Because you can't really not talk about it. And I think you start to look at it and be like, oh my God, like there's some clear things. Yeah. Because there's definitely the forcing. Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in it. Yeah.
So it's cool seeing shortcuts like within the 90s thing where like that movie isn't centered around performance or anything in the way that like The Player and Prairie Home Companion are.
Yeah.
But it's like pulling like you have the jazz musician, you have like the clown, like you have all these things. It's like pieces placed into it.
Yes.
Sort of a deal. So yeah, I don't know. I just find that super interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, at a certain point, you just start going meta.
Yeah.
Let's be real, because you're now like, where do you go from at a certain point, right? You go into this other direction where you start to really critique everything.
Yeah.
And the actual system itself.
Right. Turn the mirror on itself.
Right.
And he also loved Raymond Carver.
And he did the short stories, correct? Yeah, for Shortcuts, yeah.
And he spoke, I mean, to kind of, we're not even talking about the player, but like,
doesn't matter.
Like towards the end of his career, he's doing all the things that he wants to do.
Yeah.
And Raymond Carver was like his thing. Like he said he would have died trying to make this movie, basically. Like he wanted to do this more than anything else in his career.
Raymond Carver wanted to make Shortcuts, or that.
Robert Altman wanted to make Shortcuts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like he wanted to work with this thing. And he worked closely with, I think, Raymond Carver's like girlfriend or partner or whatever.
Yeah.
On making this thing. And like, even within that writing process of like collaborating with Raymond Carver's like source material.
Yeah.
Of like implementing himself with the thing and not being loyal to the material and like just blowing everything up and then like adding new stuff to it and everything. Like it was the ultimate like Altman thing.
Here's another Altmanism. Nothing is sacred.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, that just plays into everything that we kind of talk about, the absurdism and everything.
Yes.
Like you have to be kind of open, right?
Yeah. Also, the player, talk about absurd.
Yeah.
It makes you never want to make a movie.
Yeah. I mean, that's just fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's how movies are made.
Yeah.
This is the behind the scenes things. It just makes it look so evil.
Yeah. I mean, it probably is like
I
that.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you read the book.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got things to say about Easy Riders, Raging Bulls.
Yeah.
In our next episode.
Raging boners.
Raging boners. So, just to keep things going, a Prairie Home Companion.
Mm-hmm.
Another in this line that you were saying of critiquing or looking at things through this new entertainment lens.
Yeah.
Which I think is really interesting. I didn't really realize that was kind of like where he was going.
Yeah.
But makes a lot of sense. Would be, I think, Prairie Home Companion, it's an interesting place for it all to end.
Yeah.
You know?
I didn't realize it was his last.
He wasn't even alive when it released.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Which is really interesting. Like, this
Eyes
is
wide
it.
shut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You think Robert Altman was killed for something he didn't show? That's funny.
No,
Illuminati coming after
I
Altman for Prairie Home Companion.
In the Altman. I mean, not the Altman,
the Kubrick thing. That's fine. There's a lot of things you believe.
Yeah, I have some weird shit. I'm big on the establishment conspiracy stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that is interesting. The Altman Kubrick thing keeps coming up.
Yeah.
They are some of the more critical directors of like America.
Yeah. But
coincidence?
Yeah, exactly. This one almost feels soft.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like I even wrote in my thing, like, this is too sentimental for like an Altman thing.
It feels very sentimental.
And I can only attribute it to him dying.
Yeah.
Of like him just needing something nice to land on.
Yeah.
You know?
And it was kind of like, I forget who the guy is who
GK.
does.
Garrison.
Oh, yes. Garrison Keillor. Yes. This was his thing. I think he also wrote it too. Like, it feels like it's like almost like a turnkey thing with the Altman aesthetic on it. But yeah, and then it's just like this weird angel thing going on there. It feels like it's a premonition of things to come. I don't know how much it really connects to real life, but there is this like coming home feeling to this.
I feel like it.
You think it's very intentional. So yeah.
I mean, it just feels like we're ending.
Yeah.
Like we're done.
Yeah.
You know,
it's time to wrap it up.
And that angel is there to take someone.
Yeah.
You know, it's like death is so much a part of this movie.
Yeah.
Like thematically and everything.
Yeah. The closing, and you mentioned something. I think we weren't on the pod when you talked about this, but you mentioned like it's also like the ending of an era, a bygone era.
I mean, at the beginning of the movie, they're like, this radio show used to be popular back then, and it shouldn't even be existing now.
It's so strange. It's in a format that isn't even popular or common anymore.
Right.
There's something so antiquated about it.
Yeah.
And now big business is coming in basically to close it down. They got one last show.
And that's basically his filmmaking, his style of filmmaking, approach to filmmaking.
Garrison Keillor also, his character and the way it's written is like, doesn't want to even make mention it's the last show.
Right.
So that's something interesting is how that maybe plays into this being Altman's final film.
Well,
going through the motions.
That character says, I just want a job where I don't have to talk.
Yeah.
Like I can just do whatever, and like kind of welcoming the end.
Yeah.
And like appreciating.
It'll be nice when it's all done. Yeah. And then basically ends with them all in a diner.
Yeah.
And then
death.
At the end. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it feels the most meta, right? It's like all these characters are expressing sentiments about art and death and legacy. And Altman's just like using them as surrogates for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A wonderful picture.
I didn't care for it.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, talk about swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Batting averages.
Once again, Altman is a numbers guy.
Yeah.
And when you run the numbers so hard, you're not always going to hit.
Yeah.
And honestly, at a certain point...
Just watch Shortcuts 3 times.
Exactly, yeah. There's a number of bangers.
I mean, it's so crazy. That movie's 3 hours.
Yeah. It could go longer.
I mean, I even said I could hang out here for another 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. It could go longer.
I mean, it's just people hanging out.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Yeah. It's crazy he didn't make, a 6-hour movie. Like we're kind of robbed from that.
He could have, what's his name? Lav Diaz.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's what we really needed.
I mean, I would really appreciate something like that.
Yeah.
Because I think Lav Diaz's long movies are a little pretentious in that, like, you don't need that amount of time to say what you're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe not. But I feel like you can fill that time with Robert Altmanisms.
Yeah.
That's a cool
and honestly
movie.
Yeah. I mean, and talking about just different styles of Diaz and Altman. Altman is much more kinetic.
Yeah.
Things are moving, the camera's moving. There's just a lot more things going on.
Yeah.
That even the moments that feel quiet and somber and slow are still very, very active.
Yeah.
Which is what gives his movies that really strange electricity.
Yeah.
Where it's just like it's always active, even when it's not. And that's one thing. Yeah. And that's why we chose him as the American director. Well, Altman, I hope you're looking down at us from film heaven, where they
film holla.
And film holla. I like that. Where no matter how bad you were to people in your life, because we don't want to even think about that, like how things actually were. I hope in film holla, you're looking down at us and you think we
shedding a tear.
Yeah, we gave you 2 damn episodes.
I
hope you're proud.
I don't think we could do a third.
Third would be hard. We'd have to get really specific on like an era or something.
Yeah.
Something to say.
Sure.
Yeah. Watch
like
his TV.
A genre.
Yeah, exactly. Watch his TV episodes.
Maybe.
That would hurt.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm not going to force Kevin to watch any TV. That would be cruel. But
Crime against my humanity.
But I will shut off his mic.
Yeah.
And say adios.
Adios, amigos.
Bye-bye. That's a wrap. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Wind, Reel, and Print. My name is Ryan.
And my name is Kevin.
And this is the final edition. The final inclusion of our lives. Jesus Christ. I just got that. Okay. That means there's something happening by the end of this that I'm not. Oh no.
Sayonara.
Shit. The final episode in our America 25 for 250 series. We appreciate everyone hanging in there.
For America's 25th birthday.
Yeah. America, it's tough to love.
Yeah.
It's tough to love.
Tough
But there's
to
a
love
lot
and
to
love
love
to
about
tough.
it.
Yeah.
There's a lot to love about it. And today...
Like ice cream.
Yes. And today, we are going to be talking about the American movement. Not the movement of people from one place to another.
Migration.
No. Not migration. No. We are pro-migration.
They say migration is patterns of language. Show patterns of language.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you can track migration by language.
And vice versa.
Yeah. Well, howdy do.
Well, howdy do dandy.
Well, that was Wine Reel and Print. I want to thank you all for joining us. Today, we're going to talk about an American movement. And before we get into the American movement, as we have done with the last 2 episodes, I think it'd be good to talk about what movements we didn't choose for this. I think a big one that we'd say, because once again, I guess to be even more clear, we want to talk about a film movement in America.
Yeah.
Do you have like a definition of movement? It looked like you looked at your computer.
Oh, yeah. Nope.
That's fine.
But roughly speaking,
Yeah.
it's like a condensed period of time where a collective of directors are making a concerted effort to focus on a particular style or content or mode of filmmaking.
Yes. I think something I've always been fascinated with is this idea of what actually, like when you have a string of good movies, be it from a studio, be it from a director, how the fuck does that happen?
How the fuck?
Is it
Yeah.
like it's so many factors
Yeah.
that go into play to make a movie, just to make a movie in general.
Just
Holy
one.
shit. Just one movie and not
Yeah.
even a good movie.
Just
any movie.
a movie.
Yeah, it is amazing any movies get made. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
But then to make good movies back to back, and then in a movement, and I guess not every movement has to have good movies, but in this case,
Sure.
there are some good movies. But
Some
the fact
bangers.
that multiple people are making movies at the same time and filling this very similar milieu.
Yeah.
And so
Wow, Ryan.
thank you.
That audiobook really hitting.
Thank you. I did audiobook for this episode. But I think if we're talking about movements, maybe we didn't choose.
Yeah.
I think Golden Age of Hollywood
Yeah.
is a what do you call honorable mention
Right.
for this. It is it's synonymous with Hollywood.
It
it's
is
such a big
Hollywood.
part of yes. It's
Yeah.
when it was its biggest and brightest in a lot of ways. The golden age,
Yeah.
right? The question is that America?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think there is. How do I phrase this? Yeah, I think there is a argument for Golden Age. I mean, is it a movement? I think that's an argument in itself.
Oh, interesting.
But I think it is an important aspect to this conversation because even the one that we chose is like a response to the Golden Age Hollywood. So
Yes.
it is ultimately the foundation
For this.
of American cinema, but also I would even to be super American exceptionalist, I would say like the foundation of like all like worldly cinema as we know it, you know,
Comes from that.
comes from in a way is like inspired by or is directly influenced from like Golden Age Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like you have to think of when Golden Age comes about, like for the most part it's like post-war, and a large reason for that is because American films are being like distributed around the country because of the quotas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's literally like spreading American culture everywhere
Yeah.
through these things. And most film movements around the world are like direct responses to the American quotas
Yeah.
and like needing to have their own national identity and their own national film movements
Yeah.
to counter this sort of like imported product.
And so those causes and effects
Yeah.
would lead to French New Wave, for example.
Exactly.
Which is absolutely the precursor to
this.
New Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just like, again, showing the kind of incestual nature of all this too.
The ebb and flow of it, the give and take.
But the foundation of cinema is probably Golden Age Hollywood, right? But I think I also was the one who made the argument for New Hollywood.
Yeah.
For this episode. Because,
do you remember what it was? Yeah.
Yeah, because like this reinvented everything. This broke the old system and it created what we have today. Everything that we have today in the film industry derives from this period in some way, shape, or form, at least in America.
Yeah.
Sundance Film Festival, right?
Yeah.
Comes from this basically. Like the blockbuster comes from this period, basically, right? Indie film and big budget Hollywood movies come from this moment in time. No other film movement is that like all encompassing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially in America. Mm-hmm. So you can't look at New Hollywood and say like you have to look at New Hollywood and say like this is the American genre or American movement because it defined and created and reinvented like everything for us.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, and it was a number of different people all doing this at the same time. And basically, I guess we already kind of, spoiler alert, I read a whole damn book about it. I'm pulling it up right now.
Well, you heard it.
I heard it. I'm sorry. I can't say I read it. I absorbed this book.
Osmosis.
Yep. Easy Riders, Raging Bulls. The entire thing.
Yeah.
In audio form. And I read some
Front
of it too.
page to back page.
Yep. All the way through. But
even the forward.
Even the forward. Actually,
did you?
I don't think so. I'm kind of like not a forward guy.
Yeah, you're more reserved.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like sometimes I'm like I just want to get into it.
Yeah,
just let me get into it.
Jump in.
I want to know. The forward feels very talky.
Yeah,
a lot of times.
But it is talky.
Yeah,
yeah.
What I was going to say though was New Hollywood was also very competitive. It had that nature to it, where all of these guys were going up against each other and were trying to outcompete each other in this thing. And I would say like New Hollywood is almost like, if we're talking about like really prime, maybe 2 years, maybe. Because it does, I think, and from like what I read, it falls off pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like it's certainly under a decade, the course is corrected.
Yeah.
By the studios.
Well, I think they figured out because after the 60s and the what's it called? The thing code? Hays Code.
Oh yes.
After the Hays Code, like they're just trying to figure out how to do this thing.
Yes.
You know, they didn't have a model after Golden Age ended. And so New Hollywood was just them using young filmmakers to create a new system. And eventually you do get to that point where it's like, okay, now we figured it. Like you had mentioned, we figured it out. The cement is laid.
Exactly.
And then a whole new building is built.
Yeah.
And it is no longer New Hollywood. It's like corporate Hollywood.
Exactly. Yeah. That ends up being, and spoiler alert, I guess.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's what it is like, this is, it's a flash in the pan as well. Like it was this opportunity that I just don't think is possible anymore of these giant budgets being given to people because in reality they didn't know what they were doing. Easy Rider being a big example, Bonnie and Clyde being another example of these movies where they were so successful, almost like because the producers didn't understand it. And that ended up letting in all of these new people suddenly. And that's where a lot of these names come from that we know. You've got Peter Bogdanovich, you've got Francis Ford Coppola, you've got Martin Scorsese, you got Paul Schrader, you have Hal Ashby,
Spielberg,
Altman.
More.
I thought maybe you were going to get going.
Friedrich.
Friedkin. Yes, definitely Friedkin. So you have all of these things, this influx, they just let all these people in and then the door shut.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Right. Because it was too much too fast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And honestly, The Godfather was the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Because it was so successful and it did a lot of new things. And TV was a big reason New Hollywood go away, TV spots and this new marketing strategy that had never been done before. And also a release strategy that had never been done before. And that is when you get the wide releases,
right?
Which would just change the kind of movies that are made. And
I mean, you can already say that The Godfather is, I mean, you said this, but like, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm skipping steps because like
you can, go for it.
Because I mean, how much of New Hollywood is Hollywood and how much of it is like indie cinema? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And are you talking about like, you're talking about, and at that time?
Yeah.
Or,
like, and even within these titles, because it's like, I think Godfather gets misconstrued as like indie movie.
I don't think it is.
Or like classical or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's Hollywood. It was like a Hollywood property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is New Hollywood, but it is, if you're talking about studio system, all these guys are playing in the studio system.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's the thing. This is Hollywood. And I think that's what's so impressive about it.
Right.
Was there is a lot of money dealing and definitely trying, like a lot of threatening to pull funds out and having to put your own funds up.
Yeah.
So there is an independent quality to it.
Sure.
The success that they had would allow them to have more creative control, which I think goes a little more into the independent side.
Right.
But it is naturally always this battle between where the fuck does the money come from? And at the end of the book, that ends up being such a big part of it. Like that is the story, is where is the money coming from and who's giving it?
Yeah.
Is
corporations.
Yeah, exactly. It is what decides. And there was just this short time where the guys, they didn't know what they had.
Yeah.
And so they just like threw a bunch of things out.
Shit. Yeah.
And it was just at a different time period, so many flops.
Yeah.
Cleopatra being the infamous one.
Dang, that was New Hollywood?
What was?
Cleopatra?
It was right before New Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
But that's what led into, like, that's what led into these things.
I see.
Yes.
Because they basically had no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so they're like, oh my God, just get this thing or whatever. And all these people, and all of a sudden you have this flash in the pan suddenly that would start to, the studios, as they do, begin to
leech.
Yeah, exactly. Like it breaks, but they are trying to put it back together as fast as they can. And they really don't want to deal with these directors who are auteurs.
Yeah.
Like that's a huge part. Like these directors start to consider themselves in the auteur lane of thinking, which is brought on by French New Wave and is brought on by this totally new idea of the director's role, which was just wasn't a part of it, which is why you see who produced movies more than directors. Not to say Alfred Hitchcock wasn't a director that had a name, and so on and so forth. But for the most part, that was not a thing. They were not given that much control. It was like, hey, you're doing this property, you're directing. Directors were low on the rung.
Yeah,
and now they're going higher. Yes, exactly. Which is why you have like so many directors in the old days doing so many movies. Yeah. And it's hard to know like what makes a movie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even like Howard Hawks, you watch so many of those movies and it's kind of hard to know
if it's his or not.
Yeah, exactly. Like what is a Hawks movie? Yeah. There's some that I want to think are Hawks movies.
Sure.
Like I want to think His Girl Friday, Bring Me Up Baby are like Hawks movies, but then you get so many other things.
Yeah.
That feel
that's
different.
what he's known for.
Yeah.
Is those types of movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you start to want, like, this is more, these guys are starting up fresh out of film school or film school adjacent.
Right.
And they also are like, I want to be Orson Welles. I want to be Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Like
they
big
had big
things.
dreams.
Yeah.
To do things. And the studios at the same time are like, all right, here's some money to do it.
Yeah.
And so you get some wild
crazy
swings.
shit.
Yep. And then the slow recalibration.
Yeah. Slow.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to talk about New Wave, the Nouvelle Vague,
yes,
and like how much they're influencing. Because you mentioned like the auteur theory and like the kind of like business side, like its influence on the business side. But I think also when you look at these movies in particular, and also other new Hollywood titles, like they're taking the aesthetics and like the film process too with it. Like it's just so inventive. A lot of these things, like the editing, is like so wild and like different.
Yeah,
like non-linear and a lot of jump cuts and stuff like that. That you don't see in a lot of new movies today and stuff.
Yeah, you don't see the Easy Rider cut.
Yeah,
in movies now.
Right. Oh, that's so fun.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
But isn't that so revealing? And for those of you that don't know, the Easy Rider cut is basically like back and forth between the previous and the next clip.
Yeah.
Until you're there.
Yeah.
In the next clip.
And it's like rapid.
Very strange.
Yeah.
It says so much that the studio or whoever it was greenlit to do that. And I think that was, I forget who exactly did it. Maybe Rafelson was involved. Anyways, there was like a studio. There was like these young guys who were kind of the yes men to all of these crazy ideas that the studios then really started to pull from all of this talent and stuff like that.
Right.
Of all the people that we kind of know. But it is crazy that a movie like that is able to get made, and that success, I mean, it turned eyes, it turned heads.
Right.
But like what is in the book that you end up kind of realizing is that it is chaos.
Yeah.
Like these people are also chaotic, almost monsters.
On drugs.
Yes. And that's a huge part of like this story, as well as these people that also don't really know what they have.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess that's just how, when history is being made, you don't really know what you have. And then you look back and you're like, oh, wow.
That was great.
But they were desperate to reach for anything and to try to get anything. And it always felt like, at least the way it's given off in the book, is it feels like it's almost about to collapse all the time.
Yeah.
So it was also barely held up by all of these egos and desires and things like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Which is interesting.
Yeah.
And probably why it's also really short, because they would end up also the movies would get worse.
Yeah.
You know, they would have some hits and then they start to bomb.
The well dries up.
Yeah.
Right. Like either the money goes away or they're not as like talented or like genius level as they thought they were.
Exactly. They start to think very highly of themselves.
Yeah.
And holding themselves up to a certain standard.
Yeah.
Like a Friedkin, for example, thought unbelievably highly of himself.
Right.
And Sorcerer would be the movie that kind of undid him.
Yeah.
That he thought was really good. I personally love Sorcerer. But it bombed. And this would be like, these movies would start to bomb. His movie obviously was The Exorcist. That was such a huge film.
Yeah.
In the kind of new Hollywood story.
Sure.
Kind of breaking a lot of the boundaries. That one of the movies in this list that we have yet to talk about, Bonnie and Clyde, would be the one that really breaks the dam on what is permissible in film now.
Yeah.
How crazy can we get? And it seems Bonnie and Clyde seems tame in some ways too today, in terms of violence. It's not something that we're totally unaccustomed to anymore. There's there's a director that literally does it X10 with like Tarantino.
Sure.
So it's interesting though. You watch it and you start to realize, like, especially if you're watching other movies from the 60s, like, holy shit, that is not what I expected from a movie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and it still had a lot cut out. It was supposed to be even crazier.
And like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I feel like hits on similar things of like pushing the boundary of violence and stuff.
Yeah.
And like what you can put on screen.
Yeah. But Bonnie and Clyde would be the one that would really set this new bar and start to get these guys scrambling on like, whoa, what do we have here?
Because back to like the Hays Code, it was just like opening up the floodgates of like content and stuff.
Yeah.
Because like with the reasoning of putting Bonnie and Clyde and then The Graduate, it's like sex and violence become synonymous with this movement almost.
Yes.
And like how much they can...
Because that's so not Hays Code, right? I mean, it's fresh. It's new. Someone just had to be brave enough to do it.
Right.
And they did. And yes, The Graduate as well.
Yeah.
Very, I mean, I love that movie.
That movie, the editing in that movie was wild too.
Yeah.
Like they had some crazy stuff that they were doing in that.
It's interesting. Mike Nichols in the book isn't mentioned all that much. Besides the fact that he was obviously like, big maybe in some areas. Like he's lumped with Kubrick as like the really good directors that these guys kind of wanted to be.
Sure.
Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, because he comes from like that older time.
Yeah.
And he worked in theater mostly.
Yeah.
And then him like with Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, it was like one of the last like Hollywood black and white movies or whatever.
Yeah.
So he's obviously predating new Hollywood proper.
Yeah.
Which
and even Warren Beatty is too.
Yeah.
He's the first one that steps into this realm in a lot of ways.
And takes a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And he had enough rapport and was big enough that he could kind of really get himself in these rooms and get these projects done and open the floodgates that would start to slowly get wider and wider. Coppola getting in there kind of early and becoming the first, of all kind of the other guys, the first one that has this major movie success.
Yeah. The big thing.
Exactly. Which we know as The Godfather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I made sure to watch Godfather Part 2, which you refused to watch.
Yeah.
In preparation, which is sick.
Sequels suck.
But you think the third one's the best.
Yeah, I know. I'm full of contradictions.
That is America.
Yeah.
American absurdism.
Walking contradiction.
Exactly. And then we get to, so we have Bonnie and Clyde, The Graduate, The Godfather, Taxi Driver, and Jaws.
Yeah.
As our set of 5. And after reading the book, I could imagine even more of a slew. This is something where there is a lot of movies and a lot of stories to tell. We have no Bogdanovich in here.
Yeah.
And obviously he's a huge part of it and a huge part of bringing the old world into the new. He was obsessed with older directors.
Well, he was like a film journalist.
Yeah.
He was like interviewing all these old directors and had developed relationships with these people.
Yes.
And that's what kind of got him to start in his career.
Yeah.
And so in a way he predates a lot of this stuff too. But yeah, like
in a different way. Yeah.
In a very different way.
Yeah.
Like him to me and like Nichols and Altman, same kind of like path or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like they weren't young. Because I feel like New Hollywood is so classified as like a young man's game.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were like newer sort of directors.
Yeah.
But there was just like, because there's a proliferation of movies being made during this time and more risks being taken, like you can kind of see a pattern of Hollywood hiring other people that aren't directors.
Yes.
Or that aren't traditional directors and giving them their first kind of movie.
Yeah.
Which I think, I didn't really connect that dot. But like, yeah, like all these other, like Peckinpah too, what had been mentioned in stuff.
Yep.
Like working in television and then getting a shot in movies.
Yeah, it made mention that Altman and Peckinpah are
in the same
kind of class.
Yeah.
And it is like this is also the baby boomer generation is the one, because Steven Spielberg, I think, is the youngest of this whole slew of people.
Scorsese too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Scorsese's young. Lucas was younger, and Francis Ford Coppola was older.
Yeah.
At least somewhat older, and then you get Altman and yada yada.
Yeah.
But like in terms of the young, this is like also the baby boomers getting their what they're going
American
to tell.
Dream, yeah.
And Lucas and Spielberg, and I think a lot of people know how this goes, but they're kind of the two that really undo it. American Graffiti being a big step in a direction.
Yeah.
And then
Star Wars.
The blockbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it was what also was so successful about New Hollywood was that it was bucking all of these all of these old trends and all of these old ideas.
Yeah.
And then Lucas and Spielberg would go back to the old ideas.
Yeah.
That was their thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I have a couple points.
Yes.
Deep breath. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's interesting that like this is a movement of sort of like indie aesthetic and like kind of artsy aesthetic, but it's super like corporatized and like establishment heavy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's still Hollywood. Which I don't know. I guess in the back of my head, I thought this was just like outside of that.
Turns out it's as inside as you can get.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Yeah.
Because, I kind of wanted to talk about like the level of postmodernism in these films, like how you're saying like they're breaking a lot of the traditions and like the processes, but even within the films themselves, I feel like they're communicating like anti-establishment in some sort of way, or like going against the grain, or combating old generations or something like that, right?
It's also the Vietnam generation, so naturally that's something that's happening right now that is very much in that.
It's all playing into it together, and there's other stuff of like even the end of the civil rights movement was because all the members went into corporate America and became like office people.
That's why so many people in San Francisco, for example, like that lived through the summer of love and stuff like that, can be the most neo-lib people that are halting progress.
Exactly. So it just like everything's connected within this time period of like,
it was huge,
like huge burst of progress and like innovation and intellect, but also at the same time, like a more stringent corporate grasp on society and control over everything. It's just so super interesting that you get that, like that kind of ideology, that sort of thinking within Hollywood, like within the most establishment thing ever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like a weird, again, like the contradictions are just so weird.
And I think exactly this weirdness you feel was something that the producers and studios did not like.
Yeah.
They needed to end it as fast as they could.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And
because then it's like, why hasn't this happened ever again? It was the most successful time period of American Hollywood. Like, why wouldn't they take those risks? All those things, because they can't handle.
Exactly, because Jaws proved what, like the summer blockbuster, what it was, what it was, and then the marketing became such a huge part that they started to just go a certain way with things. And a lot of like safer movies, as you would get into the 80s and you'd get into more conservative, the Reaganism era would begin to start. And this right-wing shift.
Forrest Gump.
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Honestly, that's the most American film.
Yeah. Truly.
Yeah.
Like a racing.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting how they wanted to close that up so bad, and Jaws and Star Wars, and in a way, Godfather being this.
Also doing that too, I feel like.
Yeah, because that was like them realizing like, oh my God, that's a lot of success.
Yeah.
Like we need to, and that was like the first TV spot situation thing and a property that was really successful and popular. Like they were figuring out, starting to triangulate again.
Yeah.
What is this new area, especially with TV now being such a dominant player in people's lives?
Right.
How do we translate that into movies now? What does it make it? And so you get the cynical marketing perspective. Ends up being a real reason why they never go back.
Yeah. Because it like goes against their values as like businesses.
Yeah, and we are living in the like we call it like sometimes late stage capitalism, but like this late stage Hollywoodisms
right now,
where it's like right now where it's all IP.
Yeah,
like how much safer can you get? Of when you're just remaking things, doing the same thing over and over again. Like they're desperately trying to just find out what is the least amount of risk they can make with the highest reward. Yeah. There's a lot of money on the line. Yeah. Because also the movies get bigger and bigger. And that's another reason these movies fail at a certain point is the budgets get bigger.
They just start throwing money to everybody.
Exactly. And that ends up not... I don't know if you know this, folks. More money does not make more better.
Yeah. More money, more problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that ended up being a huge thing, is like an Apocalypse Now being an infamous one where it's just like he unbelievably long, like all of these things. And
disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, so coked out of your mind.
Yeah, exactly. And Coke. Actually, like talk about a literal physical thing that happened during this time.
A big sponsor.
Yeah, a big sponsor.
Brought to you by Coke.
Yeah, exactly. New Hollywood brought to you by cocaine.
But Michael's brother.
Yeah, Michael's brother. Cocaine. I like it. I like it. That took me a second. But it's funny how that actually was a huge part of it too. It was like this creative genesis, you might say, that was brought on by all of these drugs. Because it was also the time. It was also the time when, you know, people were experimenting with a lot of things.
Yeah, LSD.
LSD and all of the, and so it was such a big, and that's why the book is like subtitled with how the sex, drugs, and rock and roll generation saved Hollywood.
Yeah.
Because that's
what it was.
That's who these people were. And they were in that world, I guess.
Yeah, mode of thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, it also speaks to like the celebrityism of that era too, where like everyone's a kind of icon and stuff.
Yeah.
And that you're a rock star, you know what I mean? And that you're kind of untouchable and all these things.
Yeah, until you're not.
Yeah.
Heaven's Gate being the other movie, the door at the end of the other side too.
The gate.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. A big budget flop, the biggest budget flop for a time, I believe.
Yeah.
And would close the doors for a lot of these people's careers too. I think like there would be this desert.
I mean, look at
in
Altman.
the 80s. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When it takes time for them to figure out where their place is, how they're going to get movies made, and everything like that. Because even Scorsese, like, it's not until like Goodfellas in the 90s that he begins this resurgence of who he is.
Well, I mean, to talk about like structure and industry, like you don't see another proliferation of independent minded cinema until the 90s.
Yes.
Because of like the new like Lionsgate and Miramax and all these things, like allowing for a different type of movie to get made.
Yeah. And technology obviously changing too. We're getting
Internet
smaller and smaller
stuff.
cameras as well, and more things that more affordable.
So it's always like a sway back and forth.
Yeah.
Right. Of like conservative filmmaking versus like progressive or experimental or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, it's just like, it's interesting because where's the market for, we need to find these people who want to watch good movies and interesting movies. And because it's sad that this whole fucking cinema system is built on money.
Yeah. I mean, I was about to say, you would think that like making a good movie is like worth their time and money.
Yeah.
Right. Like figuring out that process versus figuring out how to make more money, because like, I don't know, like you had mentioned earlier that like if a movie's good, that is the word of mouth, and like that should be the success of the movie, right? It's like, why don't we care more about like good art versus like putting a good algorithm together?
And to expand on what I said, which is that like there's a bump when you're good.
Yeah.
Like there is a undeniable, like if you make a good movie, you are going to be more successful than a movie that isn't. Then you add on all these other layers.
Yeah, I mean,
that has to do with marketing, has to do with all these things.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like in a vacuum, if you were to do everything the exact same, I think that the better one will win out.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it is such a weird thing to say, but like, because like, how do you define
it's
success
impossible.
And like, what's box office?
Yeah, this is
like,
literally just like a thought exercise that can go nowhere and be used nowhere.
Because then it's like, you know, does Jin Billman score well versus like XYZ? You know what I mean? Yeah, like with these sorts of box office conversations.
Yeah, exactly. Like what is it? I'm not the box office guy.
Yeah, it just feels like a futile.
It's completely, which is why we don't have to go down that path.
Like, I don't know. I found it interesting, or I had heard someone say that like even counterculture is American culture, or like the counterculture ideology within America is like a reason why people come to America, because it's a level of like freedom of expression and like, and I guess just freedom or whatever. And like, I don't know. I think that's an interesting reframing to America, the whole.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that it's not just the sort of patriotic red, white, and blue imagery. It's like the battle against that too.
Yeah.
That is like inherently American, you know?
And that's what I think is great about, to even talk broadly about the series.
Yeah. Right.
Especially as we are closing
ending,
out.
yeah.
Like I obviously, I think for a lot of people, like thinking about America and like even celebrating America is not ideal.
Yeah.
Let's just say that, to say it mildly.
People are grieving.
Yeah, exactly. and they have every right to, and there's so much reason to dislike, to hate, to want to change, obviously.
Yeah.
What we're doing here is not to even make a moral justification of anything.
Right.
We are saying America is something in movies. How do we speak it through movies? How do we do it through art? And that means it's going to go in all of these different directions. It's going to be things you love. It's going to be things you hate. But in the end, I think, just like you were saying, the culture and the counterculture is America.
Yeah.
And what is America is not necessarily to celebrate America. Just on a semantics angle here.
Sure.
And that's what I think is so interesting about the 25 movies we chose.
Sure.
Is that we have this slice of America that has everything that you can imagine on it. The good, the bad, and the ugly, but not the movie.
Yeah. The weird.
The good, the bad, and the weird.
Yeah.
Sadly, we don't have that on here either.
Yeah.
But we did do Western.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true all you're saying.
Yeah. Just an interesting thing to go.
I mean, everything that like is happening today, you can point to this and like attribute all the similar things, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what I meant by that, but I think specifically in New Hollywood, you know, like the corporate influence, the like disregard for the artist, you know, it's like all these things were there.
It's all
from the
cynical.
beginning.
It's all cynical.
Yeah.
And that's what I think like is the thing to know about movies. And one thing I wanted to say about reading this book, I did get a little depressed.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Just because
it's not as cool as you thought.
It's so cynical and it's not it's not the way I imagined it to be.
Right.
Like you almost like, I feel like to appreciate movies, you do have to like separate these two worlds.
It's like America.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It is absurd. Movies are absurd. The making of them, everything, the people that we celebrate that made them.
Yeah.
It's absurd to do that. We're giving all of these qualities to people that we don't even know.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. And as we continue to do the pod, it's something now that's kind of in my mind because it made me think about as well. I took a journalism class in high school.
Oh, cool.
And I did not do good.
Sure.
I was very bad at it for whatever reason. But one
we don't
thing.
have to go over that now.
Yeah, exactly. Because honestly, I don't even remember. But it made me really depressed after taking that class too, because it also showed me like
truth.
I mean, not that. I couldn't handle the truth. But it told me like literally just how like an article, and it feels so silly now, but back then it was like big, like knowing that they put the most important bits of the article at the top.
Oh,
and then it gets less and less important as you read on.
The structure.
Yeah. And I was just like, oh my God, like knowing kind of how the sausage got made me not like it because I really I thought it was important to make it begin and end. I don't know. It's an interesting thing that high school Ryan was going through.
Sure,
but high school but what I got after this book was this idea of just like how do I bring these all these contradictions together,
right? And
actually like be able to watch a movie and enjoy it. And I think what's good is movies do transport you.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's very easy for me to lose myself in a movie.
Yeah.
And not be thinking the entire time about what this director did, how they fucked over this person, yada, 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 or whatever, which is such a huge part of the book is like these personalities that you get to know. No one is good. Yeah. Let's just also say that. No one is good.
Short answer.
Yeah. Short answer, no one.
They all suck.
Yeah. Every last one. And it just makes you be like, okay, and it ends up
Puts it
that
into
conversation.
perspective.
Yeah. And separating art from the artist, what that means.
Yeah.
I think all of these things, if you want to do an America 25 for 250, you have to
look at this.
Yeah. You have to look at the absurd and try to make sense of it.
Yeah.
And I
Truly.
think, and that's New Hollywood as well, is like, it is such and I think what makes it so great as our movement is that it's also a movement in American history too.
Yeah.
And cinema answers that,
Right.
is creating myth in regards to that, is doing all of these things. It's such an important way we create our identities.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, as much as this movement is like counterculture or like anti-establishment or whatever, it is expressing a version of America in a really interesting way.
Absolutely.
All of these movies, they cover American landscape, they're talking about very American themes.
Yes.
Like it's not just like industry and structure and all these and that kind of stuff. It's also the movies themselves.
Yes.
Like they're speaking to America.
Yeah.
More so than like I would say Golden Age Hollywood almost in a lot of ways, because of a lot of like film processes through Nouvelle Vague, because you can shoot on location more and have like non-actors.
That's shooting on location is huge because they could get away from the studio.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you have more American like aesthetics in your film.
Yep.
Like I watch Easy Rider. It's like, oh my fucking God. Like, this is America.
It's crazy. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or
it's funny.
Bonnie and Clyde,
There's one shot and it happened one night. Obviously the first Oscar winner for Best Picture, whatever it was.
Something like that. No. That was Wings.
So then what is its significance? Well, it doesn't matter.
It happened one night. I think it won.
It won a ton of them, right?
It got like Emmy and Oscar and like #1 at box office.
Oh, okay.
Like
okay. I think it did the whole slew of awards.
Probably.
Too.
Yeah.
Anyways,
all the actors and stuff.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is there is a shot in that is clearly outside that is such a different, I don't know how much you remember it, but vibe. They're like walking down this path with this picket fence and everything like that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like, oh my God, it felt like a fresh air in movies back then. And now in New Hollywood, you are having movies that are completely that.
Right.
Yeah.
Like completely removed. Because even in Bringing Up Baby, you were like, oh my God, that's a cassette.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're outside, but it's on a set.
It's really cool though.
Yeah.
But it is so on a set. It's so funny. They're falling. Like it's just the grass isn't right. There's something so weird about it.
Yeah.
But it is great.
Yeah.
I do love the artificialness
It's like
of
you
it.
can tell,
Yes. Oh yeah.
It's like a tool that you use and stuff. I just found that super interesting that like all these movies are still American.
Yeah.
Like speaking on America. Like like with Jaws, dude. Like it's a Vietnam War allegory.
It's a lot of things. Yeah.
You know
it
what I
honestly
mean?
is a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that is especially one of them is like,
it's like you sent our boys out there. You knew, you knew, and you sent them out anyways.
These deaths that happened overseas.
Yeah.
Are affecting these small towns everywhere.
Yeah.
And that would be the undoing of the Vietnam War and of the American consciousness, right?
Totally.
Jaws is that. Panic.
And the hysteria and everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I was tripping out. I was like, whoa, it's so that.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
Outspokenly. I wonder if he had intended for that to be what it was.
Yeah, there was some mention in the book of like a couple different angles that it could take. I don't think it made like a clear distinction of like, this is what Steven Spielberg intended with it.
Right.
Because I think with a lot of these movies, they were just trying to get him. They were just trying to do these things.
Yeah.
And there's so many things that went wrong that, and we take it for granted.
Especially with Jaws.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We take it for granted. Like we watch these movies and we think it's all intentional.
Yeah. Like
and
we can pull all this meaning and stuff.
Exactly. Like there's so many things like, whoa, there was one movie where I think it was Mean Streets, actually.
Sure.
There's one part in Mean Streets where they couldn't get coverage because one of the NYU students that Martin Scorsese hired didn't turn on the camera. So like that shot is like wide for a long time only because
that's all they got.
They didn't have the coverage. it didn't work.
But then people were like, oh, the stylistic.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's why like I always try to be even careful about talking about movies too in that kind of like really affirmative way.
Sure.
Of like, oh my God, the choices in that when it's so, the more and more you look into it, the more chaotic it is. And once again, we're lucky that a movie gets made at all.
Right.
And a good movie.
I know.
Oh my God, give me a break. That's crazy. And also just thinking about like, it talks about so much about like showing the producers these films. And that would be something that would change after New Hollywood, is showing audiences films. Test audiences didn't happen during New Hollywood. That would come later. And that was another like death blow to a lot of this. But like
no risk taking.
Yeah, but like having to show this film and there are different versions of these films that existed. And it's all so crazy. And it's so many people having a hand in it. And so I can understand why auteur theory can be debunked or whatever, because it really is a lot of people. And it's a lot of like, okay, you want me to do that? I'll do it. Fine. You know, there's a lot of that too, of like the producer asked for something. Well, I got to do it because they've got the money.
Right.
And it's no longer that shot length isn't Scorsese or whatever.
Or the DP wanted to do something different or whatever.
It's very interesting. But this movement's got it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's everything.
If you ask me.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Yeah. It's like the whole entire film history.
It's everything. Top to bottom.
Yeah. Another part of this like America thing that I found interesting. This is kind of an aside.
Sure.
But like all these movies and all New Hollywood movies, and this is just more of like the era that they're into, like folk rock, dude. Like how much this is creating the soundscape for this movement. But also it's like in line with the ideology of New Hollywood at the same time. Like the movement of folk rock is like very anti-establishment, like returning back to like the folk roots of America, like being rebellious, being like even American sentimentality, but still critical. Like Bob Dylan and like all these things like is happening during all that time period too.
And Scorsese is such a champion of music.
Yeah.
Like that is such a big part for him. And I think Taxi Driver has this needle drop in it.
Right.
That was so like, whoa. The song was Late for the Sky by Jackson Brown. And it was just like, oh my God. It felt so weird, but Martin Scorsese was insistent on that song.
Like that
needed to happen there.
Yeah.
And it's just like all of a sudden you're sitting there for an entire song as this character's just going about their business or contemplating or what have you.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was just like another left turn, but music ends up being such an important aspect of it.
Yeah.
Rock music, obviously a huge thing too.
Right.
Another counterculture thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Music is culture.
Yeah.
And music obviously is counterculture too.
Yeah. It's just so wild, like how all enveloping this thing is with like other art forms, other movements, like politics.
Yes.
Other things. Like it is just saying and doing everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's wild.
Yeah. And now we live in a world where I don't know how something like this ever happens again.
I mean, if you reverse engineer it, right? If I'm hearing your story, it's like literally 5 to 10 power players who are taking a risk on art.
Yes.
That's what like defines
with permission.
I mean, with or without permission, you know, like I feel like when you look at like all these other movements that we've covered, that's what it's really been, right?
True.
Like when you look at Mumblecore, that doesn't exist without South by taking risks on these artists when Sundance wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? And that's like what New Hollywood is. It's like this one person at that one studio who got this one guy in, and then he got all of his homies in.
Yep.
And now they're all making movies for everybody.
Yeah.
And now they're
for the
all
rest of their lives.
And they're like
good or bad.
Yeah. And it's like we had mentioned this last night of like how incestuous this thing is.
Yes,
like
literally.
They're all fucking each other, but also working with each other and
competing with each other. And that ends up being such a huge part of it.
It's so crazy. They're like using each other's actors. They're using each other's DPs. Like John Williams is like in one of these movies. I was like, what the heck? I think he did like The Graduate or something.
He did something really weird too.
Yeah. Like a couple of them that was like,
I was like, what the hell? Yeah.
Just like out of the blue.
Yeah.
Like Catherine Ross was in like 3 of these things that I'd seen.
Yeah.
It's just like so crazy. Like, I don't know. It's its own little microcosm.
It's a small world, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. Hollywood in general is. If we're talking about studio stuff, it is a pretty small world.
Right.
And so people are working with other people. And so another indication of just how small it is.
Yeah.
You can see it on screen.
So then it's like, how much of like Hollywood now is contrived?
Nice. Did you?
You know, because it's like there's no way it's like as random and as chaotic as it was back then, right?
I mean, when you think
I don't
about it,
know.
like a Marvel film, that can be very chaotic.
Chaotic how?
In production.
Oh, sure. For like the
What-
VFX.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they don't have the script done. They don't have anything.
True.
It's like, it's funny. It takes a lot of like the elements of like a Robert Altman, like what he went into,
Sure.
but with totally
But
different
badly.
intentions.
Yeah.
Badly. Like you have to actually do it well. And so the reason New Hollywood was successful, you got to give some credit to actual people that wanted to make art.
Right.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
and that's something that's lacking now.
Right.
Is like you're getting like, I don't think
there's
these
no-
people want to make art.
There's no
they want to make
efficacy.
movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't understand what art is, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because then,
Art's for money.
well, you had mentioned in a conversation of like these YouTube filmmakers being New Hollywood or whatever, Neo Hollywood, something, right? And well, because I mean, most of this conversation has been like the industry perspective or like the industrial perspective of like how the structures of the industry like affect these things happening and stuff like that.
Yes.
And I think that's a big part of that YouTube conversation. It's like, where does Hollywood go now? Where is the well that they source from to get their shit, you know? And I think YouTube is more what you're saying
Yeah.
is like that well now.
It feels like the most obvious comparison. And we have
Right.
we have a self-financed film in Iron Lung done by a YouTuber Markiplier. And then you have Obsession and Backrooms.
Uh-huh.
You know, both are, you know, especially
YouTube properties.
they are YouTube properties, but also they are backed by studios.
Yeah. Like big names.
So it's also like I more and more, the more I did like research into this, the less I believe that.
in what way?
Because I mean, time will tell, but I don't really know if they're interested in like really taking interesting risks. Because I don't,
Sure.
once again, I don't think the fact that they're YouTubers is the draw.
Sure.
Like I
It's
don't think
starting
they're
to
big
be.
enough. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe there is a YouTuber big enough that it would, you know, become as big as an Obsession, as big as a Backrooms.
Right.
But I tend to think like these are kind of different things, and it just turns out, and obviously these are in a certain horror thriller genre.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not going to get into that. So that is part of it. I think until we see a branching out from like horror thriller,
Yeah.
like I don't think it counts.
Sure. Yeah. Because it's so contained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we start to see like risks taking in different genres,
Right.
then I'll kind of start to believe that they want to do that. But I think they will not venture from horror
Yeah.
or horror
Because
adjacent.
it's, again, the safety mechanism.
It is,
You know?
because that still runs everything.
Yeah.
But the one like thing that's happening now that is very similar to what happened at the end of New Hollywood was this new advertising model.
Sure.
We're living in the age of like
Streaming.
streaming of like a TikToks of all of these things. Like, what does it mean to actually market a film,
Right.
And for it to be successful? And every film that happens, the better they're going to get at it until they lock in,
Right.
And so I also feel like we're kind of at a point where I don't know. There's just a lot of variables that aren't exactly like New Hollywood. So I tend to back a little bit away from that. This does feel very unique.
Sure.
In what it was doing, because I just don't. They really got to be beaten up, these studios, to reach down and bring someone up to them, you know, or to have like these movies be ultra successful. And I just don't see them like movies. Sometimes movies bust, but they don't. But they're not busting that much. They are
Sure.
still making money. Like it's all of these things. I mean, it still is like, I think a lot of these places are losing money. I'm not sure how any of this
Yeah.
works, truly. I'm not even going to try. But in general, the
Laundering.
environment isn't bad enough. I think it's got to get really bad for it to work.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think from what I've heard from people and stuff that
Yeah.
like there is a return to original screenplays and that more are getting greenlit within the last like year and
Nice.
a half. So there is somewhat of a resurgence. How that what the results of that are. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But at least from the screenwriting side, there's like more interest in like original stuff. So who knows? That's promising though. I mean, I don't know. But like, yeah, it's still like, I don't know. It's interesting to look at the last 30 years of cinema and like how does this compare to history? You know what I mean? Because you could say that like the 2010 streaming kind of, there was like somewhat of a resurgence within filmmaking. Right?
Yeah, they did take a lot of risks when streaming happened because they're like, we need content.
Can make more movies.
Yeah, we need stuff.
Yeah.
And even when the pandemic hit, there was a lot of that too, of like, hey, we need stuff.
Yeah.
We got to get stuff.
Yeah.
And now they're really they're shutting a lot of, they're pulling back hard.
Yeah.
As things kind of line up again.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's so weird. Like, I feel like, to me, you're kind of saying that like, oh, movies are too big to fail or whatever. And I guess like that's kind of the roots of my question of like, how much of Hollywood is contrived? Yeah. Like, how much can we really believe in terms of like them saying that this isn't working or that there's new trends or whatever? Because it's all so like fake. Yeah. Or just like, I don't know, that article about Christopher Nolan pulling, or I don't know if he did it, but Odyssey pulling from social media influencer screenings.
No influencer screenings, yeah.
Like, it was mentioning how audiences are catching on to how like studios work or like marketing like schemes and stuff like that.
They're believing these people less and less.
Yeah. And I don't know, I just feel like that should, like, isn't that inherent? Or I don't know, like, do they really think we're that dumb, you know?
I'm looking, I know it's hard to see through my hair. I'm looking right in the camera. They absolutely do. They absolutely do.
Even
in New Hollywood, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas knew these people were dumb when they're making their movies.
Dang. Yeah. I mean, that like, it's the chicken or the egg, right? Because it's like, are you dumbing down or do you just think they're dumb? You know? Or like, are they dumb and you're dumbing it down for them, or are you dumbing it down and making them dumb?
I don't know if I believe. Well, I mean, I guess over a long period, I think movies can make people dumber.
Yeah, I mean, you look at today, right?
But I don't think you do it with just one movie. I think
sure, but I feel like you're creating this. Like the blockbuster, right?
Yeah.
That kind of movement is dumbing people down.
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah. I think like
in terms of film
over time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I guess that's the question is like, what is it
dumbing down?
Yeah. What is it dumbing down? But definitely that.
Yeah.
Definitely an appreciation of anything slower than a TikTok.
Yeah.
You know, like if it has any sort of, if something isn't happening in a scene, they think like something's wrong.
Yeah.
Or if a character does something bad, quote unquote, like the filmmaker's bad for having put it on screen.
Yeah.
And it's like, whoa, that is some media illiteracy if I've ever heard of it. But that's an actual critique people have sometimes.
I mean,
they think they're like sponsoring what happens on screen.
But then the New Hollywood people, I'm just devil advocate.
Yeah, please.
It's just like
play.
It's funny because like, you know, we look at these movies, they're not like happy-go-lucky movies.
Definitely not, yeah.
And these people aren't great either now that we've learned.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It can't be that far from the tree. Apple can't fall that far from the tree, right?
Of what?
Of like, I forget what you were saying.
Oh, okay,
of like,
I already forgot to, so we can drop it. If you want. Yeah. That's why I asked. I totally forgot what my point was.
It was just like directors and like, I forget exactly.
Yeah. I think we were talking about dumbing down.
Oh,
and all of that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
New Hollywood.
Where does America go from here?
Up.
Down.
Up.
Death.
Up. Towards the top.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned like you can't really see a path for this to happen now, you know?
Yeah.
And like, Yeah.
I think it's just everything's so different now. It's hard to
Yeah.
know. And what are movies' places now? It's like
Right.
it's getting more and more sectioned off into something totally different.
Content.
Yeah, exactly. That I think we're kind of just dealing with totally different terms and different variables now. And if the question is, will there be a successful movie made by young people that risk was taken on them? Absolutely, that will happen.
Sure, yeah.
Like, of course that will happen. But is it a trend? Is it part of this larger movement? I tend to reserve that.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's always happened. That will continue to happen.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing a movement yet
in
where we live right now. And movements will happen, of course. But I think you're right in what you said earlier in that it's going to happen kind of outside the studio system.
Sure.
You know, it like there's nothing about the studio that is like makes these movements happen. Although it was important for this movement, something can happen
Super
outside.
unique.
Yes, it is super unique.
Super unique.
And so it can't really be, I think it just can't be duplicated in that way.
For sure. And they learned.
Yeah.
Like they know not to do that.
Yeah.
Anymore.
They would never.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's fucking great.
Yeah. That makes sense. Because mumblecore happened outside of Hollywood.
Exactly. That's what I think happens.
Yeah.
Is from here on out, it's those sorts of things.
Like super indie things.
Which is kind of how it's always been.
Yeah.
Like that's
truly.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is.
I mean,
usually.
French New Wave.
Yeah.
Italian neorealism.
Yeah.
These were movements that like they deliberately stepped outside of the studio system so that they could do whatever they wanted.
This was just what if they got control of the machine?
Yeah.
Is all like, and that's something they're so averse to.
Yeah.
That it was like a once in a century opportunity.
In a lifetime.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that will never happen again in America ever.
Yeah. Like having like A24 is like the closest you could say to like, it felt like indie had power.
Sure.
But still, once again, it had to be its own thing.
Yeah.
It had to do it. It's already dying.
Are they
It's
indie?
interesting. They were at first, I would say.
I mean, they market themselves as indie.
You don't think they were at first?
I feel like the way they move in the industry
At the beginning.
from the beginning.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, obviously they're doing quote unquote indie things and they're like filling a part of the market that was missing at that time.
Yeah.
But I feel like they knew what they were doing from the beginning. Like I feel like because a bunch of them come from Hollywood, they come from tech. I don't think their intentions were like, let's make good art. I think their intentions were, let's disrupt.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And in the last 5 years, that's like basically what they've been doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the people that really made New Hollywood happen, the producers, they didn't care about art.
Okay, yeah, maybe there's a part
They just
of that
hired
in there.
artists to
Right.
do their bidding.
Right.
So it's
yeah,
interesting.
I guess there's something in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Can you separate the film from the producer? Yeah, I mean, that is also the biggest conundrum of film, right? Is like it is the symbol of modernity, more or less.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
a piece of technology and you need industrial revolution for it to exist.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that like era is the undoing of humanity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like living within modernity is like human hellscape, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's such an interesting.
And it's funny to think like movies are trying to capture humanity.
Yeah.
So it's like the technology is creating this like artifice, like this clone
Yeah.
of feeling, of emotion
It's so
that you are free to enjoy for
Yeah.
$3.99.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
And then it's like
yeah.
and
It's
then
absurd.
the industry built into an art form. It's just like, what the fuck? Like what? Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. That is America. We've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, we got it.
We got it.
Holy shit.
It's absurd. It's irrational. And we end up getting these, hour and a half to 3 hour films
Yeah.
that capture something, some essence of the movement, of the energy, of whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And you throw it all together, and I think you get a little piece
Yeah.
of what America is.
You get a little star.
Little star, 1 of 50.
Yeah. Wow.
I think
I want
that's
to kill
it.
myself. No.
You hear that, folks? Thank you so much for joining us for this little experiment. 5 episodes, all circled around one theme. We had a lot of fun doing it. We took it very seriously, I will say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of back and forth on some things, re-recording and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
More than ever before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I hope you enjoyed it as much as we labored of loved over it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We produced some art
Yeah, we did.
under the pressures of capitalism.
Yes. We still got to live.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin,
So hit that donate button.
yeah, hit the donate button. Yes, join the Patreon.
Yeah.
I want to thank you, Kevin, for going on this journry with me.
Oh, thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
It's you're a legendary figure to me.
Ditto.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. It's been great sparring,
Yeah,
talking. Cinema.
as we tend to do. All right, folks, we love you. Well, maybe not all of you.
God bless you.
God bless you. Go America, go! Rah rah rah. That's a wrap. Bye.
Wind, Reel, and Print is a podcast by Salad Brain Productions.
You can find us on Instagram at Wine Reel and Print Pod.
You can also find us on YouTube, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Theme song by Redhead Fred.
If you like the show, leave a rating or review. We'll see you next time.